came in every week, locked eyes, and definitely a special time. And really cool he's in the building for that.
Lucky for him, they did win in OT, so didn't look too silly. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Channel 7, SEN, ESPN, and Sam Liam Cornish on Instagram for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Storytelling is highly important because it really connects people.
I think it's nice to be inside the story.
To bring people to my eyes.
ABC Radio.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to the 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round with ABC Sport.
Front and centre, Bobby Hill, where he should be, where he always is. Bobby Drill's got a couple.
Hello, I'm Charlie King, an ABC broadcaster and a proud Gurindji man. Over my 30 years in broadcasting, there's no disputing that Australian rules football has had a challenging history with its Indigenous players. From the heartbreaking
93 against Collingwood at Victoria Park, I did what I had to do. I pointed to my skin and said I'm black and I'm proud.
To the groundbreaking.
Here is Buddy Franklin on 999 goals. He steps forward now. He's done it! A legend joins the Immortals.
And of course, the breathtaking.
Away goes Michael Long. Still going. 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line. No! One of the plays of the year.
The Sir Doug Nicholls round.
We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. This round is a chance to focus on those that lead the way and set the standard.
Please have conversations with your kids, your friends. Have those uncomfortable conversations because that's the only way, like I said, that we're going to move forward in this nation.
Like all who play at the highest level, our Indigenous players have a varied path to the bright lights of the AFL, and this round lets us celebrate those journeys and hear their stories. This game is brilliant.
High up and under, Raken upstairs with the hang.
And our Indigenous players are brilliant.
It spills to Dudley. He's so deadly.
And I believe we can use that combination to make everyone better in all walks of life.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
So sit back, reflect and enjoy the call as we celebrate our culture and shine a spotlight on the best Indigenous players in our game.
To Burgoyne from 45, heads home and strikes.
Outside of the boot, it's a Rioli special.
Iffy at the top of 50, eyes the sticks, fires away and kicks a brilliant goal. Kicks it to Keziah Pickett, one out the cage. Cozzy burns him off, and then a little hand back to him as well as he pumps it up into the second tier.
This is Dream Time at the G, Essendon versus Richmond with ABC Sport on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
It's a wet night at the MCG, but nothing is going to rain on this parade. For the 21st time, it is the Dreamtime fixture between Essendon and Richmond. For the 19th occasion, it's at the MCG, but for the first time, it is Friday night footy right here on ABC Sport. Essendon and Richmond, the Dreamtime blockbuster, all the colour on display, the red, black and yellow scattered around the MCG tonight, and the hopes of over 80,000 in the house for this game for the first time since 2019. Great to have you with us. We're on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, of course, the birthplace of our game as well as the home of the Kulin Nation, and it's our privilege to be here all the time on ABC Sport, but particularly tonight on such a big evening for it. There is no late change. The teams have just dropped. Ben Hobbs, is going to start as the sub for Essendon. And Maurice Rioli, with the most famous surname perhaps in the game, is going to start as the sub for Richmond tonight. Corbin Middlemans with you in commentary. The big game crew is all here So Ben Cameron's inside the Essendon camp. We'll hear from Hodgie on the boundary. We've got the legendary Cat, the coaching icon, and Kelly Underwood to call the footy with me. Hello, Kel.
Hi, Corbin. Love this one. It's always so much fun. As you said, the 21st Dreamtime at the G, playing under the stars of Nam, although you can't really see the stars at the moment because it is pretty cloudy above and it has been a bit of a miserable wet afternoon in Melbourne. Feels like winter's come a little early. We're sitting in, mid to late May. But, yes, under the stars of Nam on Wurundjeri country, as you mentioned. Just the one Bombers player, an Indigenous player in Jade Gresham coming back into the team, hailing from the Yorta Yorta people in country Victoria. And I heard a few interviews of Ryan Mansell this week and learnt a little bit more about him, the kid from Tassie, just out of Aloni. From country Tassie. And then Maurice Rioli, as you said, the sub, who's starting as a sub from the Tiwi Islands. Imagine the cheers when he gets activated and comes onto the ground. So Ryan Mansell, surprisingly, only playing his second Dreamtime at the G game. The last one, the one and only one he did, he made an error late and it led to Durham running down the other end and kicking a goal. And he said that sat with him. He sleepless nights. And then a few days after, Damien Hardwick announced that he was leaving the club. So he said it sort of got lost in all of that. But it's a moment that stuck with him. I just feel like Ryan Mansell's prize for a big, almost Shea Bolton-style game here tonight.
Bombers coming off that reality check, of course, at the hands of the Western Bulldogs. They're 5-4. They've beaten all the teams below them. They've beaten none of the teams above them so far. And, of course, the Tigers off an agonising loss to North Melbourne. It's an interesting game of footy for a number of reasons. Partly the fact that Richmond, Cameron Ling don't have their fullback, their full forward or their ruckman, which probably won't help their cause. But we'll see what we get tonight. Welcome to you, the legendary Cat.
Oh, great to be with you, Corbs, and Cal and Mick and Hodgie and Benny and everybody out there. Hopefully you are enjoying this night. Hopefully you're somewhere warm, unless you're here at the MCG, because it does have a wintry feel to it. Absolutely, as Cal said. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be tough for the Tigers. It's going to be really tough. However, they're playing a team whose form last week was simply awful. There is no sugarcoating of that. There's no trying to put a positive spin on it. They got smacked. And they've got to respond. I expect them to. I expect them to come out and play some really good footy, but you got to do it. You can't have performances like that if you want to be taken seriously as a team and as a club, and they need to respond in a big way, beat a team that they should beat in Richmond, who are at a very much a different stage in their build and their development phase. They've got to put Richmond to the sword tonight.
Mick Moldhouse coached some of the game's great First Nations players, and you look at the very top of Aboriginal footballers that have ever played this game, Mick, and you've had the privilege to coach many of them, as you do, across coaching more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. Welcome to you on a special night.
Thank you, Corby. G'day, Kel, Lingy and Benny downstairs. Do you know, I think this is the first one I've actually been with ABC on.
It would be.
Yeah.
So
it's
ordinarily a Saturday night, now the Friday night.
Yeah, so it's the first time, and I'll get a real, I've watched it on TV clearly, but first hand it'd be very good. Getting to the Indigenous players, the Aboriginal players, it's amazing how many, it'd be wrong, I think we've sat in this box once before, and we may have done it off air. Come on, name someone who's one of your best players. And I said, look, Peter Matera. And went, oh, yeah, Peter Matera. But if I go back to, I played out here with Maurice Rioli. You couldn't lay a glove on him. He was just unbelievable. There's many more, let me tell you. Grew up with Robbie Muir, of course, in Ballarat. But when I went to Footscray, we recruited a young bloke who'd been delisted by Melbourne, had signed with the Western Australian side. Shane O'Sullivan said, no, I think he's got another, went across, got him, Les Bamblett. Lally Bamblett he was one of the best players that didn't play 100 games, maybe he has, but he got an ACL done after the 1985 year. He was extraordinary. Simon Boozy kicked 105 goals.
Yeah.
He could have kicked 155, except Simon was a double grabber. And Lally, if he double grabbed it, he had it before it went back in his hands, and he just ran in behind him and kicked a goal. He was extraordinary. Michael McLean, he was here with talking about Robert Walls yesterday here at this MCG. What a beautiful player, beautiful person. The list goes on and goes on. It's just so many. Like Troy Ugle, people go, who's Troy Ugle? Troy Ugle was one of the toughest blokes I'd ever seen play football. So the list goes on, Corby.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to grow up in WA, and so my footy education in the history of WA footy is littered with great First Nations players, and one of them is going to be lucky enough to, or we're lucky enough to have his company in Stephen Michael, who's the Sir Doug Nicholls Round honoree. So can't wait to bring that to you a little later on, our chat with Stephen Michael. Clyde Mansell's going to join us. He's the grandfather of Ryan Mansell, along with Ryan's dad, Brett. And his grandfather Clyde, they designed the Indigenous jumper for Richmond this year, which the team will be wearing tonight, so we'll see that on display and chat to Clyde about it. But off the top, an opportunity for us to duck inside the Bombers camp, and Ben Cameron has made his way deep down the Bombers race. Who have you got with you, Ben?
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Archie Perkins ahead of the Dreamtime game. It's actually Archie's 5th Dreamtime game. I'm sure it's a special game. What did you learn throughout the week leading into it?
Oh, it's more, just about being really grateful to play for a club like Essendon that has so many wonderful occasions that we can be a part of, and very excited to honour and celebrate First Nations people and culture in general, and also the wonderful contribution that they've made to the game of AFL. Reflecting, Essendon's had many superstars, Indigenous superstars, and across the competition as well. So it's something we're very proud of, and very grateful to be part of this day.
I'm sure everyone at the club was really disappointed with what happened last week against the Western Bulldogs. What did the review show up, and how do you turn that around? Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a pattern for us. I really do. It just goes to show you don't have to be far off, and we were quite a way off in a few areas, and they were probably the opposite, and they were on fire and are in very, very good form at the moment. So when you come up against teams like that, you have to be on your A game, and we were a few rungs below that. The review was good. It paints a really clear picture of what went wrong and how we want to avoid that in the future. But more just getting back to being really predictable to one another on offence and also defence. And starts tonight in the contest, and if we can bring that, it'll give us a good chance. Nate Caddy just running by, shouting out at you. He's got the peroxide blonde hair ready to go for tonight. I did hear Brad Scott speaking during the week as well about, I think there was an edit for you in the review, and I speak to a lot of our experts, and it gives me hives when I hear them talking about the Monday review meetings. Like, how did you find that experience? Because I think most of us, we don't have to face that in our day-to-day job. Yeah, I probably use this a video of me chasing Bailey Dale. I think, he's when he takes off, he's very hard to catch, and I think I looked like I was on the treadmill there a bit. So that came up. But, I think earlier in my career I would be, or most people would be, a bit scared or anxious about featuring in reviews. But the more games you play, the more you realise that, it's a great opportunity, these reviews, to learn about, what the team needs to be working on, and having that lens when reviewing stuff, and it's all about getting better, and there's no one's fault, or there's no one to blame ever, and that's the last thing the coaches preach, is there's no blaming. It's all a learning experience to everyone, and once you have that frame of mind, I think you're welcome and you're very open to feedback. Our man Brett Delidio always tells us feedback's a gift, so that's how you've got to view it, and he gives us plenty. Don't worry about that. Last one, and take this in the spirit it's meant. I don't think we've heard from you since, but the alleged double bird with Brent Stanton, how did you reflect on all of that? I almost I got a bit of a fright. I was driving in the car and got a call from a teammate saying that I was featuring on the news, and my mind flicked to what have I done wrong the last few weeks, and I couldn't think of anything. So got home, flicked on the TV and saw that. I think most people that know me would know that that's probably not something that is in my repertoire, flipping the bird in the middle of MCG on Anzac Day. So that didn't happen, although the vision did slightly look like it, but I was more gesturing what do you mean, as he was yelling something at me that I couldn't understand on the bench. So kind of like the emoji, like arms out. Yes. What are we doing? What do you mean? Yes, that's it. I like it. Glad we could clarify. Archie, enjoy Dreamtime at the G. Great to speak to you. Play well tonight. All right. Thanks, mate.
Great to hear from Archie Perkins, so close to the bounce of the footy, thanks to Ben Cameron and the Bombers for making him available. Good luck to Archie tonight, playing his 5th Dreamtime fixture, his 2nd in the goal kicking at Essendon. Just repeating, there's no late change. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges will be on the boundary for the game call. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with you tonight. Ben Hobbs is the sub for the Bombers and Maurice Rioli for Richmond. There's a debutant for the Dons tonight. It's Angus Clark, and I looked into his story a little more today. He's managed by our own Brett Delidio in his day job. He grew up on a farm at Tantanoola. I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
I can't help you on that one,
which is in regional South Australia. But basically, he was working out on the farm, chopping wood and delivering it to people in the area. And he was doing all of this to fund his dream to play footy. And basically, he would make some money to pay for either petrol or to get on a train or to get a flight, make his way down to South Australia, play for Glenelg, to Adelaide, in South Australia, play for Glenelg in the SANFL, and basically funded his own way through his teenage years by chopping wood and delivering it in the local area, Mick. And here he is on the big stage on the MCG after
love that.
Don't you?
How good's that?
And you know he's going to give 100%, because there's nothing spoilt about this kid. You can tell, and to be able to come through like that, there are. He's not the first, and he won't be the last to do something like that. And I've been fortunate to coach a couple of people similar. You just knew, you put your hand out and they would grab it and they'd go, what do you want me to do? And they would just do everything they possibly could.
From start to finish, wouldn't they? Just give everything.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, he's going to be tough, because I reckon if I try and chop 2 logs of wood right now, I get blisters on my hand and I pull up sore the next day. This kid's been doing it as a kid in order to chase his dream and stick to his dream. So I hope hearing that, Corbs, I didn't know that story. I hope he gets plenty of kicks tonight. Wonderful.
Well, we'll keep a real eye on him. And we'll pump him up for the South Australians, but more so for his parents and him.
So his mum, Stu, his dad, Stu, and his mum, Michelle, both here tonight. They've made the trip to come and watch him play. So good luck to Angus Clark, who, of course, they call Gus.
So how far out of Adelaide was it, did you say?
Near East Gambia.
Yeah.
Mount Gambier.
So
it's about 4.5 hours out, basically. He's 4.5 hours out. And he funded his own way through his wood chopping, and he's delivering it to the local area to make sure he could fulfil his AFL dream, and he gets to live it tonight here at Dreamtime at the G. Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. is getting ready to go for the Welcome to Country. It's time to kick it down to him as the formalities begin here at the G. He's ready to go, but I'm not sure our friends in the television networks are ready for him just as yet, so we'll bring you that when it happens in a few moments' time. Clyde Mansell's going to join us, the grandfather of Ryan Mansell, who's helped design the Richmond jumper tonight. And Stephen Michael, the Sir Doug Nicholls Round honoree, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, of course, the South Fremantle icon. Here's Uncle Colin.
We are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this evening. But I always like to acknowledge the mob, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to them also. Woomajeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Ballik, Yimankundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Buddenball War, Kondi Nengnak, Dubban and Big Bullock Ball, Chilican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Wagwong language group. And why on Wurundjeri country? You're welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So, Woomajeka, welcome. Enjoy the game. Thank you.
So there is the official welcome to country from Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. ahead of Dreamtime at the G. The floodlights are out. A lot of the mobile phones are out, creating a little bit of light here, and the ground is an absolute picture. There's going to be a performance which is going to include Senator Briggs. The Sir Doug Nicholls Round honorees are going to make their way in, which is more of a visual representation, but we'll be able to describe some of that for you. And then, of course, when the cultural dances happen as the two teams make their way out, we will bring all of that to you here on ABC Sport. A very special guest is about to join us here in the box, Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat in Cameron Ling, and Tim Hodges with us on the boundary tonight. Just repeating, there's no late change for Dreamtime at the G here on ABC Sport. Ben Hobbs is the sub for Essendon, and Maurice Rioli is going to start as the sub for Richmond. As our guests just get set up, Lingy, a big win last night for the Cats, high-scoring thriller.
Oh, it was a good game of footy, entertaining game of footy. Cats get the win.
It is for us as observers. People like Mick get going cold sweats when they see these high scores on the scoreboard and the lack of defensive nous.
Both teams kicking over 100 points, Mick. And I reckon the post, the big giant goal post, was very, very friendly to the Cats last night.
5 times.
Oh, was it 5? It felt like about 12 at the ground. We thought, as Geelong fans there, we thought we were done.
What did you make of Luke Beveridge's tactic to tell the midfield and basically tell his whole team just to ignore Bailey Smith for the night?
Totally get it.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. That's the way to do it. Just and ignore him for the rest of his life, I would. Until he retires, anyway. So I don't take grudges, Tivo. My son's a bulldog. I just got messages all the time. The umpires are murdering us. So that's football, isn't it? The way it works. He's got the 2 sons. I woke up this morning and go, "What was the result, Daddy?" The umpires murdered us here. It's a long one.
Great to have you with us, Dreamtime of the G on ABC Sport. I'm very pleased to say our special guest joins us here in the box. He is the grandfather of Ryan Mansell. He's a Palawa elder, and I'm pleased to say he's with us on ABC Sport in Clyde Mansell. Clyde, appreciate your time and welcome to ABC Sport.
It's my pleasure. Hi, everyone.
Thank you for joining us. What's it like here at the G? You're about to watch your grandson have a run around again on the AFL stage, but a little bit more special tonight, perhaps.
Yeah, because it's Ryan's Guernsey, and we worked together with his dad, Brett, and they came up with a design which represents our community down in Tassie and our connection.
It's a stunning jumper. So it's predominantly yellow for people watching. It's got a number of different elements incorporated into it. So it tells the family story of the Mansells. Explain it to us.
Well, we were outcast onto the outer islands, Flinders and Cape Barren, and as a part of that journey, we had our cultural connections with the mutton bird, also known as the moon bird, a very important creature. It flies halfway around the world to Alaska during our summer and then comes all the way back to Tasmania to hatch an egg, and we come along and eat them.
Can I just say something about Barrow Island? Now, I am led to believe that they've got the biggest tiger snakes in the world. I can
testify
and that's
to
because
that.
That's because of the mutton birds.
That's exactly right.
They go and take their eggs and they take their chicks and everything, don't they?
You're an old hand. Yeah,
that's exactly right. I'm going to just say, I went to I'm not going to jump because you're an important guest, but I had a lunch with some people near that island.
Okay.
And we were eating mutton bird.
Yeah.
I've got to say.
Did you like them?
No, God.
Oh, pretty good target.
No, I would. You could have a double helping.
No, they come from the sea.
Too early for me.
Clyde, when you say you can testify for the snakes, what does that mean exactly?
Oh, well, I've been to the island where they breed on Chapel Island, and yeah, they're really big ones.
Massive.
You've seen
extra
them.
large, and they live 6 months of the year eating the mutton bird eggs. So.
I listened to Ryan's done about 4 or 5 media interviews this week, and he's a player that we don't often hear about, and I was fascinated. I listened to all of them and loved his story. He said that he was on the Tiwi Islands with Maurice Rioli.
That's right.
When the club said to him, "We'd love you to do the jumper for 2025."
That's right.
And he flew down to Tassie on a day off, and he spent it with his dad and with you. And he said he found it quite emotional because there were things about your childhood that he didn't understand.
Yeah, well, that's right. Because
how did you find that day, and was it emotional for you?
Well, it was. It was a bit of an awakening for Ryan, as he said, because he really come in contact with his culture for the biggest time, I think. And when we talked about what we wanted on the Guernsey, he started to understand what we'd been talking to him about. He knew more than what he thought, because as we went through the design, he was really leading the conversation, which was really great for me.
And so how does it make you feel to see your grandson run out onto the MCG in a jumper that you've helped design?
Oh, look, I can't explain. I can't put it into words, Kelly.
Is it proud? Are you more than proud? Or what, how?
Oh, I'm over proud. I'm double that. Look, I've been a Richmond all my life, and the first miracle was when they drafted Ryan, and the second one was when they asked us would we design the jumper.
And he was overlooked a couple of times as well, wasn't
Yes,
it? So he's had to do it the hard way.
He went to South Australia. He played in 3 premierships with North Launceston as a teenager and went to South Australia and played one season there and they won the grand final.
Lingy's got a cheeky question for you,
I've got a cheeky one for you, but I reckon the way you've just answered that last question, I reckon you're going to knock this one on the head in a hurry. You weren't going to steer him towards signing with the new Tassie team then, were you? If you're a Richmond man through and through all the way.
Oh, look, no comment.
Have the media people been into your fight already?
Ryan's made it very clear where his heart is. And he's the one that matters.
Can you tell me, he played only one? I thought he would have played more Dreamtime games.
No.
He played only one. Do you remember what happened in the final few minutes? Can you remind our listeners? I don't know exactly. No. But he said it sat with him for a little while.
Yeah.
And I said to the guys earlier, I feel like he's got a Shea Bolton night in him tonight.
Oh, I hope so. He came out and kicked the first 3, and then late in the final quarter, he took a mark just inside the 50-yard line, I think, and we were hoping the God he'd kick it, but he just missed it.
And they just lost that game.
I think it was only 5 points or something.
So let's hope it's a reverse result, but a classic one tonight.
Exactly.
Talk us through the handprint that's on the back of the jumper.
Yeah, well, that was one of Ryan's real requests. Traditionally down in Tasmania, the old people, they used to mix kangaroo blood and ochre, and they would spit out of their mouth to leave a handprint on the side of the caves. It was culture. Ryan wanted it on the back of the jumper to show that the Richmond boys have each other's back. And when we talked about the handprint being traditional, he said, "Yeah, I want that design."
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
And that's the island down the bottom there. It's Flinders Island and Barrow Island. Yeah.
That's where you're talking about?
I certainly am. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic.
So you're still based in Launceston? Or?
Yeah, I'm still out of Lonnie.
Yeah. And does he get down much to see the family?
I tries to get out once every year. We try to get over a couple of times during the year. It's getting harder and harder.
Clyde Mansell with us on ABC Sport and the countdown to Dreamtime at the G. There's no late change here. I guess how far the game's come in understanding First Nations people and the culture attached to the game, and you've got this beautiful piece of artwork which helps tell the story of your family and the Palawa people and more broadly. How dramatically has that changed in your lifetime from growing up to where we are today?
Well, when I was born on Flinders Island and spent all my childhood there until I was 16, and it was a fairly racist community. There was a real divide between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, and Aboriginal people had no power. We weren't a part of the community. We were always chastised. Our people weren't allowed to go into the hotel bar to have a beer. They had to go to a special room out the back. Now, a lot of people don't understand that about Flinders Island, but thankfully we've come a long way, and things have changed now, and people are starting to recognise that what we've always been saying, we've got something to offer, and we can only do it together.
Can I ask you that the levels of Indigenous players in the game is dropping to almost a record low? Is there something that you see? I mean, you see this game close up, you're in the rooms, obviously as a grandfather of a current player. Do you think the AFL, is there anything they could do a little better? Because we love celebrating the Indigenous players and what they bring, but there's obviously some deeper issues there.
Yeah, look, it's got to start right at that grassroots level. And I know there's a lot of work being done in that area, but it's aimed around recruitment of players, of course, and natural. But for the community, it's got to be done right at the grassroots level, very, very local. And then you can build from that to go to the national scene. And that's the only way it'll change. And I say that because of what's happened in Tassie. Tassie was a fairly racist place to live in the 60s. We weren't recognised as Aboriginal. We were called everything but. But in the 70s, we said enough's enough, and we marched and we protested, and now people accept us, and we've got similar things happening now in Tassie. So we can do it.
Clyde, I'm sorry that you had to experience that in your younger days. I'm glad that we're in this position, and I really appreciate you telling your story. The jumper looks sensational, and we're very lucky to have you with us on ABC Sports, so thanks heaps for dropping by.
My pleasure.
Clyde Mansell with us, the grandfather of Ryan Mansell, his son Brett, and of course his grandson Ryan, along with Clyde, designing the jumper today for Richmond. So predominantly yellow with the black sash, and the mutton bird, of course, represented on it. And you heard exactly what that means to the Mansell family and the Palawa people of Launceston.
Right across the league, the jumpers look sensational, don't they? But the fact that they've got those stories behind
meaning,
it,
yeah.
and the fact the families now are involved in the design, everything that goes into the jumper, I love it. I was lucky enough to meet Misa Humphreys the other day with Lawson down at the Cats, and just quickly chatting with her about the process they went through. It's so good to hear. I love the fact all the families are involved.
Yeah, well, we had Leon Davis here last week and said the same, that he took it back to Western Australia for his dad to do it. So the families are right involved. It's fantastic.
The feature and the centrepiece to Sir Doug Nicholls round is upon us tonight. It is Dreamtime at the G for the 21st Dreamtime game. It's the 19th one that's been played here after the episode in the pandemic, of course, and the one-year stay in Darwin and in Perth. Speaking of Perth and legends of WA footy, we're going to hear from Stephen Michael, the South Australian icon, is going to join us next.
Why scroll when you can listen on the ABC Listen app? Listen to shows like ABC News Daily,
ABC Sport Daily,
and Conversations. Get on the ABC Listen app today and every day.
This is Dreamtime at the G, Essendon versus Richmond with ABC Sport.
AFL.
On your radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Dreamtime at the G, the 21st edition of the Dreamtime fixture. It is Essendon and Richmond. It is the centrepiece to Sir Doug Nicholls round, and we're always so privileged to be here at the MCG, and particularly on a night like this. The ground is in complete darkness. The only thing that's lighting it up at the moment is the LED boards and the spotlight, which is being shown on Briggs at the moment, who's taken centre stage here at the MCG. We might just pick up a little bit of that. Stephen Michael, the South Fremantle icon, is going to join us shortly.
It is what it is, sis, it is what it is. It's a beautiful thing, a gift and a curse. It is what it is, brother, it is
It's
what
for my
it is.
people above me. I do this for the ones that love me. Middle fingers to the ones that judge me. Know your words won't budge me. People out here dying, it's ugly. Still they worried about the wealth in the country. Till we speaking the truth. I swear to speak my heart in the booth. But passing knowledge till it's reaching the youth. I put this voice to use. I'm hunting for this life that I choose. A black follow with a whole lot to prove.
Target on my back and we ain't back down. You don't know the history, but future's gonna be blacked out. Put that on my black body to my black body in the red ground to the next gen gon' rise up. You can feel that impact down, it's packed out. Look at us, on the shoulders of giants, and you can't deny greatness. Say it ain't the new lion, be fighting, climbing. I leveled up and I'm good. Been the baddest of the bunch, you couldn't stop us if you could. Who?
Winners ain't worth having,
they ain't never coming easy.
It's a hard different wrong now, bring another man. And it's ain't worth having, they ain't never coming easy. It's in the home, we belong, man, that's just how it is.
It's a sensational scene here at the MCG with Briggs and Kobe D performing in front of us. The pyrotechnics are going off. They're ground in complete darkness at the moment. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport, the 21st edition of the Dreamtime game, Essendon and Richmond. Ben Hobbs is the sub for the Bombers, and for the Tigers it is Morris Rioli, as if there isn't a more famous First Nations name than the Riolis, and Morris back in the team. He's going to start as the sub. Well, a short time ago I had the opportunity to catch up with the Sir Doug Nicholls round honoree, a legend of our game of Australian rules football. He was a South Fremantle icon, playing in the ruck and roaming across the field. The sensational footballer that he was in Stephen Michael, and I'm pleased to say I had the chance to welcome him into our box on ABC Sport a short time ago.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it.
This is a great thrill for me, I must admit. And my dad, in particular, would be very jealous of me. I grew up playing footy in the South Fremantle zone, so my education on footy consisted a lot of, yourself, Morris Rioli, learning about Benny Vigona and Basil Campbell, and my dad was a Claremont fan, so then it was the Crackers and Michael Mitchell, and very much the story of WA footy is often told through the story of our First Nations players.
You did it right there. It's just unbelievable, the talent we got. And when I say we got, I don't say that we are different than anyone else, but we seem to be a little bit more gifted.
And then there's a certain guy named Polly Farmer, of course, who was a forerunner for all you guys.
Yeah, Polly was the forerunner, and I just idolise the guy because I reckon he's changed the footy game over in the Victorians, come over to Geelong, and with the big long handball and all that taken in the middle, and he just set a path for everyone.
I heard you say during the week he's the best.
Oh, he is the best. I always rate him as the best because, I had a guy rang me, he said, who's the best out of you, Polly and Paddy Ryder? I said, well, they're different eras, mate. You can't really say that, because at the end of the day, Polly, in his right, was so good. Paddy was right in his own way, and so was I. So, we can't go back and say, right, change the time and be competitive with each other, but it's a different ballgame.
You're an absolute weapon by all reports, from people that tell me about the way that you went about it on the field, and that you were like this mythical figure really for a lot of us growing up, where you learned about, you think this guy's great. You never saw Stephen Michael play, and then obviously your young bloke was running around in the early 90s or late 90s for Fremantle at that particular time as well. How do you reflect on those days playing for South Fremantle in the WAFL?
Oh, I love it. I just, it's something that you don't set your targets or set your goals to do. It just was natural for me. When I say natural, you want to play sport, and I always say sport is the biggest thing. It brings people together. It opened doors for a lot of people, and opened doors for me a lot of different people. So I just look at it and say, right, I want to play sport. Sure, these guys get big dollars, but, I can always go home and say to my grandkids, when I pass away, there's a legacy of mine there. Say, right, Sandown medals, Tassie medals, All-Australian captain, Simpson medals, in grand finals and 212 games straight without missing one, and 243 games through my career. So goals was a bit ordinary, but that's just life.
It drives people insane in WA when they feel like you have to justify the fact that you didn't come over and play in Victoria, and every interview you've done this week you found yourself talking about it. Does it frustrate you?
No, I don't have to justify myself at all. I just say it's the truth what I'm telling you. My mum and dad meant more to me. I lost my dad in 97 when South won the grand final. He died with cancer and a heart problem. My mum's still going. I always pay dividends what they done for me. They had nothing in the early days. They run you from pillar to post. And I'm sure no matter where you are in Australia, if you look back and say, right, what your parents done to you, or done for you, you got to pay the dividends. Like I said, we could have all this money in the world, but you only got one mum and dad.
It's a beautiful sentiment. First Nations participation's at its lowest it's been in almost 20 years. It's clearly an issue for the game, and Sir Doug Nicholls' round gives us an opportunity to try and address some of this. I know you do some magnificent work with your foundation, obviously, in WA, but what can we do as a game, do you think, to try and get our participation levels back up, particularly from First Nations players?
I think there's a number of things. I think the AFL and people got to sit down with each other and say, right, where are we going wrong? What can we improve? How can we improve it? I think the pressure of just playing sport is so greater than it ever was. You take the Indigenous kids, they play basketball, football, not many cricketers, but, and all of a sudden the pressure comes into them where they're going to say train 3 nights a week or 5 nights a week, or just live and eat football. And we can't, not we can't do it, we just want to say have fun, enjoy life. And that's what we're about, saying kicking footy around with your mates in the back paddock.
Are there some issues, I guess, that people wouldn't be aware of from non-Indigenous backgrounds that perhaps are unique challenges to First Nations people that we don't quite understand enough?
Oh, there definitely is, and that's why I reckon we need mentors in footy clubs, because I reckon, that's one of the main reasons I didn't come over, because if I have trouble in South Fremantle, I can ring Mum, I can ring Dad, or I can go down and say spend a weekend with them. Some of these kids come from TB Island, young Morris, we look at tonight. TB Island, if his mum unfortunately Morris passed away, but with his mum up there and he's down there, who you got? You got no one. So that's why these footy clubs really need concrete mentors for these boys. And it's very hard, and some of these boys are very young boys.
Yeah. I know there's been a push to try and open up, whether it's an extra rookie spot, for example, and we have Category B rookies for guys from Ireland and America and all these different backgrounds. Should we have something similar to make sure that at least every team one year has one spot for a First Nations player?
We could say that, but I think we've got to get down and say, let's fix the problem first before we can do that. Because if you don't fix the problem is still going to be there forever and a day. And I hate to see kids come down and say, right, I'm not making it, what do they do? Do you push them out on the street or push them back to where they come from?
Stephen Michael, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, with me on ABC Sport. You mentioned young Morris. He's got the most infectious smile in footy.
Yes.
I love seeing him back out there. What do you see when you see the man with this, obviously his dad's name and his famous number on his back running around?
Oh, it brings back lots of memories because, like I said, Morris, we called him Mr. Magic at Fremantle. He was so gifted and so evenly balanced on his game, and to win his Norm Smith medal in the grand final, a losing grand final, it's just magic for that guy. And like I said to Richmond the other day, I said, don't expect too much off young Morris and don't put him in the same category as his dad. He's Morris Rioli, but he's Morris Jr. and he's got his own pathway to lead.
I was born in the early 90s, so I love hearing these stories about the famed old players in the WAFL. His dad, Morris, I'm told a story which has probably become legend over the years that I thought I'd remind you of and you might be able to share with us. Did he hop in the boxing ring one day at Fremantle Oval with Mark Jackson?
Jackson. I knew you were going to ask that. No, that's just a true story. Unfortunate Mark picked the wrong guy, because Morris was Golden Gloves and all that. And I think Mark come down to he said, well, I'm going to take the littlest guy on and see what I can set myself some kind of reputation. But unfortunately, Morris just stopped him and, showed him who's boss.
Was there an audience for it?
Oh yeah, we did boxing there. Brownie was there, so Laurie Flanders, rest in peace. But we do boxing all the time at the Fremantle at the time. And Morris was the Golden Gloves, so his dad sent down to South. Said, listen, I sent him to play football, not to be a boxer.
State footy making a return, yes or no? Are you a fan of it?
Oh, I am a big fan of it, but I think we have to weigh up the options to say, like with all clubs, the way the game's played at the moment and the way the contracts are set out or passed out and say, right, listen, I'd love to see it every 2 years, see how it goes, and I reckon there's always room for it, but these guys clubs don't want to get the employee and get them hurt.
I love the history of the game, and I love the history of WA footy, and sometimes it feels like it's far too easily forgotten, particularly in a national competition nowadays with the history of the VFL and everything else. So on behalf of footy fans, particularly in the big state, thank you for everything you did for the game, and thanks for being the honoree this year in Sir Doug Nicholls.
Oh, it's to me it's a privilege because like Polly, Bill, Sid and Sonny, these guys are icons of the game, and you look at, say, Polly, Sid and Sonny, those stolen generations. So imagine them guys coming through in the early days and say, right, what I'm going to do, who's going to talk to? They had no one. And I admire these guys, and it's a very honour and a very privilege to be at the MCG today and watch these two games. And I just love the accolades that they give us. And I'm no superstar, I'm just a normal person, and I love talking to people.
Appreciate your time on ABC Sport. Have a great night.
Thank you very much.
Stephen Michael, the honoree for Sir Doug Nicholls round. I think you'll get a lot of people that will disagree with him there when he says I was no superstar. He was every bit of that, Stephen Michael, and his story lives on. And awesome to be able to tell it this week during Sir Doug Nicholls round as they pick an honoree every year that the Indigenous round rolls around. And this year it's Stephen Michael. So a legend of WA footy. As I touched on there in that interview, Mick, perhaps some of the history of WA footy gets lost a little bit, particularly with the national game. We've only had the Eagles, obviously, since the late 80s. And yet a lot of the history of our game is obviously VFL, AFL history. And yet there was a whole lot of footy that was played in other states with some great players, and he was certainly as great as any of them. Yeah,
and some moved and some didn't. And there was a lot of circumstances why people didn't. And we've got to also remember, distance now is nothing. It's a flight. I know some state games used to be a train, and you don't want to say they were in boats or anything, but the fact is that it was a long time. But look, I'd like to think that people do try themselves out in Victoria where it was clearly the best, because it was the best because there were so many numbers, but there were certain players that didn't. Here's one that has held up, no matter what Victorian side went across there to play, he held up the top end against Victoria in those games. He held up in a number of positions where he played. He won numerous medals. Very humble person. He was a prototype of what we would call probably the paddock grips, maybe Lingy type, size-wise, playing in the middle of the ground, that people couldn't go with him because he's so quick and so skilled.
That is an enormous roar, and that is the Essendon Football Club making their way up the race. So the Bombers wearing a jumper tonight designed by Lucas Waddleton and Lawson Richards from Northern Tasmania. Now, the design came to life through the Long Walk Schools program at Taylors Lake Secondary College. Represents unity between the Indigenous and the non-Indigenous people and coming together. It is predominantly black with the red sash incorporated in it and the First Nations artwork either side. And Richmond, their bold colour tonight is yellow with the black sash, which of course has the mutton bird. We learned about the story a short time ago from Clyde Mansell, the grandfather of Ryan Mansell. Also tells his family story, and the Tigs have the white shorts on this evening to accompany it. 3 changes for both teams, but all made its selection. There's no late change. Guelphy, Gresham and Clark are the 3 ins. Clark, the wood chopper.
Yes, we're excited about him, Corbs.
And delivery man, the 18-year-old from South Australia, from Tantanoola, on the farm out there in East Gippsland, in East Gambia. So
near Mount Gambier, Tantanoola. It's about 15 minutes from where Mason Redmond grew up. So he was Millicent. His dad was is a lobster farmer. So around the Mount Gambier area. You've done the WA history tonight. Yes. I'll give you the SA history.
Kel, a lot of good footballers come from that Mount Gambier area.
Yes.
Heck of a lot of good footballers. There's a lot of them actually play in Western Victoria.
Yeah.
Because Mount Gambier, of course, is in that competition.
That's right. Lockie Neal.
Exactly. There you go.
But they tell me that Mason's taken him under his wing as well, given they're from the same part of the country. For Richmond, Gray, Ryan and Morris Rioli are the 3 ins. So the 3 ins for Richmond with their fullback, Mansell, their full forward Lynch, and their ruckman Nankervis, all unavailable tonight. So uphill battle for the Tigers. The cultural observance ceremony to come next from the G.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is Dream Time at the G, Essendon versus Richmond with ABC Sport.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Gives it off to Cameron, who races into an open goal. Rankin, tight angle. Rankin does the impossible again.
Here we go, put a hand up in the air. Here we go, from the front to the rear.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
Roving Bolton, a dummy, a step, a snap on his right. That is brilliant.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Here we go, put a hand up in the air. Here we go, from the front to the rear.
Time at the G for the first time, and we've got a Dreamtime fixture on a Friday night. It is the 21st edition of the game. It is one of the highlights of the calendar and is the centrepiece of Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Colton Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary for us tonight. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat in Cameron Ling. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout the night, 0437 774 774. Both teams are out on the ground conducting their preliminary warm-up. We will have the cultural observance in just a moment. We'll bring that to you. There's no late change. Ben Hobbs is the sub for the Bombers and Morris Rioli is the sub for the Tigers. Set it up for us, Mick and Lingy. What are we in for tonight? Dream time at the G.
Well, I'm off air, I just said to Lingy, now you've got to be ready for this, and you've got to also, you should remember these numbers. I'm talking about number 17 for Essendon, and I'm talking about number 32 for Richmond.
Goldstein versus Ryan.
And the difference is only 13 years.
It's not the rock battle we asked for, but it's the one we're going to get.
It's the one we're going to get, and you'd think the young bloke should run the old fella off his legs. No, we don't think that's going to be the case. And while we're off air, we were talking about this managed business. If you just lost Lynch, you've lost Bolter, I don't see why you would say that Nankervis is managed, because he's got 7 days to get over the next game. Lingy, I'll say to you as a midfielder,
they're coming off a 5-day break, Mick.
I can only... He's still sore. He's got to be incredibly sore to miss this one.
That's right.
So what are you saying? They should have just listed him as injured. Or soreness. Or What about the other guy on the sheet there? They've listed Noah Bolter as out with personal reasons.
Oh, well.
Do we have an explanation as to why?
Well, it's a court-ordered curfew.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yes, silly me. I forgot about that one.
He's obviously... I don't know whether you... Yeah, it's clearly not personal reasons. Like, there's a reason why he's not playing. Everyone knows what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So flinging back to you, Lingy, given the fact that we think that I'll leave it to you to say who's going to win the ruck. That means you'd have to be starting to sit on the captain of Essendon. Wouldn't we think that's the first port of call if you're going to get a ruckman that's going to dominate?
Absolutely, 100%. But if you needed any more evidence, you just go back to last week's tape. Zach Merritt, for the first time in what feels like forever, he has a poor one and well beaten.
Guess what happened?
And Essendon they got nothing going. So much relies on Zach Merritt. So you'd think if Richmond, it's going to be tough for them tonight, the way you look at the teams. But if they're going to do anything, then Zach Merritt cannot have a good night for the Bombers.
You can't let him have a good night.
No, and without Toby Nankervis in the middle, and Samson Ryan's going to have to step up in that area. But if Big Goldie can use his size and all of that experience, all of that 333 games of experience, and he gets Zach Merritt on the move and dangerous around clearances, well, good luck to the Tigers, because Merritt brings 10 other Essendon players into the game with his smarts, his ball use, his creative hands, everything that he does. They have to make sure.
Well, who does it? I'm just looking through their side. Look, I haven't seen a lot of Richmond. I've got to say, you watch them on TV, sometimes you don't pick up it.
Do you know what I wouldn't mind, Mick?
Not McIntosh.
No. I wouldn't mind young Thompson Dow.
Yeah, okay.
Just
swing position. Swing in from the wing.
Yeah, just sweating all over him a little bit. And Dow's got quite long arms, good reach, getting some strength around the stoppage. I mean, Merritt might be a little nimble, a bit agile for him around the clearances, but at the very least, you're going to teach Thompson Dow what it takes to be a really good midfielder and the running patterns and the work rate. But maybe Dow could just upset his rhythm around the clearances a little bit.
You've got, you're talking to an expert as far as a tagger goes, but you've got to be able to take him off the line, don't you?
That's right. And that's why I picked Dow, because Dow's quite tall and quite long arms.
Which you would have played a lot of players probably 2 or 3 inches shorter than you, so you took him off the line.
I remember when I used to play on a player like our great mate Boomer Harvey, who was smaller, much more nimble, much quicker, much more agile. So I had to use my size and strength and reach to my advantage just to put him in positions where he couldn't quite explode and create. I wonder if Dow can get that a little bit going with Merritt. It's a big ask. It's a huge ask because of how good Merritt is.
I call it hiding the ball. So I'd say to my taggers, hide the ball from him. In other words, if you're going to lock into him, move him out the way so he's looking over your shoulder. Where's the ball?
Or he's looking through 2 or 3 other players in the congestion.
Hide the ball. Hide the ball.
The Tigers are already lined up, ready to go for the cultural observance, which is coming up in just a moment. The Bombers just concluding their preliminary warm-up. Your thoughts on the SMS tonight, 0437 774 774. Kevin says, great interview with Stephen Michael. Thank you. I love the ABC and the ABC footy team. Thanks, Kevin. We love having you listening to us. From Rich in Ocean Grove, loving the story of Gus Clark. A different sport, but Peter Siddle, the great fast bowler, was a wood chipper in his teens and was... a similar give-it-all character. So hopefully we get the same from Gus Clark tonight on debut. Told you the story earlier. He's from Tantanoola in regional South Australia, 4.5 hours out of Adelaide. Chopped wood and delivered it to help fund his footy dream to be able to pay for petrol and tickets to get to town to continue playing with Glenelg. And here he is on the big stage tonight. And from Lana, as an ex-Sandgroper, Stephen Michael was an absolute superstar. Bless the red, black and yellow. Certainly present here at the G tonight, Lana. Nice to hear from you and your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. It's Dream Time at the G on ABC Sport. Megan Waters is going to conduct the official presentation, which is about to happen. It will include the cultural dance from both teams, which has been a real feature in previous years of this game. For the first time on a Friday night, here in Melbourne, the 21st edition of Dreamtime at the G. The Bombers have won the last couple. Before that, Richmond had won 13 in a row against Essendon, including 8 of these games.
13. So you would never have got me on that number.
They were a very strong team through that period, though.
And Essendon weren't.
True.
Must be pointed out as part of that. Just repeating, no late change. Ben Hobbs and Morris Rioli are the 2 subs tonight. It's not raining at the moment, which is good news. The forecast of 14 degrees, or the temperature is 14 at the moment. The forecast not expected to dip below a dozen degrees. And light rain is forecast throughout the afternoon, and it has rained most of the evening. So the 2 teams lined up. The dancers are ready to go as well, as is Megan Waters. She's just waiting for the official cue from television, and the way that this happens is the clock has to tick to the exact time. Tick, tick, tick. I think we're ready now.
The Australian Football League and the Essendon and Richmond football clubs welcome you to the 2025 Dreamtime at the G match here at the MCG as part of Sir Doug Nicholls Round. This year, the AFL proudly celebrates the 10-year anniversary of Sir Doug Nicholls Round, honouring the extraordinary contributions of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander players, cultures and communities to our great game. Essendon players are joined by the Koori Youth Will Shakespeare dancers, and Richmond is joined by the Laguntis dancers, made up of the Corin Gamaji alum and next generation talent. This year, Richmond welcomes a call from Lutruwita Truwana, home of the Trulway Pakana, which is in Tasmania. We are Stompers, we are the Moonbird people. This year celebrates and includes a special nod to the history and significance of Dreamtime. to both teams.
It's always a very moving ceremony that happens before Dreamtime at the G. We get to see it under the Friday night lights for the first time here in the 21st edition. And it is very much a visual representation, but you're obviously able to hear some of it there and the beautiful music that was able to accompany it. But basically one set of dancers dressed in red performing first, then the response from those on the other side, and ultimately the two sets of dancers came together, and the two teams who were lined up on opposing sides, as you often see for a national anthem, ultimately formed one continuous line with the Bombers and the Tigers interspersed with each other as they locked arms, which was a beautiful moment right at the finish of that cultural observance before Dreamtime at the G. So the Bombers and the Tigers, and we as a people as one here at the MCG. It is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. The cultural dancers make their way off to the warm applause that you can hear from the members beneath us. First time we've had it on a Friday night. What do you think, Lingy and Mick?
It's fantastic. I have been lucky enough to be here on plenty of occasions on a Saturday night, and it's always brilliant. And the fact, as you just said, that the dancers and that performance there is brilliant. I love the fact that sometimes it can have a little edge to it. They get right up in the face of the opposition. Obviously all in great spirit, but this one was certainly one where both teams and everyone was together and really uniting. So it was great to see. It's great to have it. There is a game of footy that then switches on, so the players have kind of got that balance, and the modern players are so good at it now where they can have all of the things going on around the game and then switch their minds to the fact that they are ready to play a game of footy and know when that ball bounces, they've got to put aside everything that's gone on before the game and let's get on with trying to win this thing.
Some of the young players, Lingy, that sometimes are affected by it because they're still sort of in, we listen to the coach, we're out here, we've been out here for a long time. They just lose a little bit of, some do. Yeah. And some of the older players that have been through it are probably used to it.
Half a dozen for the Bombers, 8 for Richmond playing in this game for the first time tonight.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot.
There's 14 across the two teams that would have experienced that for the first time. Tim Hodges is with us as he is every single Friday night on the boundary in Melbourne. It's great to have you with us, Hodgie. Good evening.
Hi, Corbin. A big cheer for Michael Long as he just walks down the race in front of me. A big night for Nathan Broad as well, skippering the Tigers for the first time. He had a win at the toss. The Tigers will kick to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly listening to us. I've got to be honest, guys, I didn't realise what sort of an event Dreamtime is. It's like Anzac Day footy. This crowd is a monster. It doesn't matter that the teams are 10th and 16th on the ladder or a host of stars are missing. The MCC expecting just under 80,000. 79,000 is their hit mark for the first Dreamtime on a Friday night. It's amazing, really, considering the weather in Melbourne this afternoon. It's been wet. And unfortunately a fair bit more rain is forecast, especially in the next hour. I will say, Mick, it's not too cold. It's quite a pleasant 14 degrees at the moment. I know you always rib me about that. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Bombers, Ben Hobbs. For the Tigers, it's Maurice Rioli. It will be quite the moment when he is subbed into the game. A lot of nervous Essendon supporters around. I think, Corbin, you're about seat 1A there with the Bomber fans who are very iffy about tonight's performance.
Gus Clark to start on the wing on debut for the 21st time. Is the Dreamtime fixture, Essendon and Richmond on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
And it's Goldstein goes at it with Ryan. And a free straight away to Ryan. Ryan's playing his 25th game. Goldstein's playing 334. He pumps it long. Sammy Lawler started at full forward for the Tigers. Here's McGrath brought down in a double tackle. And the umpire says it'll be a ball up. 20 metres out directly in front of the Tigers' goal. They're kicking to the punt road end in this opening term. Ryan punches it down to Sims. And again, he's set upon by two Bombers.
It's always good to have Mick Malthouse with us because he nailed it straight away. Camden McIntosh going to Zach Merritt. Called it, Mick. I was wrong. I thought Thompson Dow.
Well,
you were right.
It's a long way to go, but he's been in good form, McIntosh.
Goldstein wins the free in the ruck, so almost last line of defence type stuff. Gives it to McGrath, drives it long around the southern wing, but it's been picked off by Gray. So Campbell Gray playing game number 2.
His only other game so far was the Anzac Day Eve clash where he came in for Bolter under the same circumstances. It's the roll key back in defence, obviously, for Richmond. Ralph Smith to Taranto. Now the inside 50 kick. The two rucks go at it. Goldstein knocks it away to Pryor. Back pocket. Kicks out of defence for Essendon. Caddy leaps up. No mark. Spills it. Close to the boundary line. Taranto collects high half forward. Looks inside 50. Dabs it into the pocket. Lawler and Pryor. And Pryor kills it out of play. Throw in forward pocket for the Ticks.
And you're right, Mick, because Camden McIntosh has done the job on Neil previously this year and Cripps as well.
Well, he's selfless too. He's such a great club man.
I like where he's positioning here. So he's trying to get loose off the back of the stoppage because Merritt won't go to him at these forward Richmond stoppages.
Into the heart of the 50 here for the Tigers. Ryan got his hand to it. At ground level, it was his direct opponent, Goldstein. Couple of quick handballs. Reid goes back to Durham. Spins around right up against the boundary line at half-back. Kicks towards Caddy. It goes over his head. Gray reached for it. He missed it. Still stolen by Nick Martin. He gives it off to Merritt inside 50. One-on-one. It's a real battle here. Sims does well. Then he goes to ground. It's been picked up by Martin. He strolls in and kicks the first. Nick Martin started the passage of play across half-back. And he finishes it off as he strolls into the open goal square. End-to-end stuff from the Bombers. And they strike through first. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport. 1 straight 6. The Tigers yet to score.
Mick, we've been talking about the matchup. If I got a quick little bit of a coaching note for Camden McIntosh, we said he positioned himself well at the stoppage. He then got sucked right into it and was ball watching, had no influence. And Zach Merritt bolted straight through the middle of the ground. Wide open, he got the handball, the link, the deep entry, and that is what ends up with the Nick Martin goal.
And that's, you've got to stop his second run.
Yeah.
He's not a great clearance player. He's a good receiving player at the clearances, but he's not their number one at clearances. So you've got to look at these receive he gets. Different sort of player than Neil.
Yep.
Tigers without their fullback and full forward or their ruckman tonight from a team that lost to North last Sunday. 5-day break, tough ask, heavy underdog. They've coughed up the first goal. Taranto feeds a handball to the wing for Richmond. Essendon win it back. There's Sammy Durham, the match winner from this game a couple of years ago. Goes back by hand to Redmond. And kicks wide to Merritt.
We can say it's not a hard tag. McIntosh is staying about 180 metres off him at the moment.
Yeah, I just finished to see whether he just might have lined up there first up.
Merritt to Martin, too much on the kick. Offhand, spills away to Ryan. The big fella picks it up around his bootlaces. Handball away to Banks. Hurried kick down the wing. McGrath punches it out of bounds. Finds the safety of the boundary line. Ump says spin that in. Just repeating, no late change. Hobbs and Morris Rioli, the two subs.
I reckon they've dropped off it already. McIntosh has taken the back of the pack, which is fine, but in front of the pack to the... he's in a bad position.
Shallow throw in. Goldstein wins the hit out and then can't quite scoop it up. Thompson Dow had it, lost it. Pack forms behind him and Merritt is the tackler. We'll have a ball up on the wing.
Well, I don't love that, Mick. Zach Merritt is too good, too important to this Essendon team to let him just cruise around and run his own game.
Both ruck bring each other to ground. Caldwell picks it up, tosses it on the boot blazers away, and it rockets out of bounds on the full. Free kick for the Tigers. Miller will take it. Took Essendon last week, what was it, a quarter and 17 minutes into the second term to get their first goal on the board. And they hit it in the first opening couple of minutes here. Kick down the line in front of the northern wing. Picked up by Taranto. Kick was smothered. Works its way, though, to fall. And then a hurried kick to half forward. Ball to be won. Mansell trying to tackle his opponent off it. Fired out the handball. Comes to Reid. And then this is... Manson, who keeps it off to the Bombers.
A kick from Roberts. He goes short out towards Martin. He's got it on the back flank. Looks back inboard for the Dons. Finds Reid now. Broken up last moment. Couldn't quite complete the mark. Caldwell scooting through. Collects for the Dons. Hand pass to Dersma. In front of the benches. It's a wild kick under pressure. It ends up out on the full. So the Bombers 1 straight 6. Richmond yet to score. 5.5 in.
So take that out. McIntosh is definitely not going to.
Yeah.
He's landed on the wing now. That must have been just the first. So no praise there, Wingy. So just say that we both...
I'll take back the praise, Mick.
Free kick taken by Miller. He goes long down the line for Richmond. Crashing the pack over the top trainer. No mark, and Green roves it. Got a handball forward, but then McKime knocks it out of bounds. So a throw-in 70 out from the Richmond goal.
I think what we both agree, though, is we're shocked that they're going to let him run around and just do what he likes. Zach Merritt is that good. If he, at quarter times, had 12 or 14 touches and set up a goal or two.
What's the over-under that he'll have tonight, given that?
Well, the amount of space he's got right now, he will have 14 by quarter time.
Just had 20 last week in that shellacking. Gets a handball involved here. Gives it to McGrath and then he receives it back. Dabs it on the left. It's a well-weighted kick. Oh, Goldstein slips straight through his fingers. Right, shanks it. Only goes a couple of metres. Gets another crack at it. This time on the outside of the boot. It's a twirling ball. Spoilt down by the Tigers. Comes the way of McAuliffe. He's going to put plenty of height in that. Outnumbered his fall. He actually gets his hands to it. Martin, handball. Almost went to Hopper. Now a loose ball. Perkins mops it up, gives it off to Merritt. And now they can run through Dersma. Straightens the kick to Redmond and the Bombers are away on the outer wing.
Hand pass to Roberts. He takes a bounce and the young man swings his kick down to half forward. Not his best effort, and Broad takes the intercept mark.
Well, Broad's playing almost like a loose play down there, so it means the Bombers must be bringing someone else to that stoppage, I'd say.
Short to McAuliffe. They're only lefty out there tonight. He swings the kick across the half-back line and finds Miller.
Richmond is certainly loading up numbers back.
Yep.
Playing pretty deep with their defensive structure, which allows Essendon to have the extra through the middle of the ground.
Miller contest kick to the wing. Ryan can't mark but brings it down to Dow. Handball away to Hopper. Weaves his way through. Short kick over halfway. Trying to reel it in. Green. Ball slides past him. Took a kind bounce for Traynor. Redmond came and got him, but got him high. Free kick for Traynor.
Plays on quickly, gives it to Hopper, handballs right on the 50 hitter. Ross curls it around, too much for McAuliffe, couldn't get a hand on it, and the relieving defensive mark down low from Dersma.
So we'll be interested to see these sides where they are on the ladder suggest about the skill level too, so we expect with this wet.
Dersma to a one-on-one, two of the tallest players out there in Wright and Miller. Wright assumed the front position right in front of the Tigers bench, but Miller was able to slap it down with both hands and knock it, kill it over the boundary.
So what I'm suggesting there is the least number of times you handle it, the more likely you are to put the ball inside your front 50, and that's where you need it to score.
Throw in right in front of the Tigers bench. Goldstein just tried to cleverly palm it down. Dow was there. He was dispossessed. Merritt gets involved. Caldwell, hands, was too quick there for Martin. Well done by Ross. He gets the handball away. It'll be a clean one at that. It's been picked up by Banks, who bangs it long. There's no one home, and it's going to dribble over the boundary line. A boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for the Tigers at the punt road end. Only 5 or 10 metres around from their goals. They're yet to trouble the scoreboard. Essendon 1 straight 6. Tigers yet to score.
I can't stand this. Boundary umpires just waiting for the ruck to arrive.
There's no rule that says you have to wait for them.
Yeah, just throw it in.
Ryan wins it down. And held up straight away is Lawler.
It's counterproductive.
Yeah, because
they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop congestion.
Yeah.
This encourages
that allowed congestion.
Yes.
There.
Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Goldstein palms it down, then robes it. Handball away to Gresham. Gives it to Roberts. Essendon maintain possession. Back flank. Handball to Caldwell. Kicks down the line. Caddy has it broken up. Good spoil. Campbell Gray gets across and knocks it out of bounds. Nate Caddy, his uncle Josh, played in 4 of these games for Richmond. Nate debuted here last year, Dreamtime at the G, and now another Bombers debutant, Angus Clark, who's hit the bench. His first run started on the ground. Jumper number 36 tonight. I'm sure they've got the wireless on out in Tantanola.
Yeah. Goldstein just got a headlock put on and he's going to get a free kick.
Just have a look at Ryan coming off the ground. He needs an iron lung. Because he cannot scratch himself at the moment, and Goldstein, it's 37 years of age, he's as fresh as a daisy.
Goldstein gives it to Merritt, kicks down to half forward, and Miller takes the intercept mark. He's just back, by the way, Mick. He had a foot injury and he's been rushed back with no man Curvis. He has to go with the veteran in Goldstein tonight. Samson Ryan. And Richmond go back in defence. Miller to Brown and now to Broad on the behind line.
I don't know if you want to go that far back.
Well,
if you take an intercept mark.
In the wet league.
So the kick from the Tigers exiting the defensive 50. It's knocked down. Perkins gets involved. Great tackle applied. Now Taranto goes in on Gresham. Squirts out to Perkins. They're handballing backwards. Redmond read it well. Got the clean handball away to Merritt. Skies are up and under. It'll land at centre half forward. Off hands, Hugo. Ralph Smith gives it off to McAuliffe and now to McIntosh. McIntosh's kick Well, he's just into no man's land, and it should dribble out. No, getting there to pick it off was Pryor. Just in time, and his kick was terrible, as you heard Cameron Ling say. It bounced right on the southern wing, and then it bounced over the boundary. Was it deliberate?
Well, it shouldn't have been deliberate. He just missed his teammate by about 18 metres.
So it was deemed deliberate. Ralph Smith takes the free kick, and he's going to bang it to a pack. Steely Green from the side. Redmond with the palm off, down to Pryor. This a better kick. Yes, it is, to Wright. Wright takes off, delivers right on 50. No one's there except the acting captain for the Tigers tonight, Nathan Broad. A special moment for him, playing game number 159, a three-time premiership player, no Nan Curvis, so he's been handed the skipper's badge this evening.
Oh, there they go back again. It'll end up in tears.
Yep.
Because you cannot go back in the wet like this and expect a hand. Essendon will start to put some pressure on soon.
It hasn't been a high display of skill so far. A dozen minutes in, Essendon the only score, which is one goal. Banks, who's a good user,
yes.
It's a dart to the wing and finds Traynor, who looks like he's been...
Give it back to him. Oh, Banks was running past.
Traynor, who's been that intercept defender to start the season, looks like he's playing up front.
Yeah.
He goes wide to Sims.
He's been one of their best players so far this year, Traynor. He's been excellent.
Broad's just hanging off, and we'll play that role all night.
Sims short kick to Ross, marks between wing and half forward. So crowded forward 50, ticks to the punt road end, rolls off his line, called to move it, trying to measure a kick inside 50. Redmond goes up one-handed, no mark from the boundary line. Taranto, oh, that is a work of art! Tim Taranto trying to rip the naming rights from Dom Sheed in that pocket. That is sensational. And Richmond with their first goal, which is an all-time classic. Tim Taranto draws Richmond level. 1 straight 6. Essendon 1 straight 6. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
Was that a good square-up thing, or was it just off the side of the boot?
Well,
come on, from there.
Let's give him the credit and say he was having a shot, though. I only got to year 11 with physics, and I would have thought that...
Year 11's pretty good. Physics is hard, Lingy.
It's not meant to bend that way.
No, from that pocket with the snap across his body running towards the line, I think that's impossible. What a goal by Tim Taranto.
Well, I tell you what, on a night like this, you take any goals you can get, and really, at the end of the day, the Tigers have had just as many entrances, I'd say. Yeah, 6-4 inside with less present.
I loved his reaction. He just was shocked. He just stared into space. So winning the centre clearance is Martin. He toes it off the ground. It dribbles inside 50 here. Broad with a lovely pick up to Miller. Hemmed in against the boundary line. Over to Ralph Smith. He couldn't control it. McIntosh is there. Handball was good. Over his head to McCall. Had to dodge and weave around a couple of Bombers. Does. Gets it back to McIntosh. Set up here for Jonty Fall. He rises. He crashes the pack. And it's... Reed Roberts that picks it up for the Bombers, and then the nice little delivery into Kako.
Had to be strong there though, Cal. That was a great mark.
Still too far out to score. He runs around Miller, the bigger man, the man on the mark. It's going to land right at the top of the goal square. Caddy launch. Ball to be won here, top of the goal square for the Bombers. Dersma's on all fours. He tries to pick it up. Langford handballs. Perkins has got it. And Miller's got him going nowhere.
I reckon Banks is hurt here at this stoppage. He's trying to get out of there. He came flying through. Got a big bump.
Sims doing the ruck work. It's a good tap down to Brown, and Richmond can get out of dodge. Hand pass out in front of Campbell, who collects on the back flank. Measures a kick down the wing. Hunting out after it. Ross, too much pace on the footy, and Laverty able to intercept. Gives it to Dersma, kicks wide, and Redmond gets it back in a slow play.
Yeah, Jack Ross should have really gone hard at that.
Oh, daring kick back across the ground finds Martin. Outer edge of the centre square. Still with it for Essendon. Scores level. Midway through this opening term, short to our man Perkins, puts it inside 50. McIntosh breaks it up. Fall collects for the Tigers. Hand pass back to McIntosh. His handball a turnover. Essendon at half forward. Perkins to Roberts. Now to our man Gus Clark. Kicks into the forward pocket. Right the target, not to be. Picked up by Sims. Hand pass over his shoulder, and the Tigers can try and get it out through Banks. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Ump says keep rolling. Hot footy at the moment. Pack forms half forward for Essendon. And the ump says I'll have it. 55 out. 16 minutes into this opening term, scores level.
Bit of a scrappy start to the 21st Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Flicked up in the air just outside 50 here for the Bombers. Perkins has got it, throws it on the boot. Broad's there. He's in a tussle with Caddy. Caddy needs to get his handball clear. He tried to go over the top to Langford, but he couldn't, and it's been rushed through by the Tigers for a behind. So the first register of a minor score this evening. Essendon 1-1-7, Richmond 1 straight 6. The Bombers by 1 after 5 minutes. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
That's a dot, isn't it? Straight into the centre square. Finds Ross, who takes the mark, and off he moves. Kicks Richmond even further wide, out towards that southern boundary line. Green takes the mark, turns, heads inside the forward 50, and Reid, dropping back, picks it off.
What I don't understand, though, Corbs, is that kick out was so superb. Once you've broken that line, give a handball to someone running past and take the game apart.
Reid to Setterfield, kicks in the middle of the ground for Durham, and the ground opens up. Hand pass to the run of Roberts, drives it deep. Langford, one out in the cage, no mark. Gray spoils it away, spills to Dersma. Hand pass deeper inside 50, and the acting captain Broad wins it. Kicks it out to the wing. Campbell, the sprawling mark. Has it for Richmond. Essendon by a point. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport. We're 17 minutes in.
Centering kick to Taranto. So just slicing them to pieces with short, sharp paces. Oh, Ross Rather's tried to do too much. He got caught, got the handball away to McAuliffe, and then it comes back to Campbell, who kicks it out of bounds. Just a little panicky there, the perceived pressure from the Tigers. They had control as they were moving it forward, but over-possessing, and now it's the Bombers that have got it last line of defence.
To Kilt. Oh, dear.
Kick from Reid has gone straight down the throat of Cam McIntosh. He's picked it off. It was meant for Perkins, and McIntosh in game 201 will go back and line up for a set shot 45 metres out, and barely a degree to speak of.
And quickly before his kick, because both sides are playing a man behind, when they break through the centre, they're reluctant to kick the ball because they're worried about the extra player. Sometimes you have to do a torp along the ground. Just at the very worst, put it on the ground.
Yep. Bit chaotic.
Yep.
Make defenders nervous.
So Camden McIntosh couldn't get the win for him on this ground a week ago, and that is an absolute shank off the side of the boot. Doesn't make the distance and lands in the right forward pocket at the punt road end, and it's seen over, knocked over by Wright.
Far too close to the man on the mark and no momentum in his kick. He had to slow down because he realised he was going to kick the man on the mark. So you lose sight of the ball, your leg doesn't follow through. For an experienced player, very poor effort.
10th Dreamtime game for him tonight. Camden McIntosh and the boundary throw-in. Swatted away by a trainer there. Bounced off the bonce of a young bomber and the way through, but in Durham, another boundary throw-in again. 7-6, that's the scoreline. So it's a long way from 127 to 113 as it was last night.
Yeah. I think
we've got a bit of work to do.
2 top 4 teams playing last night. We've got 2 bottom 4 playing here, but that's okay. Hopefully we get a good contest, Corbs.
Easy.
Bombers, bottom 4.
Oh, the way they're playing.
Durham kicks down the wing, picked up by Kako. Hand pass away to Perkins, trying to prove Lingy wrong, and that is not the kick to do it. Turns it over. Picked up by Thompson Dow. Hand pass away to Vlosten. There's a Polly Farmer hand pass. Sweeps it all the way back to Broad, who's got it at centre half back. He comes wide with a kick, and Gray marks half back for Richmond. Essendon by a point. 19 minutes in. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
And his kick goes wide to the broadcast wing, the northern wing. Mansell marks uncontested.
They just can't break through that loose player because they're not running the ball at the player. They're kicking the ball to the free player.
He was kicking to the 2 young guns there. Fall got hands to it, and then he had his head over the footy before he's tackled. And now another stoppage, another ball up, this time in front of the Tigers bench as McIntosh runs to the bench with his yellow headband on tonight. And McAuliffe comes on for him. Ryan handball straight to McAuliffe. McAuliffe gets it over to Hopper, and now they're able to work it along the wing. Charging in and brought down in a huge tackle with Sims there. And it'll be a free going the way of Zach Reid.
And Zach Reid nervous to bite that one off. Good on him. He turned it over before. He's still got to be prepared to keep taking the game on. That's a nice kick.
To McGrath at centre half back. He feeds it to Merritt, and he's off and running. That's bounce number 3 down the southern wing. Sweeps a hand pass now to Gus Clark. The young man on debut. Kicks Essendon inside 50. Kako's got to go. Brings it to ground. Spills front and centre. Kako gets a second look. Hand pass goes back to McGrath. A little fumble. His handball picked off. Richmond win it back. Ralph Smith away towards his teammate there in Vlosten, who kicks hurriedly down the wing, and his trainer is up and marking. Trainer pokes it up over halfway to Ralph Smith. Keeps on moving. Things open up for Richmond upfield. 70 from home. Kicks inside 50. Mansell's deep. Has to spoil. Redmond there for company. Top of the goal square for the Tigs. They both go to ground. Reid wins the footy. Gets it out. Short kick finds Durham. Half back for the Bombers.
Durham wants to centre it straight away to Settlefield. Well done by Reid.
Well, the two best on the ground are their loose players, both ends. So until that changes, until one of the coaches has got to blink and go, you know what, we're going to marry up 6v6.
All sharp kicks. Martin had it. He couldn't hit up his targeting Guelphy. Good second effort. Gives it off to Dersma. Lovely sidestep. Kicks to a one-on-one. Out of position is Kako, his teammate, and it's Brown.
And the other thing is,
it takes the relieving defensive mark.
Whichever team can actually use the ball going forward and make a good decision.
It's pretty rare you see this, Lingy, with the players, and we've got players in both 50s spread out all over the ground. And now there's going to be a 50-metre penalty, which will end all of that. And Campbell Gray will find himself running from half back to half forward.
Well, with that spread, play quick. When you've got the ground that big,
handball to Hopper, sells him into trouble. Good enough to create his own room. Hopper shoots goalward. The kick is offline. It's a behind. It's a score at least. So Richmond 1-1, Essendon 1-1. That's 22 minutes worth of footy for 7 points apiece. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. But who would benefit more from matching up the spare, Nick? Which team?
Essendon.
Yeah.
Essendon, because Broad's just totally getting everything, and he's not. Austin is.
Zach Reid on the kick in, goes long. McIntosh was there to spoil it, and then tangle of arms and legs. Free kick, in fact. Bottom of the pack, it'll be a free kick to the Tigers. And it's going Vlosten's way. He's had a great season, be up there in the best and fairest. Nick Vlosten. Piercing pass, tries to put it on a plate in the pocket, couldn't quite. McGrath with the risky kick, back inboard. Kako's a long way from home. Handballs to Durham, handballs to Dersma, bangs it on the boot, onto the northern wing, tracking back is Banks. Now he's got Broad, he uses him, handball. Broad to Banks across half back. Short kick goes sideways, missed the target in Brown. But Brown's got the time to pick it up on the bounce, traps it and delivers to Ralph Smith on the southern wing in front of the Shane Warne grandstand.
Goes short across the ground to Banks.
This is where they get into trouble. They stop and prop halfway up the ground instead of going through and trying to break that line that Essendon got in front of them.
Still on the southern wing, Banks. Contest kick inside the forward 50. Ryan down there, reaching for it with Goldstein. Ball spills somehow to Ryan. Hand pass inside to Campbell. Great smother. Forced it out, centre field. Picked up by McGrath of the Bombers. Oh, hand pass a little hot for Laverty. Looking for a free kick. Didn't get it. Now sits on the footy. And the ump says, I'll have that ball up. 7 points apiece, 24 minutes in.
Low-scoring game, slow-paced game suits Richmond because they don't have quite the quality of Essendon. But Essendon need to actually get the game on their terms. And you're talking about one thing, play even numbers ahead of the footy. Don't let Richmond have that spare. Actually get some real efficiency when you go forward with the footy.
Repeat ball umps and then one down to Hopper. Tackled, lost it. Got a hand pass out off his knees to Mansell, who shoots goal and off balance but misses. Was wearing the jumper he part designed along with his dad Brett and his grandfather Clyde, who we spoke to in the pre-game. So scores level here. Well, they were. Richmond with a go-ahead behind. So 1-2 to 1-1, 25 minutes in. Richmond by a point. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Jackson Pryor has a little run and then brings it round the northern wing. Vlosten slaps it down into the advantage of Caldwell. Gets the handball under pressure away to Dersma, and then he loops the handball to Durham. And sharing it around, Guelphy gets involved. Back to Durham, right up against the boundary line. He kicks a high ball in the Broad and Langford direction. And Langford, too big and strong, wants to go right on the arc. Centering kick. He's trying to get it to his teammate, and he does. That's a wonderful mark. Clark, the debutant. He's got it only 10 metres out. He's outmarked Hugo Ralph Smith. And a chance for the dream debut for Angus Clark from Tantanoola in South Australia.
But it came from even numbers. There was Langford on Broad. He outmarks him, then gets it in deep. There's no spare there. Gives him a chance to kick his first goal in AFL footy.
Left forward pocket at the City end. This will bring the Bombers fans to their feet. Clark's pumped the baby face. He's got the second on the board for the Bombers. First goal in AFL footy in his first quarter of AFL footy. And he is mobbed They come from all directions, ruffle the hair, give him some low fives, and that will settle some nerves from the youngster.
Family in the stand there too, Kel.
Yeah.
They're pumped.
Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Essendon 2-1-13. Richmond 1-2-8. Let's get down on the boundary to Tim Hodges.
Kelly, there's some concern for the Tigers. Camden McIntosh, he played his 200th game last week. He came off, he's complaining, I'm not sure if it's a left foot or a left ankle injury. Could barely put any weight on it. Doctors didn't like what they saw, so they've taken him straight down to the rooms. And interestingly, Maurice Rioli has been told to go down with him to start his warm-up, so I'm not sure how bad that is for McIntosh.
That's no good because McIntosh is a player that can play 4 quarters of footy.
Just turn their wireless up out at Tantanoola. They're happy about that. Gus Clark. And the goal on debut was Martin. Gets the centre break. Big leap from Caddy. Centre half forward, but couldn't quite reel it in. Ball spills front and centre. Guelphy scrapping on there. Richmond work it out. And Smith, the boy from East Freo. Hand pass away to Brown. At fullback for Richmond. Kicks to half-back. Campbell the target. Spills off hands to Ralph Smith. He pulls the kick back inboard for the Tigs. Bouncing footy unkind for Ross. Roberts attacks it. Wins it for Essendon, but immediately under the pump. Campbell to Laverty. He goes back to Reid. He just knocks it away to Mackay. Mackay, hand pass to Laverty. Now they're under the pump, the Bombers. Reid goes and gets it again. Hand pass trapped by McGrath. Somehow got out of trouble to Roberts. And the short kick to Caldwell. He goes across the centre square and Dersma marks.
Dersma's got plenty of time and space, assesses the options. Caddy on a long lead. He honours it. He had to take it on the bounce. Wheels around, 70 out, kicks it into the pocket. He's kicked it straight down the throat of Miller. That's a disappointing result. Miller just goes from one back pocket to the other where he gives it to Broad. And Broad pokes the kick further down the line to Smith. This is Caleb Smith, 20-year-old. Still got it in the defensive 50. Lawler's taken it. There was no real target there. Couldn't control it. Martin was the one that got it and picked it up. Reid over to McGrath. Big spoil from behind. And the siren sounds for quarter time in a very stagnant and sluggish, scrappy start to Dreamtime at the MCG on ABC Sport. It's Essendon by 5 points, 2-1-13. Richmond 1-2-8. The goal kickers, Taranto for the Tigers, which was an incredible goal from the boundary. It shocked him. And Nick Martin kicked the first of the night. And then a debutant, Angus Clark from Tantanoola in South Australia. Mum and Dad were in the crowd. Corbin, they flashed up the replay. Mum was in tears. She could not believe what she was seeing. It was great reaction from the parents.
I had a bit of inside running on this, given, as we touched on, Brett Delidio manages young Angus Clark. He said his dad's absolute knockabout. His dad's name's Stu. His mum's Michelle. He said straight away Angus rang Stu. Basically said to him, Dad, you wouldn't believe it, I'm debuting at the MCG, and the farm in Tantanoola, and answers a phone call. Wouldn't believe him. Said, no. Nah. He's like, you're having me on. He's like, ring your mother. She'll call me and tell me, because otherwise I know you're not going to pull her leg. So wouldn't believe it. Basically hung up. And until he heard from Michelle, wouldn't believe it. All of a sudden, tears all around. And
well, the reaction to that goal was exactly that. That's just like they were dreaming.
Did you see the shot in the stand? The old man does look like a knock around. He's got that cap, he's got the big beard. He'd be out there chopping the wood as well. So.
Yep. Well, thank goodness for Angus Clark and that goal for Tim Taranto. That were able to save us a bit in that opening term. Other than that, it was a pretty ugly, low-scoring quarter. Before we hear from Mick and Lingy, have you got something for us, Hodgie, on the boundary?
Corbin, Camden McIntosh, the latest from the Tigers, it's an ankle injury. They've gone down to the rooms probably to give it a jab and then to re-strap it. They're hopeful to get him back on the ground. So that will be one to watch. And just on Angus Clark, you know the interchange steward, she's a female for the Bombers. I should know her name, but I don't. I apologise for that. But she did the big double cobra celebration when that goal went through, so you sort of know that he's a much-loved kid at the Bombers, that they all went wild on the bench after he kicked that goal.
The double cobra. We love that. Thanks, Hodgie. Bit of colour from downstairs. Fran from Melbourne, Sir Doug Nichols round. So happy the AFL recognised and put the spotlight on our Indigenous players. From Graham in WA, I love the call, specifically listening to Mick and Lingy, the master and the apprentice. I'd like to be the apprentice if I had 3 premierships, one as captain and a legend of the Geelong Footy Club. That's
and should be a Hall of Fame.
Is it keeping you young, Lingy, just as an apprentice?
No, but I coach under 12, so I'm learning as a coach too. Corbs.
And a winning coach too, Lingy.
Joe from WA, Corbs, Lingy, Kel, Mick and Hodgie, my favourite Friday night team, and an awesome commentary. Thanks, Joe. Nice to hear from you. From Damien, please tell me it's a joke that there's a push to bring back James Hird at Essendon. We didn't talk much about that, Damien, in the pre-game. There was a report from Caroline Wilson, mainly around Paul Little, and obviously the coterie groups and the background power brokers, and whether there would be a renewed push to get Paul Little on the board, and whether that would then attach to James Hird coming back as coach. He was pretty quick to come out the other night and say, that's not the case. I'm happy doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, and I think the report was more saying that Paul Little, he left on bad terms with a bad taste in his mouth. He's in the background. Does he want to come back? Does he want to get involved? And, of course, when you think of Paul Little, he's tight with James Hird and Kevin Sheedy and co. So that's where it was from.
A few dots connected.
Yeah, but she did prey on it, though. On Caroline, she hypes up one thing, and it's all about Hird coming back. Get some information.
She never said James Hird was going to come back and coach the club.
Yeah, but she was...
She was saying that Paul Little was causing some issues, or, just a little bit bitter behind the scenes. And when a team gets flogged like they did last week, I guess that's when there's a few issues behind the scenes.
We'll revisit a bit of that throughout the night. The Bombers lead it by 5 points. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
This is Dreamtime at the G with ABC Sport.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Stolen by Nick Martin. He gives it off to Merritt inside 50. One-on-one, it's a real battle here. Sims does well, then he goes to ground. It's been picked up by Martin. He strolls in and kicks the first.
Short kick to Ross, marks between wing and half forward. Rolls off his line, called to move it, trying to measure a kick inside 50. Redmond goes up one-handed, no mark. From the boundary line, Taranto. Oh, that is a work of art!
Langford, too big and strong, wants to go. Right on the arc, centering kick. He's trying to get it to his teammate, and he does. That's a wonderful mark. Clark, the debutant, left forward pocket at the city end. This will bring the Bombers fans to their feet. Clark's pumped. He's got the second on the board for the Bombers. First goal in AFL footy in his first quarter of AFL footy.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening term. It was Essendon by 5 points, 2-1-13 over Richmond, 1-2-8. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling through the opening term. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Well, Lingy, can I just throw it to you? Two teams have had 221 possessions for 28 inside entrances for 3 goals.
Oh, I'm glad you said it, Nick.
Because we're sitting up here, we're watching Broad at one end, or Vlosten, and we're looking at Essendon down there. They mix theirs up, but they've got, and it just goes in and comes out, goes in and comes out. More so with Essendon, which, and they had the cleaner ball going in.
So Richmond won 3 premierships, and we're an incredible team by having Vlosten or Broad or Grimes or any one of those players be spare behind the play. Now, they had a whole bunch of great players across the field, which led to premiership success. I'm not saying the rest of their team is that, but that is what they want. That's in their DNA. It brings comfort to everyone else on the field. I'm with you. You said it from, I reckon, second one of this quarter, not minute one. Even numbers ahead of the footy would suit Essendon.
On a day like this.
Absolutely.
Because they're going to get more ball, they're going to get cleaner ball around the middle. And when you get cleaner ball around the middle, then what you want in front of you is targets.
And contest, not just simple marks.
Yeah, exactly. So we're interested to see what happens, because you don't know it first up. You've got to sit on your hands for the first minute, watch them play 6-6-6.
Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. We love the 6-6-6, Mick. I know you're not a fan as a former coach trying to flood the back line and everything else. Back underway we go. Essendon by 5 points. Out it comes to Ryan trying to soccer it forward. Ross collects. He's tackled. Richmond keep it anyway. Smith. Handball away to McAuliffe in the middle of the G. The lefty pumps it long. Lawler got separation. Takes the mark. And this kid is something special. Sammy Lawler.
Corbs, you look for little things. That mark is special. On a night like this, but the fact he was in motion on a strong player like Laverty and to still be able to own the zone where the ball was going to drop to and slide in and take that mark, degree of difficulty.
Kick though too, Lingy.
It was a beautiful kick, but degree of difficulty for the mark and the body work.
Yeah, outstanding, wasn't it?
No wonder he's number one.
Get that left foot come out of the centre like that.
The youngest Tiger on the ground, the 18-year-old, the new club cornerstone. Sam Lawler pops it through. Richmond back in front. 2-2-14, Essendon 2-1-13. It's taken 60 seconds into this second term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Camden McIntosh is back from the rooms. He's got a re-strapped left ankle. He still doesn't look right. He's still on the bench. He's still talking right in front of me, actually. I reckon they're just tossing up whether to keep him in this game. I think they'll put him back on the ground and try him, but he is a long way from 100% right now.
And when Hodgie says right in front of him, Hodgie means that. He's sitting there solo. He's got a lot of space around him, and basically that conversation is taking place about 30 centimetres in front of Hodgie.
How good's that?
Got a great view there.
That's the insight we give you on ABC Sport. Take you to the very front row.
No one wants to sit with Hodgie, though.
Goal for goal at the G. Tigers by one. Early stages of this second term. Samson Ryan wins the palm down straight to Durham, who's tackled by a hopper.
I'm glad they're doing some heavy work in the Tigers because it's the numbers, they need it.
It's knocked down to Ross. It's stolen by Durham. Durham's kick is picked off by Miller for the Tigers.
He's getting better and better, Miller.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, reading it really well in the air. That's a great kick.
Right into the bullseye to Ryan. Marks it on his chest. Came in for Nan Curvis, who was out-managed off a 5-day break. Kicks inside 50, but it's Mackay that's able to take the intercepting mark. And Mackay for the Bombers kicks sideways to Reid. They did a lot of this last week. They were outplayed. They were stagnant. Sideway ball movement, the Bombers.
Reid short kick to McGrath. He's off and running, trying to take a bit of ground himself. Long kick to the wing. Caddy went the early leap. Gray goes the spoil. Richmond win it. Ralph Smith away towards Ross by hand. Back to Ralph Smith. Hand pass out wide to Steely Green, who's on the run. He closes to 45 metres out. His drop punt misses near side. A behind for Richmond. So they're 2 in front. 2-3 to 2-1. 3 minutes into the second term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Hodgie.
Corbin, just wanted to ask Mick, I mean, Camden McIntosh, honestly, I think they're having conversations about what can you actually do with that ankle. Like, how hard is that? He's been such a good player this year, such a good player this past month, you know, even the role he played in the first term, and then you actually have to change expectations on what he can give you.
So the kick-in, hold up that thought for 1 minute, has been stolen. It's a loose ball right on the goal square before Mackay scurries and sees it over for another behind. So Richmond 2-4-16, Essendon 2-1-13. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse.
If you're injured and you can't get the best of yourself, then you're no good to the team anyway. And you've got so many numbers now sitting on the bench, Timmy. I would say if he's not right, get a player that is right, because we looked last night. Did Dangerfield feature last night? No, he didn't. But it still meant that Geelong played the players they wanted to play.
McGrath's kick-out's coming back in. He says pumped inside 50 by Vlosten, but getting in the hole is Laverty, takes the intercept mark. 5
inside 50s to 1 Richmond's way to start this quarter, and they're probably going to get another one here.
Handball to Roberts, poor kick, turnover, picked up by Ralph Smith, closes to 40 out, snaps, misses. They are peppering the Tigers. They cannot find the major opening, so they've now kicked 3 straight behinds. 2-5 to 2-1. Richmond by 4 points, 4.5 travelled. Second quarter, Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
They're moving the ball long, the Tigers, and that's what you've got to do on a day like this, miserable day. Just get the ball in there and have the numbers up.
Jackson Pryor on the kick-in, and it was a competition between Wright and also Ben Miller then. Miller does well. He backs it up with a huge tackle. And it'll be a ball up. The tackle was on Nick Martin, so tossed in the air, 70 out.
Just throw it up. Don't wait for the ruckman.
A rucker there. It's Wright and also Ryan to Ross. Ross is tackled by Martin. It'll be another stoppage.
No extras, Lingy. No extras.
We should put a stop clock on it, shouldn't we? And see how much time we save per quarter.
Just wasted time and creating congestion.
Ryan to Ranto Campbell. Great smother by Nick Martin. It landed in the second row of the MCG. thought he took a mark, but it was off the smothered hands of Nick Martin, a boundary throw in.
Benny Cameron did his own exercise trying to save some time in the quarters. Maybe we'll put him on the stop clock in the third quarter. We'll measure it, Lingy, see if they threw the ball up or threw it in immediately, how much time we would save.
60 around from the Tigers' goal. Ryan again wins it. Merritt had it. He was tackled to the turf. Nick Martin comes in and helps him out. Kicks to a 2-on-2 right in front of the benches. It's knocked down. Loose ball. Trainer charges through. This is Broad. Gives it off to Banks. Banks by hand. He can use Hopper. Hopper assesses the options and wobbles a kick right just outside the 50. Couldn't quite trap it, could Ross. Good handball in there from Durham. Durham's going to handball into the centre of the ground. It sits for Merritt. Merritt's handball for Perkins was too hot. Mopping it up was Goldstein. Then it comes back to Durham. Merritt again. Gives it off to the run of Roberts. Roberts from right on 50. It's got the carry, but it doesn't have the accuracy. Through for a minor score. Tigers by 3.
Well, we're going to say that Essendon had 2 extra players in the middle of the ground, and I could not find the Richmond players also coming off the ground.
Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport, Dreamtime at the G. We've gone 6 minutes in the second term, and it is Richmond by 3.
Tigers trying to get out of defence, put it out on the full. Kick from Thompson Dow, so Wright takes the free, goes back and across to Setterfield. Low scoring affair, 2-2 to 2-5. Richmond by 3 points. Setterfield measures the kick to right. He rolls and goes. There's a bit of energy. Kicks it long to the top of the goal square. Out the back. Sprawling mark. It's going to be paid. The Bombers are going to get it. It'll come to young Clark. And Gus Clark, who he paid the mark, top of the goal square to make it a couple.
His bodywork in the marking contests have been good. He's had 2 chances. The first one led to his first goal. Bit of strength, Mick, from that wood chopping.
Yeah,
all the work he's done as a kid.
You can imagine the core would be very strong. I'm not sure this
morning.
He's
marked it in the legs.
He's marked it between his thighs.
Dead set mark, no doubt about that.
Counts all the same to finish it off. He's got a couple, Gus Clark. From Tantanoola to the big time. He lights up the MCG on debut. He's got 2. Essendon have 3. And Stu and Michelle love that in the stands. The family's up on their feet. At least Mum is. Dad's still anchored to the back of the seat for now. Essendon 3-2-20. Richmond 2-5-17. Bombers by 3. Lead change number 4. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
And I think Hugo Ralph-Smith has now learnt from the 2 marking contests he's been involved in. This isn't just your typical 18-year-old kid who might have a bit of a weaker body and a bit of work to do. This kid is strong and clever with his body work. And you're right, Mick, that is a mark.
Yep, he's
no
pushing.
Doubt.
Actually, he moved him off the ball.
Twice he's outmarked Ralph Smith, hasn't he? In marking contests.
Yep.
We might become a favourite of our ABC Sport team here, I think, on a Friday night.
I reckon we've got 3 votes for him already, don't you?
Yes.
Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Essendon back in front by 3 points. They're going to break out of the centre here. Caldwell's got the Sherrod in his hands. He bangs it long. That is a well-juggled mark by Smith.
That is a good mark.
And the young defender handballs off to Banks, who's got a real run about him. Delivers out of the defensive 50. It was a low laser. Trainer couldn't quite take it. Now the Bombers. Perkins, his handball was smothered. Stolen by McAuliffe. He's got it across half-back. Gives it to Trainer. All by hand to Taranto. Taranto takes his time, fakes one way, and it was an awkward one here for Tom Sims to pick up. A low ball almost at his bootlaces. And he's tackled by Mackay, so it'll be a ball up right in front of the Bombers bench this time. Essendon by 3 points.
Up it goes, Ryan. First hands on it for Richmond, down to Campbell, through traffic, fought through the tackle, got it back to Ryan. Hand pass to Banks, slick hands away to Dow. Short kick, puts it out on the full. Second time in the quarter from Thompson Dow.
And not a hard kick either.
No, Thompson Dow, he's been getting better and better as the season's gone on, but just a couple of skill errors in this last 5 minutes. It's to sharpen up that stuff.
Bombers by 3, 4 lead changes so far. Perkins, who he spoke to pre-game, goes long down to half forward. No mark, spills to Merritt. Clever, just paddles it away to Nick Martin. Kicks wide, Langford reels in the one-hander, and it's just inside the boundary line. Immediately rolls from high half forward, kicks to the top of the goal square, over the head of his intended target. Ralph Smith's got it, Clark tackles him, ball spills out, caught the second time by Guelphy. Advantage applied, Kako's kick smothered, Martin does the rest. Hacks it out of midair, and the Bombers by hook or by crook got that 4th goal. Kako took the advantage. His kick was smothered, and Nick Martin off the rebound just volleys it through for the goal. It wasn't pretty, but it's Essendon's fourth. 4-2-26. Martin's got 2. Clark's got 2. And for Richmond, they're 2-5-17, 11 minutes into this second term. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
I think Kako just breathed a big sigh of relief when that one went through from Martin, because he took the advantage when he shouldn't have. Had his kick smothered, it was holding the ball pretty clearly. Decided to take the advantage. The smother happened. We're seeing the replay. Oh, nice by Nick Martin.
Little volley.
Very nice.
Yeah, that would have done. Ange would have been wrapped in that one.
I was going to say, Ange would have given that one the full applause.
What an amazing achievement that was.
Fantastic, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Magnificent.
One of the best people I've met in sport, and he's well and truly deserves it. Essendon by 9 points. Back-to-back goals for them. McIntosh tied up by Caldwell. So it's the backup rucks. It's Wright and Sims in the ruck here. Tossed in the air. Peter Wright straight down to Caldwell. His handball was smothered. McAuliffe tough, put his body on the line. Handball's back to Hopper. Hopper got it to centre half forward. Sliding in, Mark paid to Jonty foul. So Jonty. Fall goes long. Oh, the big spring from Trainer from behind. And it was Roberts that rushes it through. Through for a behind. Essendon by 8 points.
Redmond, the kick-out duties, goes wide after taking some ground, but intercept mark for Miller. He was outnumbered 2-1, picks it for Richmond. Long kick back inside 50. They come from all directions. Fall floats in front of the pack. Was it shoved? Yes. And Jonty Fall's going to get it. The Richmond fans a little slow to realise, but he'll have the ball here right half forward, and Jonty just walks over to his teammates who are involved in a bit of biff and says, guys, I got the kick. Break it up.
Yeah, Mansell wasn't happy because he got dumped after the whistle.
Yeah.
He sort of almost relaxed because had heard the whistle.
What a good name, Jonty. It just brings back the MCG second slip.
Jonty Rhodes.
Jonty Rhodes.
The diving run out.
Yeah. Point, cover, wherever he was, you just knew he was in the game. Jonty.
And he skips. His drop punt is good. The Fall guy puts it through. Jonty Fall gets Richmond back within a straight kick. 3-6-24. Essendon 4-2-26. The Bombers by a couple of points. 13 minutes into the second term. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
Yeah, 19-year-old from Ballarat. Not surprised he kicked that one. Only because Plucker come from up there.
Of course, Mick, of course.
I'm a back pocket.
He's a great size, though, isn't he? I just looked at... because he's tall, but he's 195 centimetres.
Yeah.
He looks so athletic. Obviously, he'll build a frame as the years go by.
Yeah, well, they've invested so heavily with some of the young players, haven't they?
I loved hearing last night Shannon Neal was quoted saying he put on 20 kilos since he first got to the club to now. So we see the work these young players put into building a body, especially as key position players.
They took 7 picks in the top 30. He's one of 3 key forwards.
Yeah.
Sims, Armstrong and Fall.
Well,
Bombers back.
Stuff.
They lead it by 2. Right in the ruck. And he's going to get on the bottom of this, sliding in. He handballs straight to the Tigers. A little fumble by Hopper. Opens the door, but he gets the handball away to Dow. Gives it to Banks. Tosses it on the boot. It was a tough one for Trainer to control. He goes in for a tackle. Here's Sims, standing start. Bombs it long, blazes away. And Dersma's there to chop it off for the Bombers. Jonty Fall, Mick, he said on day one, just call me Jont. So we've got the Jont and we've got the Bont in AFL.
He kicked down the lines, punch out of play, so a throw in southern wing. Essendon by a couple of points, 14.5 gone. Second term, 4-2-3-6. Bombers by 2 points. Angus Clark on debut's got a couple. Nick Martin's got 2. Taranto kicked a ripper from the forward pocket in the opening term, and then we've had 2 of the bright young stars in Richmond's team, 2 early picks in Jonty Fall and Sammy Lawler, the number 1 overall with the goals in this second quarter for Richmond. And starting to get a bit of rhythm after a slow start as Wright wins the hit out. Spills out towards Mansell, sweeps a hand pass down the line. Roberts keeps it alive for the Bombers. To Setterfield, to Caldwell, extra hand pass finds right, and the Bombers work it out. Kicks down the wing, Gray spoils, close to the boundary line, southern side. Ralph Smith now keeps it in. Hand pass to McAuliffe, he's out of room. It's coming back, and there's a boundary throw-in.
I think there's a lot to like about I'm not dismissing Essendon, but the Tigers, who are not going to win a game, have been in a lot of games. I know they've won 3. They've won 3, but they've been in a lot of games too. So even this one here, without 3 of their really favoured players, they've been highly competitive. Maybe the weather has brought them back a little bit, given them an opportunity, but nonetheless.
Should have had 4, lost to North here last week by 4 points.
Have 11 guys, 40 games or less.
Yeah,
11.
It's brilliant.
So boundary throw in, there's a real scrap on. No one can clear it, and it'll be a ball up half forward here for the Tigers.
They've got a good balance of older protectors for those young players in Taranto and Hopper, and then Floston and Broad down back.
McIntosh.
So Martin gets a kick away from the stoppage to Merritt. Merritt's handball under pressure. Went the way of Roberts. It's been stolen by the Tigers. Here's a chance from Steely Green. He kicks way out wide in front of Sammy Lawler. And he was never a chance to get to that Sherrin as it dribbles and rolls over the boundary line. Boundary throw in 25 metres around from the Tigers, kicking to the city end.
And it's 10-5, Cal inside 50s. And that shows you the dominance of Richmond, but just the class to be able to capitalise on that is probably missing.
Dreamtime the G on ABC Sport from the boundary throw, and we'll have a ball up. The Tigers too talk about, the unique set of circumstances. They had high picks, but then Baker and Bolton, who were both on contract and had many years to run, wanted to go. So they were able to get a haul for them and able to keep a number of senior guys, and as a result they get 7 early picks. Richmond win it at the coalface. Ross handball away to Green, and he's tried the outside of the right boot on the banana and put it out on the full.
That's probably not what you want.
No, Richmond have got the extra behind the ball again. I'm amazed that Essendon haven't really thought through this. Maybe it's going to take a half time, I'm not sure, but the Tigers are certainly keeping the ball in their front half.
So Laverty from the back pocket, it's off hands. Here's a chance for the Tigers. Gray gets involved. McIntosh right up against the boundaries, trying to handball over to young Sims, and it went off his boot and dribbled over the boundary line.
And the thing is too, Mick, it's not like then Essendon are dominating around the ball. So they're -6 in contested possessions this quarter and even in clearances. So you'd think if you're going to allow them a spare, dominate around the ball.
You've got to do that because you should have the extra play there.
Correct.
Boundary throw in half forward here for the Tigers. Miss both right. Caldwell gets it back, and again the boundary line beats them. Gee, we're in a lull.
Yep.
We are in a lull. We've seen 7 goals kicked in a quarter and 18 minutes of football. Essendon 4-2-26, Richmond 3-6-24. It's dream time at the G on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Essendon got the 6 forwards, or 4 forwards and 4 backs now.
Goldstein palms it down. Richmond win it. Sims handball away to Ross. Hand pass back into dispute. McGrath traps it for the Bombers. Gives it to Setterfield. Handball to Perkins. Hooks a kick down the wing. Hits the deck. Runs away from Smith. His teammate Gray cleans it up for the Tigers. Handball back to Smith. Sweeps a handball across the ground. Floston immediately net. Ridden in the big tackle by Guelphy. Ball comes out. Tersma to Gresham. Hand pass away to Langford. Loads up on the run. His kick is offline and one bounce out of play. After all that, we'll have a boundary throw-in. There's almost something on the counter-attack from the Bombers.
Well, even there, Richmond were able to generate the extra player because they allowed the Essendon player to go up to the ball. Broad set back, or was it? Yeah, I think it was Broad. And that forced the Essendon player to try to kick it over his head, and he just didn't have the range.
Langford a little sore out there. I'm sure Hodgie will keep an eye on him. Boundary throw-in comes out to Caddy. Caddy goes the snap in the right forward pocket. It's high and it's offline. It's right across the face and through for a behind.
Yeah, little Gray just a little too far off Caddy at that stoppage.
Yeah.
Durham's movement was the one who created the chance, but then Caddy was able to receive it. Had to be a bit tighter.
Bombers by 3. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Tom Brown into Miller. He's now played, by the way, the most consecutive games of any Tiger, so 32 uninterrupted. Ben Miller. Short kick to Dow. Handball out wide to Smith. That's a good kick. Back inboard finds Ryan. Corridor opens up. Short kick to McIntosh. Tigers over halfway. Bombers by 3. As we tick into time on in this second term. Short kick straight down the pipe. Finds Campbell.
Dow's drifted inside forward 50 free, but too slow to get it there.
Has he got a runner? He gives it to Tom Brown, who loads up from 60 metres out. The new Colt hero kicks it all the way to the behind line. Marking effort not to be. Sims had a fair piece of it. Broken up late and through for a minor score. 4-3 to 3-7, 2-point lead for the Bombers. Time on in the second term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, Kel picked that. Kyle Langford was in pain out on the ground. He tried to get the attention of the interchange steward. As soon as play cleared from his area, he hobbled to the bench, spoke to the doctor. He's gone straight down to the rooms. Looked like he was pointing towards his groin, so he wasn't comfortable at all.
Bombers clearing it out of the defensive 50. It's a long bomb from Dersma. It's knocked down by Gray. Now at ground level, Gray's in a fight and a scrap and a wrestle to get it. It spills the way of Hopper, tries to step back inboard. Has to really just throw the ball on the boot. Ralph Smith with the spoil in from the side. Sims tries to paddle it to his own team's advantage. There to mop it up was Roberts. He handballs into space. And another tackle applied by Ralph Smith. But it's the Bombers that should clear it. McGrath, Kako, and now Durham slowly on the outer side, the southern wing. He's waiting for someone to come to him. Well, he casually takes the bounce and he kicks backwards.
Yeah, he couldn't go quick because of the spare that Mick Malthouse has been talking about all night, and he's just in total control now for Richmond as far as structural goes. They're not capitalising Richmond, but that spare is forcing Essendon to do things like this and go as far around the other side as you can.
You call it the V kick, Lingy.
Oh, yeah, but not when it's that slow.
Oh, OK. All right. Clark was involved, but the kick has been stolen by the Tigers, drilling it down the throat of Mansell in the centre of the ground to Ralph Smith. He strides out. It's an open goal square. How will it bounce? Hugo! That is huge at the MCG. Finally, a dream time at the G highlight, and the Bombers back in front by 4. 4-7-31, Essendon 4-3-27. It is dream time at the G on ABC Sport. And Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, that was Essendon slow. And Richmond picked it off and bang.
Bang, straight through the middle. You're right, Cal. And I shouldn't dismiss what you said, Cal, because yes, it was the V kick, but when it's as slow as that and ends up going so wide all the way over this side of the ground again, it's not an efficient V kick, if you want to that term. And Richmond did exactly what they wanted to do. Their spares having an influence, they create a turnover, and then by going so wide, the corridor's wide open for that type of play, Mick, and great running goal by Ralph Smith.
Yeah,
absolutely. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, developing story here. Kyle Langford has just come back from the rooms. He looks very emotional. So clearly he's done something. I think it is a groin. The substitution has already been made, so Ben Hobbs comes into this game, but again, Kyle Langford is set for a stint on the sidelines.
He's got a poor soft tissue history.
It wouldn't be the hamstring at all, would it, Hodgie?
He was pointing to the front of the leg up high, so that just makes me think it was the groin. He was heavily tackled in the middle of the ground. His leg did get caught underneath him. I think that's when it happened. It wasn't a hamstring he was pointing to, but yeah, I'll check in with the club, and as soon as they tell us, I'll let you know.
5 lead changes in the game now, so Richmond by 4, and Richmond with the footy on the back flank as Broad goes short to McIntosh. And his own injury concerns earlier with his ankle, but he's back out there and playing. Richmond still haven't made their sub. The Bombers have to pull the trigger first, goes long down the wing, and it's punched out of bounds. Boundary throwing.
Just an update on the inside 50s this quarter. 13 to Richmond, 6 to Essendon. Now, Essendon have been able to kick 2 goals too from their 6, but 13 for 8 shots at goal, 3 goals 5 for the Tigers.
Yeah.
Shows how much Richmond are in control of this quarter.
Yep.
So Richmond leading the game on the scoreboard and winning the tactical battle, according to our guys throughout the night as well, in the way that the game's been played, and Richmond hanging about despite their full-back, their full forward and their ruckman all coming out from last week. As Goldstein whacked in the boundary throwing around the chops, he gets a free kick, goes short to Redmond. Bombers trying to make something happening. They have to do it from the slow play here. Kicks to a contest, right through his hands out at no mark, spills through to Durham, gives him a burst, hand pass to Clark. Gus has got 3. A dream debut in the dream time for Gus Clark. And how good is that? 3 goals for Angus Clark. He's leading the way in the Essendon forward line, and the Bombers are back in front by 2. 25 gone in the second term. Essendon 5-3-33. Richmond 4-7-31. Dreamtime of the G on ABC Sport. This was a great story before he stepped on the park, and it's growing legs every minute.
Oh, he's so clean.
Yeah, how good's AFL footy for this kid?
Yeah, he gets in the right spot. He gets in the right spot for the fall of the ball. He stood off the pack there, which no Richmond player went near him, and they had superior numbers. Richmond, they'll be cursing that, but it was simple. He's a smart footballer.
And you know, I said after the first goal, Mum was crying. Well, now Mum, Dad, brothers, sisters, I think half of Tanzanoola's crying up in the stands. They cannot believe what they're seeing.
I think the old man thinks it's that easy, he's going to make a comeback.
A debutant kicking 3 goals in dream time at the G. And it's Essendon back in front by 2 points. The 6 lead change. Bounce down in the centre. Goldstein. Oh, he's clattered into. Is that holding the ball, umpire? It has to be. So Hopper takes it for the Tigers. Kicks it straight down the centre. Getting there was Lawler. He couldn't knock it on. Reed handballs into the back pocket. Hobbs gets a shove in the back from Ross.
Silly.
And that's giving away a free.
There was a slight chance it was going to be a deliberate against Hobbs for the tap towards the boundary line. Ross just needed to almost back off him a little and let Hobbs give away the free kick to him.
Hobbs in the back pocket. Caddy got caught underneath it. Brown with the handball. Clark tries to, Smith it was, stepping back inboard. On the northern wing, they've got it. Banks is surrounded by Bombers. He's got some help in Taranto, who's tackled to the turf. Let's get down to Tim Hodges.
Kelly, right quad, so it's very high up near the groin, but a right quad Kyle Langford has pinged, so he's already got the bag of ice strapped to it, so unfortunately he's out for the night and set for another stint on the sidelines.
Thanks, Hodgie, and Hobbs into the game, as you heard in the commentary, so quick kick going forward for the Tigers off the boot of Ross. Mansell tried to keep it in, ran out of space, so we'll have the boundary throw in half forward for Richmond. If you're wondering why we're riding the Angus Clark story, we told you pre-game he's from regional South Australia, 4.5 hours out of Adelaide. Chopped wood and delivered it to help fund his footy dream, pay for petrol and flights and all the rest of it, train tickets to make his way to Adelaide to play for Glenelg, and we love those stories. Gets drafted last year to the Bombers. And now debuts tonight, Angus Clark, the South Australian, and he's kicked 3 goals and we're not even at half-time.
I love, Dad's got his badge on too when we saw the pictures. It's so good.
It's compulsory purchase, aren't they, for the new players straight to the team store. The Bombers trying to work it from one back flank to the other. McGrath and Merritt link up. Back to McGrath. He just burns off Big Sims. 3 bounces through the middle of the G. Turns it over. And McAuliffe takes the intercept mark. Centre-half back for Richmond. 2-point game. Essendon lead it. 6 lead changes. 28 gone second term. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport. Kick comes wide to Dow. Short kick to Brown. Durham breaks it up. Ball hits the deck. Durham burrows in trying to get it. Smith hands it back out to Brown. Broken up by Caddy. Bombers lurking. Dow gets rid of him. Says all okay. Handball to Brown. Measures the kick. Just got it to McAuliffe.
Gutsy kick.
Marks it half back.
That sort of kick.
Oh, no, and he's kicked it to Smith sideways right near the boundary line. It slipped through his fingers and over. A sitter of a mark dropped, so it'll be a boundary throw in. It's Essendon by 2 points, 3.5 to play before half-time. Angus Clark on debut has kicked 3 goals. My brain's been ticking. I reckon there was a debutant for the Tigers going back over 10, 15 years ago that might have kicked 3 goals on debut and won the best on. We'll talk about that at half-time, see if anyone can remember it as the Tigers team up. Couple of handballs, they're moving it forward. It's Ross with the high ball. It'll land inside 50. Sims gets down to it and Campbell threw a boot to it. And is it deemed holding the ball? The umpire says play on advantage if it was. Essendon's got it. Oh, that was a risky kick from Hobbs, the sub. He was trying to hit up Merritt, but Thompson Dow came in and knuckled it over the boundary line.
Well, there's been a highlight of Richmond today is their spoiling. They're making sure that there's no easy marks taken. They know they're outsized, so anything in the air they're trying to spoil if they can't mark it.
Goldstein palms it down. Perkins soccers it forward. Oh, charging through. Gray throws his body at it. Ball trickles to right though of the Bombers at half forward. Hand pass to Gresham. Kicks inside 50. Brown gets up. Punches it away for the Tigers. Such a reliable defender. Out in front of McIntosh. Paddles it close to the boundary line. Durham keeps it in. What a warrior. Hand pass away to Martin. Kicks inboard to right. Who takes the mark. And every Bomber should be looking straight at Sammy Durham.
Yeah. A work rate from Durham and Martin, though, to get over there and create the outnumber. So Durham had somebody to use his smarts to get it back to and keep the ball in play. He used his body on McIntosh, flicked the handball out, but he needed that support, and Martin was the one who'd done the work. And then it was a superb kick inboard to Big Peter Wright. Oh, we teach outnumber to the kids.
Goalless in 2 of his last 3 against the Tigers, Peter Wright, and he's still goalless tonight as he misses out to the left. Can I have a guess at least at a clue?
A clue.
He's
3 goals on debut playing for the Tigers.
Wouldn't be
in a dream time, no.
Is his name also a sport? His surname?
It is. I remember going to interview him the next day. Goodness me, it's a long time ago. Tigers fans out there should know. As the kick-in has been fisted over the boundary line.
I don't know any Bob Sockers or basketball or
sport involving horses.
Harry.
Okay, yeah.
Harry Badminton.
Is it?
No.
Okay.
Boundary thrown in front of the Tigers bench, and it is Essendon by 3 points. Closing in on half-time. Is there time still for a goal here for the Tigers? Smith kicks up to half-forward. 1-on-1. McKay beats John T. Fall to it. And now the Bombers are able to loop it up through Mason Redmond. Ooh! He knew that there was a bit of strife and trouble coming there, Settlefield. He was collected hard by Gray. Still gets his kick away. Charging right to the arc. Wright was there. Now Caddy, well-weighted pass. Oh, Gresham couldn't quite get there. Now Guelphy tries to spin, but he spins into trouble. And it'll be a ball up 25 metres out from the Bombers' goal. 59 seconds left before half-time. Essendon lead it by 3 points.
Goldstein palms it down. Durham through traffic. Snaps. Goals. Durham got it there.
Say it's touched.
The Bombers claim it. The ump says all clear. The Arc will have a say that Sammy Durham's got another goal.
Looked like Banks touched it straight away.
Yeah, let's not write that one in our footy records just yet, but at the moment it has been called a goal.
What a player he's become, by the way. This is a guy drafted out of Richmond's VFL from Seymour. He was a plumber down there, basically came to play in the city, played some VFL footy with the Tigers, picked up in the mid-season draft.
Yeah.
He's become, probably the top handful of players?
Brilliant player. And just watching him here, just his movement again, clean hands. Now, it might be called back for the touch from Banks, but even just his stoppage craft there, Corbs, highlights exactly what you're talking about. That's a clean take, quick snap, but we are going to need video evidence to overrule it.
It's going to be hard to get it.
If there's not enough, then bad luck. It's not the second touch. I think Floston coming through. It's Banks who was called.
Yeah, it's either Banks or it's a goal.
Doesn't matter. It's in the book. It's a goal.
Essendon by 9. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport as we tick towards half-time.
Back underway in the centre. Hopper tackling his opponent, Nick Martin. So, it's been a lot of stoppages. It's been slow and stagnant. A real slugfest. Will it break open in the second half? Down to Caldwell. He gets it straight to a Tigers player. Vlosten kicks out wide. John T. Fall takes it, traps it on the bounce. On the left, he was looking for his opponent who goes to ground. And that was Traynor. And an easy mop-up for Reid. Goes short to Martin. Loses his boot, kicks with just his sock on. To Merritt, like it was a short one. Merritt then swings it wide. Out to Jackson Pryor. Can he hit up a teammate here? They're looking to build. This is Clark. Clark's got 3. Can he set up a goal assist? A long bomb off hands. It'll trickle to the 50 where Hugo Ralph Smith's got it. And it's half-time here. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport. Essendon is going to take a 9-point lead into the main break after they led by 3 at quarter time. 6-4-40, Richmond 4-7-31. The goal kickers, 3 for Clark and 1 for Martin. And the last one to Durham of that half. And for the Tigers, Taranto, Lawler, Fall and Ralph Smith. Merritt's had it 8 times, Durham's had it 8 times, and for the Tigers, Dow 8 and Hopper 8.
Numbers in that second quarter. So Essendon by 9 points. Half-time, Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Corpin, Middlemass, Kelly, Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling just ahead of Lingy and Mick. Hodgie, the latest from down there. So obviously Kyle Langford, the big story, his night is over.
Yeah, he was really emotional when he returned from the rooms, just probably the realisation that he's set for another stint on the sideline. So it's a right quad. You can see him hobbling off with the team. He's still got the ice pack on that quad strapped to it. So he's the biggest story down here. Ben Hobbs came into the match for him. And Camden McIntosh, I guess, is the other. A left ankle issue at the end of the first term. Spent nearly 10 minutes down in the rooms trying to have that fixed and re-strapped. He still doesn't look 100%, but he's boxing on out there. Maurice Rioli is the Tiger sub. There will be some sort of roar when he gets his chance to come into this match.
Thanks, Hodgie. And Ben Cameron, I notice, has got his stopwatch ready to go, Lingy. So special project in the third quarter. He's going to try and measure how much time we can save by just throwing the ball up quick or quick boundary throwing. And as a result, how much time we can chop out of the quarter. So we'll bring you that in the third quarter here on ABC Sport. What do you make of it so far, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling?
Well, Mick, I'll put this one to the fact that, well, let's call it 20 minutes into that second quarter, Richmond were in control.
Total control.
Total control. However, unfortunately for Richmond fans, what we saw was a team that just lacks that polish and that ability to really capitalise on all of their work. So Richmond that quarter end up with 17 inside 50s, but they still generate 8 shots at goal. Credit to them, 3 goals, 5, but probably wasted another 4 or 5 chances to score. Whereas Essendon, only 12 inside 50s, and then especially late in that quarter, kick a couple, and they end up having 7 scoring shots, 4 goals, 3 from their 12 inside 50s. So if I'm Brad Scott, I wouldn't be at all happy with the quarter.
No.
But they still win the quarter, and they were efficient when they did go forward with the ball. But it did feel like Richmond had the game on their turn.
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really strange because, as you said, and they've won both quarters. And it's not both quarters, and they're still only 9 points in front. I think it'll give the Tigers a lot of heart to think, we've played the house down for, as you said, 20 minutes. Didn't score. There's no Lynch down there. There's no Martin or Bolton. Martin's a half forward or Bolton was a forward pocket. They're going to have to do with what they've got. It's going to be measured. We saw Ralph Smith go through the line beautifully and kick a long 50-metre goal, and there was only 2 other players inside the front 50. I don't know how often that's going to happen, but just bombing it in's not going to happen either. But on a day like this, and I'm not sure, I have to ask Timmy, it just looks drizzly. I don't know if it is, but it'd be interesting to see whether the ground is wet, the ball is wet. If it's not, then carrying the ball is the art to it, because Essendon give a lot of room, and so too to Richmond from the back line from their forward line through to the midfield. They give a lot of room as well. So sides can carry the football, and this notion of going sideways that often, it doesn't give the forwards the opportunity. So I think Richmond have been more direct. They've had 11 shots. Essendon have had 10 shots. I know it's 9 points, but to me it's a really even game.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Richmond, and maybe it's a game-style thing from Essendon as well, but Richmond have forced Essendon to over-possess the ball at times.
Absolutely.
And you look at the key running players, key midfield players for the Bombers. So Sam Durham's been terrific. He's had the 18 disposals. 9 kicks, 9 handballs. Not too bad, given he's an inside player. Andy McGrath, who you'd think more of a bit of a running player half-back, 7 kicks, 10 handballs, and not great kicking efficiency. Zach Merritt, 6 kicks, 10 handballs. So a lot of those midfield-type, running-type players are forced to just overuse with handball, and then sometimes under pressure, kicking it straight back to that Richmond spare.
What's that average percentage you reckon, Lingy? So 125 kicks to 110 hand passes. So it's not quite 1-1, but it does show that Essendon are hand passing too. When you look at Richmond's 108 to 83 hand passes, they seem to get the balance a little bit better, I reckon, the Tigers.
Yeah, and the only trouble really with Richmond is the fact that they don't have that finishing quality around the ground, and not just goal kicking finishing, but around the ground kicking and really capitalising on the work that they've done.
The Angus Clark story, so we've spoken about it as a human interest story. It's now just a good footy story.
Yeah,
like he's got 3 goals and a half for footy.
Yeah, and he's worried them.
Yeah.
And it's not... He hasn't been Joe the Goose out the back and he's got one like that because he positioned himself beautifully. The other two are 2 very good marks against the players who played a lot of football. So he's a real bonus to him. I don't know how he's been going in the seconds.
Yeah. He's been playing on the wing, and yet then he sort of got forward and he's sort of running goal square to goal square and winning wrestles in a one-on-one. So he looks like a great athlete, but then can also play deep and cause headaches.
Yeah, with that because those marks showed how strong he is for a kid. And we joked about the wood chopping stuff, but it's absolutely, you see it through
country
his
strong.
Exactly. but it also takes footy smarts. He knew where the drop of the ball was, and you hold that strength in order to get yourself that mark. Yeah. But then you said with his forward craft, it wasn't a Joe the Goose. It was clever. He kept his width while everybody else went to the contest. To the ball. Bang, out, goal. Yeah. Smart player.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Cal's mystery player as well. He kicked 3 goals on debut in a Dreamtime game. That's coming up in a few moments' time. More of your thoughts on the SMS as well, 0437 774 774. And, of course, more from Mick and Lingy, as it is every Friday night. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 9 at half-time. A seesawing affair with 6 lead changes. Second half action only moments away. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The body of a man has been found in a burnt-out car at a property isolated by flooding and landslides on the New South Wales mid-north coast. Police were alerted on Wednesday after the man was unable to be contacted for several days and a shed was reportedly alight at his property west of Taree. Emergency services weren't able to access the property by road and severe weather meant it couldn't be accessed by air until today. The body is believed to be that of a man aged in his 80s. Meanwhile, a man reported missing near floodwaters on the New South Wales mid-north coast 2 days ago has been found alive and well. The 49-year-old man, who was last seen near a flooded roadway south of Grafton, was found on a nearby property and appears to be in good spirits, according to police. And communities across New South Wales' flooded mid-north coast and Hunter regions have had a reprieve from the rain. However, the SES is now preparing for strong winds. Sarah Forster has the story.
As the sun shone down on flood zones today, the emergency response shifted to supporting isolated communities with deliveries of essentials by boat and helicopter. The reprieve has allowed SES crews to assess evacuated areas, with some residents allowed to return home. But SES Commissioner Mike Wassing says a new threat could emerge with windy conditions expected where the ground is soft and soggy.
Predictions of high winds into the weekend and into next week. We're watching that very closely.
Authorities have again reminded people not to drive into floodwaters. 160 flood rescues have been performed today.
Sydney's Vivid Festival has kicked off with a bang, with the rain clearing just in time for opening night. Sally Ann Young is there.
Fireworks lit up the night sky as the lights were turned on for Vivid 2025. 44 installations will be projected across buildings from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. over the next 23 days. Dream is the theme this year, and lights will transform the city into a buzzing fusion of art and innovation. Nearly 80% of the program this year will be free, including the Light Walk, which was ticketed last year. The drone show is notably missing. It's been cancelled due to safety concerns after last year's crowd issues.
The Liberal Party has given in-principle agreement to 4 policy demands from the Nationals in an effort to reunite the coalition. With the details, here's political reporter Evelyn Manfield.
In a meeting this afternoon, Liberals gave leader Susan Lee the okay to go back to the Nationals with in-principle support for the policies. They include lifting the moratorium on nuclear energy, divestiture powers to break up the big supermarkets if they abuse their market power, a major regional fund and universal phone coverage in the regions. But a Liberal source says there are still more negotiations to go. The opposition leader reconvened her party room today after the Nationals insisted yesterday they would adhere to shadow cabinet solidarity.
Iranian and US negotiators will soon resume talks to resolve a decades-long dispute over Tehran's nuclear ambitions, despite Iran's supreme leader warning that securing the deal may be impossible. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff will hold a 5th round of talks through Omani mediators. Both Washington and Tehran have taken a tough stance in public over Iran's uranium enrichment. Back home, and traditional custodians say the 2025 Margaret River Pro Surfing event was allowed to proceed around culturally significant heritage sites despite concerns about erosion. The World Surf League's event is being held in WA's southwest region. The Kari Karuk Aboriginal Corporation says heritage sites have been eroded, specifically from overflow parking during the event. Corporation Chair Stephen Van Leeuwen has said that he can't believe this has happened after a similar issue was raised last year.
After last year's event, we sat down with World Surfing League and had a very amicable, productive discussion, and we thought, they were aware of our concerns and it was all positive. And then to find out that it's repeated again this year is very disappointing.
A mining company in South Africa says rescue efforts are underway for 289 workers trapped underground in a gold mine near Johannesburg. A spokesperson for Sibanye-Stillwater says all workers are safe and accounted for, and the company is in the process of providing them with food. South Africa's National Union of Mine Workers confirmed it received reports of the incident, which it said occurred at around 10 o'clock in the evening on Thursday local time. This is ABC News.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
It's all about love right now on ABC iView. The hit series Love Me, Love on the Spectrum, Summer Love, and more great titles.
Seriously? I can't stop smiling.
Find them where it's always free, always heartwarming.
Cheers to us.
ABC iView.
This is Dreamtime at the G with ABC Sport.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Handball away to McAuliffe in the middle of the G. The lefty pumps it long. Lawler got separation, takes the mark. And this kid is something special, Sammy Lawler.
Corbs, you look for little things. That mark is special.
The youngest Tiger on the ground, the 18-year-old, the new club cornerstone. Sam Lawler pops it through. Richmond back in front. Setterfield measures the kick to right. He rolls and goes. There's a bit of energy. Kicks it long to the top of the goal square. Out the back. Sprawling mark. It's going to be paid. The Bombers are going to get it. It'll come to young Clark to finish it off. He's got a couple. Gus Clark from Tantanoola to the big time. Ralph Smith's got it. Clark tackles in. Ball spills out. Caught the second time by Guelphy. Advantage applied. Kako's kick smothered. Martin does the rest. Hacks it out of midair. And the Bombers, by hook or by crook, got that fourth goal. Bombers trying to make something happen. They have to do it from the slow play here. Kicks to a contest. Right. Threw his hands at it. No mark. Spills through to Durham. Gives him a burst. Hand pass to Clark. Gus has got three. A dream debut in the dream time for Gus Clark. Goldstein palms it down. Durham through traffic. Snaps. Goals. Durham got it there.
Saying it's touched.
The Bombers claim it. The ump says all clear.
We are going to need video evidence to overrule it.
It's pretty hard to get it.
If there's not enough, then bad luck. It doesn't matter. It's in the book. It's a goal.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And that's where we are so far, half-time here at the MCG. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Essendon by 9 points. 6 lead changes already in this game. 9 points, I think, is just about as wide as we've been. It is. That's a game-high advantage for Essendon, is where it sits at half-time. 6 lead changes in the match so far, as mentioned. A couple of the feel-good stories so far. Tim Taranto kicked a superb goal from the forward pocket. Angus Clark has 3 on debut. He's an 18-year-old out of Tantanoola, picked 39 in last year's national draft. Essendon's third selection out of Glenelg, but regional South Australia before that. So well done to Angus Clark and what has been a fine showing so far. On somewhat of a sour note, Cole Langford, the experienced bomber, the 28-year-old, appears to have done his right quad and his day is over. Morris Rioli still the unused sub so far for Richmond. Off the SMS, your thoughts on 0437 774 774. Dana in Perth. My favourite round of the year. Love Sir Doug Nicholls round. Thanks for the call. Looking forward to the Port Derby, or Derby. I imagine over there it would be the Derby. The Port Derby tomorrow at Perth Stadium. Fremantle versus Port Adelaide. Heave ho once upon a time, these two teams actually played for a trophy. They played for the Brass Bollard back in the day, Fremantle and Port Adelaide. They don't present it anymore, unfortunately, but it does exist somewhere deep in the trophy cabinet of one of those two clubs. Paul, this Dreamtime game between Essendon and Richmond is a dream time game. It's putting all the spectators to sleep and dreaming. Thanks, Paul. Anthony in the ACT, loving all on the call. Kelly's call, always great, much appreciated. Great voice and rhythm. Thanks, Anthony. Nice to hear your feedback from Rich from Ocean Grove. There was a Collingwood player who kicked 3 on debut against West Coast at the G in 93. He never did much else. Mick should remember him. Keep them coming through. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. There's some NRL being played tonight as well. It is State of Origin week, of course. Game 1 is on Wednesday night. You can catch coverage of that on ABC Radio and through ABC Sport, of course, from Lang Park in Brisbane. The Queensland Maroons up against the Shield holders in the New South Wales Blues. So you can catch that on Wednesday night across the country. But club football on tonight. It is Parramatta who lead the Manly Sea Eagles by 12. 22-10 is the scoreline. We are 9 minutes into the second half. This is Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling, the legendary cat, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse with us on ABC Sport. Last night we had a pretty thrilling game of footy. We've got a whole round still to come. Interesting quirk, there's a double header tomorrow at Docklands.
Yeah.
So this is something I spoke to the stadium staff earlier today who tell me that this is something that the league is really going to look at going forward, and they borrowed the idea from Gather Round and what happened at the Adelaide Oval, the ability to turn the ground around in the same day. So it's not a double header, they're calling it a double dipper, where basically you have one game on, you clear everybody out, change the change rooms over, change the suites, restock the fridges, move the car park out, get it all over and done with, and then get the new crowd in some 90 minutes later and so on and so forth. So we will see during the day tomorrow Carlton GWS, and then in the night time it'll be North Melbourne versus Collingwood. So two teams involved with the Blues and the Pies with big fan bases. Let's see how it goes tomorrow.
And I think a lot of it has to do with AFLW. So this is a test run, trial run, to see whether we can do more double headers featuring the women and the men's game.
Can you buy tickets? You could buy two separate tickets, but can you, like Gather Round, you could buy the ticket that got you both games?
I don't think so.
It's probably by a fair bit, isn't it?
I can follow that up. Yeah, so one game will finish by... It starts at 12:35, say it finishes by 3:30.
Yeah.
The next game won't start until 7:30. Yeah, so there's, they say even with the car park, that or by all their metrics, the car park clears in 25 to 30 minutes. And so that they don't fear that there'll be too much crossover. The players won't see one another. It's not like the property staff will finish and the next one's waiting to get in the rooms or anything like that. But it'll be fascinating to see how it goes. The other big reason that the AFL's keen for this is the fixture flexibility. So with more Thursday nights means more teams off 5-day breaks, less movement in the fixture. You're trying to turn a team around from a Thursday to a Sunday or a Saturday or what it turns out. It'll give the AFL more flexibility if they can use the venue twice on the same day. So
do you reckon, Lingy, down at Docklands, have they got two sets of rooms? I can only remember having one. No. So they have to go and thoroughly clean them out, make sure the blackboards are nice, or the whiteboards are nice and clean, and not leaving any secrets in there. Yeah. And yes, well, can you imagine
how paranoid Mick would be about that? He'd be thinking, someone go over it twice and scribble some extra stuff on there.
I know over in the West for certain teams that used to visit there, I'd get, it was a blackboard. I made sure it was cleaned with oil. You try putting chalk. It was only for one. It was basically only for one side. Could you remember? Do you know who that side would be? Do you think, Corby?
Wouldn't be a certain team that wears a red sash, would it?
It wouldn't be your side, would it?
Let's go down to Tim Hodges, who's on the boundary. Evening, Hodgie.
Some news down here for Richmond. Thompson Dow has been subbed out. It's a left knee. It happened in about the last minute of the second quarter. He came to the bench and he was uncomfortable. Now it's heavily strapped. He's having ice put to it now. He's been subbed out of the game. That means Maurice Rioli is into the game. So I think once this crowd of just under 80,000 realise that he's out there on the Dreamtime stage, they'll give him a decent roar. But he is starting in the forward line, so Rioli comes into this game for Dow.
Remember what I said during the second quarter? That
yes.
Suddenly, because Angus Clark's booted 3 on debut by half-time, it just got my brain thinking, who was the player in 2007, 28 disposals and 3 goals in his debut game? Mm-hmm. Dean Polo.
Dean Polo.
Wow.
There we go. There's a little play on the sport.
I wouldn't have got it if you hadn't given me the clue, Corbs.
Essendon by 9. Here we go. We turn into the second quarter and Goldstein's rucked to himself and he's done a little kick to Nick Martin, and Nick Martin's kicked into the left forward pocket, but it was a little bit too hot for right. Strolling out was Gray, stepping out alongside the boundary line. There's Rioli. Couldn't quite get his first touch because the kick went over his head. And now Essendon's able to gather and go again. Merritt got it off to Pryor. Pryor high inside 50. Wright got his hand to it. Guelphy wants a snap. Smells the goals. Can't quite snare a goal because on the last line of defence is Ross. Essendon by 9 after they led by 5 at quarter time.
Oh,
That's a good kick.
Yeah, straight down the middle, finds Broad. And pokes the drop punt out wide to Taranto. Oh, didn't quite reel it in. Now he's just easily pushed off it. Caldwell gets a hand pass through to Gresham, pulls the kick back inboard, punched away by Miller, straight into the lap of Caldwell, sweeping hand pass across the half-forward line. Vlosten dragged down. He's getting a free. Richmond will be able to relieve a bit of pressure out of the defensive 50. That kick won't do much, though. It just turns it over cold. Floats it straight into the hands of Jackson Pryor. And Pryor can thump it long back inside 50. Caddy to target, spills front and centre to Guelphy. Handball meant for Clark, stolen away by Banks. Kicks it into his own teammate. Ricochets to Merritt, trying to get back onto his preferred side. Centering kick, dangerous. Perkins flies, no mark. Yeah, got it down. It's picked up by Vlosten. Hand pass to Smith. His handball to turn over to Perkins. Broad wins it back. Hand pass out in front of Morris. Rioli left it behind. Roberts collects against the boundary line. Kicks to full forward and Ross takes an intercept mark. And after all that, we're back at fullback with Jack Ross. Essendon by 9 points, 2 minutes into the third quarter.
Has not been pretty to start this third quarter. Richmond just feel sloppy to start this third, but they might get... Lawler.
Lawler's landed heavily. It was a one-on-one and he rose high to try and take the mark. In the end, it's all red and black. It comes to Caldwell, streaming to the 50, looking for Peter Wright. He's got his arms up. Rouse Smith came in from the side and got the spoil away. Here's Durham, gives it to Caddy. Standing start, can he strike it to perfection? Yes, he can. 25 metres out, standing start, accepted the handball from Durham and just spun it around and strike straight through the middle. And Essendon now out to its biggest lead, 15 points. 7-4-46, Richmond 4-7-31. And it's dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
That was inevitable.
Yeah.
The amount of pressure that Essendon were putting on, banging it into their side, their 50. Their elevation, none of the kicks found their target. They were all a little bit too high. Richmond defended in the air, but run out of troops on the ground. And when they had the football, they virtually kicked it back to a wall of Essendon players. So I don't know why Richmond weren't up the line to give some support.
Well, Richmond is still back in the change rooms.
Yeah.
They've been like Taranto's effort down here to get pushed out of the way, and some of their ball use has not been good.
The game high lead grows. Essendon by 15 points. Taranto back in the middle, had a couple of goes at it. Eventually Goldstein picks it up and a walking tackle. Eventually McIntosh holds him up.
Yeah, that was extraordinary when he getting pushed off the ball, especially a big-bodied player.
There's another go here, Taranto. Hand pass out in front of Rioli's first involvement. Hand pass inside to Mansell with good pace. Burns them off. Mansell in the jumper he designed. Pops it through on the run. And there's a moment in the dream time for Ryan Mansell. With the help of his dad, Brett, his grandfather, Clyde, who we met pre-game. The Mansell family story depicted on the Richmond jumper. And now a goal to go along with it. He gets the margin back to 9. Essendon lead the game 7-4. Richmond move to 5-7. 4 minutes into the third term. Dream time at the G on ABC Sport.
Well, that was the second one, Lingy, that's come from outside 50 when Richmond were able to break away from the initial contact, run the ball 15, 20 metres, and really nothing in front of them but just go for goal.
No, and required two players with a bit of speed, bit of dash.
Yes.
Rioli got involved first. Great little handball, and then Mansell, as you said, being able to just break away and run that 10. And then on a slippery night like this, you don't have to kick it the whole way. It's going to slide through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfection. Richmond's only 2 Indigenous stars on their list, combining for that last goal. And back underway in the centre, it's now a ball up. So Tossed up in the air, Ryan and Goldstein renew their tussle. Goldstein straight down to Martin, who gave it to McGrath to Merritt, all by hand. Now this is Roberts. Tried to get the kick away, it was smothered. Little follow-up comes the way of McGrath. McGrath bangs it long. Caddy was the target. From one side was Ross, handball. Able to clean up, Smith getting involved. Miller back to Smith, he's running the wrong way, almost in the defensive goal square. Squirts the kick out the side. It should sit here for Banks. He slaps it over the top to Taranto. Taranto missed it, had to go back to Banks. Banks now almost, they made a meal of it, those two, and their kick down the line has gone straight onto the chest of Roberts.
Gives a bit to his Richmond opponent as he gets back up.
But that's... Essendon have got levelled off numbers in the front four, in the forward half, so that's giving them some impetus to go forward now.
Roberts to half forward, no mark, spills down to Taranto. Richmond win it back. McIntosh shoots a hand pass to Vlosten. The experienced heads combine, kicks it out of defence, looking to spoil. Merritt does very well to halve the contest. Perkins does the rest. Handball away to Caldwell. Hand pass to Gresham, gives it to Pryor. The lefty pops it into the pocket. Down there, both Wright and Caddy, and it slides out of bounds.
Well, that's the one where Essendon had the flow of the game coming out this way to the open side of the ground, and unfortunately they gave it to a left footer in Pryor, who just turned completely back and kicked to where the traffic was. If the flow had kept coming this way, Mick, it was a mark inside 50 to the Bombers.
Yeah, they're opened up, haven't they?
8-1, the inside 50s in the quarter. Essendon's way. Can they cash that in on the scoreboard as Goldstein wins it down and Vlosten's held up? Another ball up here, forward pocket still for the Bombers.
Yeah, Essendon got the player behind the ball now, and that is really troubling the Tigers.
Ryan knocks it down to Taranto's handball's been picked off by Gresham. Merrick can't keep it in play. Boundary throw in, still inside 50 here for the Bombers. Biggest lead was 15 a few moments ago from Essendon. Richmond's biggest lead was just 4 points. Early stages of the second term. It's currently sitting at 9. The Bombers lead. Boundary throw in. It spills towards Broad. He can't control it. Picked up by Durham again to Caddy. They combine for the last goal, and then Caldwell's forced to tackle his Tigers opponent. It was Broad that picked it up, and Caldwell tackled him. So another stoppage inside 50 here for Essendon.
Oh, out it comes the Bombers' way. Picked up hurriedly by the skipper, and Merritt shoots goalward, but it's offline and misses.
Oh, bad play by the Tigers. They didn't cover the back of the forward of the pack there. They just let Essendon players just sit there. They're starting to unravel a little bit. They need to get their key players with the football in hand.
The Bombers have kicked 3 of the last 4 either side of half-time. But behind there, 10 points the lead. Essendon at the 8-minute mark. Third quarter, Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Banks marks the kick out. And goes short to Ross. Feints to hand pass it back to him and then decides to kick it down the wing, and that's a good option. Finds Campbell. Kicks laterally. Backing board to Hopper. Gives it to the runner. That's Banks. He's one of their better users, and that is why. Puts it straight onto the chest of McIntosh. He's got an option inside 50. Dabs it over the top, and Taranto hangs on to it 48 metres out.
He's got a chance. Surely the ground's not that wet. He's pretty good for just on 50, so it might
just on 50.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He's looking short.
Yeah, he's not confident.
Well, there's no leads coming and there's no one trying to find space. They're just standing there like chess players, pieces. Nothing's happening. There's one now coming on the ground.
Yeah.
Really green. Just goes darting inside the 50.
Should have looked for him.
Taranto's going to have to kick it right on the blue paint, the 50-metre arc. The drop punt sails goalward. He hasn't quite flushed it, but he's got it there. And they count all the same. Taranto's got a couple. And this game's right back on. Richmond within 4 points. Essendon 7-5-47. Richmond 6-7-43. 9-9 in the third. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Came about, though, because Richmond actually moved the ball quickly. Not crazy quick, but were able to just ping a couple of quick kicks and change the angles a little bit with those kicks. And I think it was Banks who used the ball beautifully to McIntosh, and then immediately just straight back off the mark.
It's disappointing for Essendon, though, Lingy, because they had a chance from the back pocket to that mark that was taken just on 50 at some stage to intercept and either bring the ball to ground but they fell off them. They fell off each Richmond player. They fell off enough for them to get the confidence to go, well, you know, if I make a mistake, they'll still get it.
It's an easy kick, isn't it, when the Essendon player's giving him a 5 metre buffer?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a harder one if there's a metre or two, and you've got to nail that kick.
Tigers back within 4. It's the perfect bounce. Both right go at it, Goldstein and Ryan, and then Durham's tackled by McCullough.
Ryan's done okay too. He hasn't been dominated in the ruck.
Here he goes again. He wins it as the umpire hits the deck but bounces straight back up. Perkins, standing start, kicks it to centre half forward. Juggling mark has been paid, and it goes to Vlosten, looking to send the Tigers into attack. They've kicked the last 2.
He's been a fantastic player, Vlosten.
Trail by 4. He might win a best and fairest this year, Mick.
Well, he thoroughly deserves it if he does, because Mr. Consistent right through his career. Undersized a lot of times too.
Yeah. 3-time premiership player. He gets it to Ralph Smith. Kicks to a contest. The pack. Waiting at the back was Reid. Quick hands to Pryor, to McGrath, and then they work it to Settlefield. He's got it in the defensive 50. Goes back to Andy McGrath. Lawler's trying to pounce on him. McGrath gets the kick away. Sits nicely for Hobbs. Takes it on the bounce. He goes back to Laverty, and then they go all the way back to Perkins, and then he kicks out of bounds on the full, right in front of the bench, the Tigers bench.
Great call, Cal. Going backwards. The closest they got to going forwards was simply going lateral. Would have loved one of those switches to be able to actually go through the middle of the ground or take it forward. Take some ground.
Broad long down the line. Ryan and Sims both in the pack. Ball hits the deck as Martin paddles it down to Perkins. Short kick, that's a better option. Finds Kako. Kako up to halfway to his mate Caddy over his head, and Campbell Gray with the intercept mark. And then plays on immediately. Got it to Smith. He kicks into an open forward 50. There's no one running back for Richmond. The ball should run out of bounds.
What's that going to be called?
See, that's deliberate.
Yeah, because it's a kick into the forward line. Yeah. He had no options to go to.
A smart kick.
Kick for touch.
Yeah, absolutely smart kick. No forwards, put it out of bounds near the goal post, a point post.
A 4-point lead for Essendon. A dozen minutes into the third term. If they get a stoppage goal here, the Tigers, they're in front. Phenomenal, given it was 15 points not that long ago from the boundary throwing. Essendon work it out. Goldstein goes all the way back to Pryor. He's on the behind line, has to try and clear for Essendon. Kicks to halfback. There's no one there. It'll slide out of bounds, and that'll be insufficient intent.
That's because you're a backline player. You play a penalty. And he probably did go for that.
Yeah. Ralph Smith takes the free, puts it into the forward pocket, misses everything and everyone, and it slides through from behind. So it's a 3-point game. Essendon leads 7-5, Richmond 6-8. 13 minutes played, third term, Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
So Zach Reid's on the kick-in duties at the punt road end. And he's going to bring it round the northern wing. Right's the target. Well played in front was Ryan, got a hand to it. Goldstein's going to ruck it, rather than try and rove it. He gets tackled, goes to ground. Oh, great tackle by Ross on Durham. Yeah. That's holding the ball. Ross will be rewarded right in front of the interchange gates. Can they set something up here, the Tigers, and get themselves back in front?
They got one extra on the bench here, Essendon. Oh, Zach Merritt was just waiting for Ross to kick. Clever.
So Ross goes into the left forward pocket. It clears the pack. And Trainer was ready to pounce the first-year player.
I can't see any.
It went out of bounds.
I can't see any Richmond players able to mark over these Essendon players. The best case scenario is a stoppage like this, or get some runners through the middle, because they're not going to do it.
Almost by 3, right goes up uncontested, wins the hit out, but Sharks by the Tigers. Green, hand pass away to Taranto, handball back inboard. He'll throw in his body, and it was Green. Ball comes Essendon's way, clearing kick from Laverty, turns it over. Ball's touched on the way through. Says keep rolling. Ross gives it to Brown, kicks inside 50, turnover. McGrath with the blue boots, dumps the kick up to the wing.
He'll go backwards to Broad here.
Bounce unkind for Miller, but he cleans it up. Sweeping volley from a hand pass back to Broad. Caddy runs to close him down. Broad's got nothing. Has to go short and wide to Miller. Nervous Wade. Can't reel it in. Clark got it as it hits the deck. Tackled by Miller. Upended. He's taken off the ground and he's pinned holding the ball.
How? Where's the prior opportunity?
I think he's made no effort to do it.
I think because he had an arm free, they said he should have tried to kick it.
He should have had the axe. He needed his axe. He needed his axe to break clear.
So Miller goes long down the wing. Spoil was from Trainer into space, and it's all red and black. Martin's able to scoop it up Give it to Pryor, back to Martin, and they're going to share it through the corridor. Perkins handballs over to Roberts on his left, inside 50, and Broad goes at it with 2 fists into space. Ralph Smith right up against the boundary line. He's probably having to take it over. Merrick gets him. Umpire says no, there was no Pryor there. So a ball up right on the edge of the boundary, inside 50 here for the Bombers.
I don't like the idea that Angus Clark had to try and kick that, because as soon as he did, he becomes in motion and swinging and risks getting dumped to the ground and hitting the ground.
Yeah. Right, rings it easily. Nathan McIntosh is tackled by Caldwell.
Well, you were talking earlier about Jonty Fall, good Ballarat boy. Mick, Marcus in South Melbourne off the SMS. I see our young Jonty Fall has a true Ballarat suntan too, Mick.
Well, you know what? The cold is okay.
Essendon have it on the wing through Laverty. Win it from the stoppage. Kicks inside the forward arc. They come from all directions. Ball hits the deck. Vlosten trying to clear. Essendon win it back. Caldwell hand pass to Caddy. His handball picked off. Richmond win it 6. His hand pass swatted down. Caddy for the boundary line. Trying to tumble it through. He misses. Just to the near side. Gee, that would have been something special from Nate Caddy.
It was a great smother, and then he tried to dribble it through from the impossible angle.
Just the wrong side of the post.
Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us. Both subs have been activated. So Langford's off with a quad injury and Paddy Dow with a knee injury. Morris Rioli started as the sub for the Tigers. He's out there, and Ben Hobbs started as the sub for the Bombers. He's out there. In the meantime, Richmond just sharing it around by foot, trying to find the best avenue to goal. It's currently in the hands of Taranto. Goes short to Vlosten.
Durham, he hurt. He got kneed in the. Durham got hurt in
a tackle.
Knee in the hamstring.
Vlosten pulls the kick. Launching at it was Fall. Here's a chance for the Tigers. So it was Trainer that gets it over. Mansell's involved. They might have overpossessed it here by hand. Oh, that was kicked by Trainer. Trainer to Sammy Lawler, the number 1 draft pick. You beauty! His second goal. His first dream time at the G, and he's dreaming right now, Sammy Lawler. Tigers back in front by 2. 7-8-50, Essendon 7-6-48. And these young Tiger Cubs, they love the big stage.
Great hands by Jack Ross as well. It was a 50-50 ball. He made it his own. He hunted after the ball low and hard and flicked the handball straight to Trainer, who got it onto Lawler, and nice finish by Sammy Lawler. He's only had the 2 touches, Mick. 2 kicks, 2 goals. That's efficiency.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he hasn't put a bit of time on the ball, because he's
shown a bit, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
It's first number 1 pick the club's had since Brett Delidio. First number 1 pick to get a Rising Star non-1 debut since Mark Murphy. So a little bit of representation for our guys on ABC Sport, reflected in today's number 1 pick in Sam Lawler. As Wright palms it down in front of Caldwell, trying to get a hand pass away. Got it to McAuliffe, he coughs it up. Roberts, handball away to Merritt, kicks to centre half forward, punched at the back by Miller, down to Hopper, he's set upon, he's taken high.
There's that spoil again. They're spoiling brilliantly, the Tigers, all day. They've obviously been given instructions, you're shorter, so just don't take any chances, just spoil the marking player.
Hodgie in just a moment as Hopper's wanting to keep this moving, goes on a little bit of a run, kicks out to the wing. It's going to get to Trainer on the bounce. He's played up front tonight, goes short with the kick. Laverty breaks it up for the Bombers. Ball hits the deck. Setterfield, hand pass away to Dersma. Handball over his shoulder, close to the boundary line. It stays in. And Laverty keeps it alive for the Bombers. Hand pass to McGrath, trying to break a line. Floats a kick down to half forward. Caddy can't mark, hits the deck. Oh, there's a little solo. Sockers it up to himself. There is Martin. The moves from Gaelic footy. Turns and kicks from half forward across the 50. Almost a turnover. McAuliffe had it, lost it. Surely the Bomber Hobbs crunched without it. A late whistle. It's going to be the out-of-zone umpire says, that's a free kick for Essendon.
Right, because 4 umpires get confused all the time. So someone has to take over and actually make a decision.
And it's not the guy that's right in front of the contest.
Exactly right, Corbs. Because they look at each other and think, I thought you were going to pay that one.
Not the right decision. It's a free kick for Hobbs. He's going to kick Essendon to full forward. They come from all directions. It bounces off the bonce of Jonty Fall and into the behind post. On the boundary throw in dead forward for the Bombers. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, the Bombers have made their sub. Cole Langford is out of this match. Zach Reid just came off the ground, spoke to the doctor, has gone down to the rooms. And Sam Durham has had a lot of work on his leg. He's been left alone. He's just starting to get a bit of physio. But, he's a concern as well. So, plenty happening for the Bombers.
Wright's taken it straight out of the ruck and snapped the goal. You're right, Tim Hodges. There's plenty happening for the Bombers. Goodness gracious me. How do you explain that one, Tigers? Adam Uze will be pulling his hair out in the coach's box because it was a boundary throw-in 10 metres around from the Essendon goal, right forward pocket. And there was no Tigers ruck. And Peter Wright says, oh, thanks, that's a training drill. I'll just take it, I'll grab it, I'll snap it, and I'll goal. And it's Essendon back in front by 4 points.
And the reason it happened, Jonty Fall was late to get there as the potential ruck for Richmond. So the throw-in was fine where it landed. Jonty Fall was just way too far back, disorganised, and Peter Wright, great awareness.
Tom Hawkins manoeuvre.
Yeah, but we didn't even need the push-off.
That's good. Good, smart play.
Yeah.
You've got to be ready. I mean, the whole game gives you time to be ready.
Jonty Fall in his 7th AFL game. Still learning the ropes.
Lead change number 8. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Essendon by 4. Oh, the ump slips over, which provides a little bit of mirth, and we'll have the ball up again. As Hopper is caught immediately. Third quarter action. Friday night. First time the Dreamtime's come to Friday night. As the ball ripped down here by Richmond. Taranto kicks out wide. Inadvertently socked out of play by Dersma. As appeals for deliberate out of bounds, and probably the right call as Dersma and McIntosh wrestle, and the ump says, no, there's enough in that, we'll have a boundary throwing. So that's a worry for the Bombers.
Yeah,
their bench.
The good thing is Durham's back on the ground, so that's one positive. But Zach Reid down getting checked out, that's a big worry.
Hopper from the stoppage, can't pass away to Banks, measures the kick along the boundary line, turns it over.
He's had a horror run with injury, we know that, don't we, Corbs?
Yeah.
Zach Reid.
This is his 10th consecutive game tonight, the longest stretch of his career. He was drafted in 2020. It's a minute ago.
So many good signs in those 10 games.
Redmond to Pryor, now to Roberts. Short kick down the wing finds Martin. Essendon up to halfway.
And they're leading it by 4 points. Martin's got a target. Uncontested mark has been taken here by Clark, who's kicked 3 on debut. Can he set up another? Caddy, it's knocked away from him. 10 metres out. He was surrounded by 3 Tigers, and that's asking a lot of Nate Caddy.
Yeah, that kick in there, now it's the first game of Clark, so I'm certainly not having a shot at him, but Richmond are going to just swamp back in those numbers. If they can hit up a little lead, Kako was the one there who had a break, about 30, 35 out from goal. It'll just catch all of those Richmond defenders out who are just trying to head back and flood to where Caddy's trying to take his marks.
Banks to Smith, who marks in the back pocket, goes long down the wing. The only one who leapt up was Martin, spilt it on the way down, falls to Rioli of Richmond. 1-2 with Taranto. Here goes Rioli, burns off Martin on the wing, can't quite get it to sit for him. Rioli goes back, collects eventually. Got a hand pass away, back into dispute, and in the end it's knocked out of bounds by Trainer. The ump says it's all okay, boundary throwing, right half forward here for Richmond.
Oh no, he's paid it now. Wow.
Is this more indecision than two?
Yeah, they were all looking at each other. Well, someone will not make a decision in this.
The 4 umpire thing is one of the silliest things we've done in our game for a long time. There's so much confusion. It's harder for the umpires to umpire a difficult game.
The AFL would argue that the umpires are running 7 or 8 less kilometres, therefore they're not as tired, therefore they're not making mistakes.
Well, I've got news from Kel. I've got real big news for them.
Glad I said that. Can we rewind the tape? Essendon by 5 points. It's a scrap on the outer side, right in front of the Shane Warne stand, the southern wing. It'll be a boundary throw-in.
If you are going to have 4 umpires, I contest that they're doing it the wrong way. Like, you should just have a quarter of the ground. So this should be your quadrant, that's their quadrant, so on and so forth, and you wait for the game to come to you rather than trying to have this rolling zone like we have with 3 umpires.
Yeah, well, then you get caught in when it's line ball, who's looking at who. You know, that's the thing. There is too many umpires.
Twirling ball on the outer side, and it's a tackle, stoppage, ball up, go Mick.
Well, look where they are now, Corby.
Yeah.
You know, they're on top of each other.
Goldstein bobbles around. Durham breaking out of the stoppage. And it was off the side of his boot, but McIntosh, just a few tricks there, was able to take the mark.
A little bit of one-handed showtime.
There we go. Held off Dersma with the left and just tucks that with the right arm into his midriff. He moves it quickly to McAuliffe, who on the left brings it all the way wide in front of the interchange gates. Banks has got it on the wing. Goes back inboard to Hopper. Short passes, short kicks these are. He goes backwards to Vloston.
He's got the wing here open up on the far side. It's a low and hard kick. Mind you, if you do a soccer game here, you go through the middle and then go wide.
So he's got it on the edge of the back of the square, and he hits up his partner in crime, his defensive partner in crime, Nathan Broad. Let's quickly get down to Hodgie with some injury news.
It's not good news for the Bombers, Kel. Zach Reed has returned from the rooms. He won't come back on the ground. A hamstring. So just horrible luck for the Bombers, but they are now one man down.
So Broad got it to Hopper. Hopper, the all-important kick inside 50. Jonty Fall! Arms out, outstretched, bit of separation on his opponent, Mackay, and he took that beautifully.
Yeah, love that. Came at the ball, it dropped a little short, just extended the arms, took the grab. Well done.
Well, that's one less tall in the back line, Lingy.
And this will show us, Mick, how good his distance is with his kicking. He'll be kicking this from, what, 55 if he has a shot?
He's had to work hard as a tall in an understrength forward line. It was a wonderful mark.
Good call.
And a misfire off the instep off the boot, the right boot. And it's missed everything out of bounds on the full to the left-hand side. How would you describe that kick, Lingy?
He has tried to kick the leather off that ball.
Okay.
And has shanked it.
Perfect.
I could say a couple.
No, don't say the Mick. Essendon by 5 points.
Now it's short to Pryor. Kicks across the back line, finds Laverty, back pocket. Longer kick out of defence. Turns out okay to Clark. 3 goals in the first half, Angus Clark on debut. Now 50.
Oh, because he moved backwards to cover that man who was getting 15 metres away.
I did get a reminder about that. The clubs are going to be hotter on the stand rule. A lot of people doing not one or the other, either standing or getting back out of the protected zone. Kicks to full forward.
A free kick.
There's a whistle on the play. It's
going to be our man. No.
The Bombers trying to claim the advantage. I think it's going to come back to Guelphy here in the at the full forward line at least.
Sorry, Cobbs. I thought it was Angus Clark again. But it's Matt Guelphy. I was off by 1 number.
Nice to see this guy back, by the way. So Matt Guelphy had hamstring surgery in February. Makes his return tonight. He was a place getter in a best and fairest a couple of years ago at the Bombers. He's got the boy-bound looks, and yet he's sort of the blue-collar guy that Essendon are sort of craving in that forward 50.
Speaking of boy bands, there was a bit of staging on that
one. Here comes Guelphy on his return, pops it through. And the Bombers lead swells to 11. Back to double digits. 9-7-61 to Richmond, 7-8-50. 2 minutes before three-quarter time. It's Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, I thought there was a lot of staging, Mick. I don't know about you, but...
I'll believe you, Lee.
Yeah, no, a nice, easy one for Matt Guelphy. Probably the bigger concern from Richmond's perspective. I know it came from a 50 as well, but when Essendon are winning the ball down back and exiting, it's getting quite comfortable now with their kick mark.
Yeah, Richmond can't stop the ball, can they?
No, and then they're purely relying on the numbers that they can get back for the long kick inside forward 50, but they're allowing Essendon to take the ball down the ground pretty easily.
Well, each quarter, Bombers have had more possessions and gone further in distance with the ball.
Essendon by 11, 2 minutes to go before three-quarter time. It ricochets off the leg of Durham, spills the way of Caldwell. Somehow he gets it out to Setterfield. It kicks out into space. McIntosh is in a real battle here, and it's a battle with Angus Clark, the debutant. They keep it in play, the Bombers. They do well. Kick inside 50. It's knocked down, comes the way of Gresham. Handballs into space. He's going to chase off after it. McIntosh came in with a big hip and shoulder on Gresham, and it allowed his teammate to go and pick it up, Brown, and dump it out the southern side wing where it'll be a boundary throw-in.
They've been very clean on the back line, Richmond, generally. I've been really surprised how, for a side that's only won 2 or 3 games, they've shown a lot on a day like this, because Essendon have got the ball in there reasonably quickly and sometimes high, so they've got a lot to gain from this game.
Dow subbed out at half-time, Rioli into the game, while the Bombers have a couple of concerns. Langford with a quad and now Reid with a hammy, so they're down to 3 rotations. The Bombers win it from the boundary throw-in. Setterfield, hand pass to Merritt, long kick to half-forward. And it is out of bounds, 1 bounce. We'll have a boundary throw-in half-forward for the Dons. Andrew from Essendon, listening to the match as we drive through the windy roads of beautiful Ireland. Go the Bombers.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Andrew. Nice to hear from you. And from Paul, what are the crowd numbers tonight? Well, as you said beforehand, they were expecting 80,000 here, despite the fact that we've had rain all day in Melbourne. Hasn't been as much rain during the game, which is good news. From the boundary throw-in, we're going nowhere fast as Morris is held up. How does it look, Hodgie, from where you're sitting?
No, a bit of rain in the first term, but it's cleared up completely, so it's quite pleasant.
And how many you reckon?
I think just under 80,000. I will say this game is wildly over. It's nearly 10-10, and it's not quite three-quarter time yet.
There's a high bomb down to half-forward from Merritt, and that'll turn out okay as Wright gets to the drop and takes the sprawling mark.
Well, we know he's good for 50.
He's going to have to contend with the angle here as well, so he's 5 in from the boundary line. He'll have to kick from outside the 50-metre arc.
It's one thing he's been able to do his whole career, isn't it, Mick?
Yeah.
Just a good set shot for goal.
Beautiful kick, really.
He's had to learn the work rate to be able to become that key forward. Been in and out of the team a little bit. There's always been a nice set shot.
Here we go. Peter Wright on the drop punt. It fades across the goal face, and in the end it's whacked through as Sims has to knock it through for a force behind. It's 12 points, Essendon's lead, 9-8 to 7-8. 12-point buffer for the Bombers. They did lead this game by as many as 15 earlier in the quarter. They've now travelled 51.5 minutes into the third term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
So Vlosten's got the kick-in duties. He puts the sign up of, is that a devil sign, you would say? Or
I reckon that's the, hey, let's just go super defensive. There's only 15 seconds to go.
Was it the horns?
The horns, that's the one I was after.
The Rockstar horns.
Yeah, the Rockstar horns. So it's clearly a set play. As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, it's Essendon by 12 points. 9-8-62, Richmond 7-8-50 after Essendon led by 5 at quarter time and 9 at half time. They kicked the first to get out to a 15-point lead early in this third term before the Tigers hit back with 3 quick goals. They hit the front, and Guelphy's last one means the Bombers will take a 2-goal lead into the final change. Roberts has had it 26 times, McGrath 25, Caldwell 25, Nick Martin 22 disposals and 2 goals, while for the Tigers, Banks leads all comers with 23, Taranto 21 and 2 goals, and Hopper with 19 as well. Huge final term, Corbin, coming up in the context of Brad Scott and his team. Given that they were hoping to make finals and they lost their last one. They were absolutely smashed by the Dogs last week by 91 points. The Tigers looking for their 4th win of the season, the Wooden Spooners from last year, after they claimed just 2 wins in 2024.
Well, if you're an Essendon fan and you got told, look, they've extended their lead at every quarter break, the Bombers, you'd be thinking, it's been a no-sweat kind of night to roll up and enjoy the team winning comfortably, and boy, has that not been the case. So 5 at quarter time, 9 at the half, and now 12 at three-quarter time. Martin from Windsor off the SMS. How was it for you, Mick, with only one umpire in the 70s?
Beautiful, because you get away with a lot.
You're going to say that.
We needed to move beyond one umpire, didn't we, Mick?
Well, not 100%. So the one umpire system was very much you got to know him really well. Because at the end of the game, both sides, 2:10 game, finish at whatever time, 4:30, 5 o'clock. You go to the rooms, umpires would come in, you'd have a chat to them. It was pretty good, but the tribunals weren't overly, they believed everything they did, and they would spot you from 150 metres away and get it wrong, but the tribunal would listen to them, Kel.
I contest
they got it right.
I contest that they probably got it right more often than not. Essendon by 12 points, but we've put Ben Cameron to work. We'll check in with him in just a moment as well here on ABC Sport to try and save some time in the game. It is three-quarter time. This is Dreamtime at the G. Essendon by 12.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is Dreamtime at the G with ABC Sport.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Ralph Smith came in from the side and got the spoil away. Here's Durham, gives it to Caddy. Standing start, can he strike it to perfection? Yes, he can.
There's another go here, Taranto. Hand pass out in front of Rioli's first involvement. Hand pass inside to Mansell with good pace. Burns them off. Mansell in the jumper he designed. Pops it through on the run. And there's a moment in the dream time for Ryan Mansell. Taranto's going to have to kick it right on the blue paint, the 50-metre arc. The drop punt sails goalward. He hasn't quite flushed it, but he's got it there. And they count all the same. Taranto's got a couple. And this game's right back on. Richmond within 4 points.
The Bombers have made their sub. Kyle Langford is out of this match. Zach Reid just came off the ground, spoke to the doctor, has gone down to the rooms. And Sam Durham has had a lot of work on his leg. He's a concern as well. So, yeah, plenty happening for the Bombers.
Taken it straight out of the ruck and snapped a goal. You're right, Tim Hodges. There's plenty happening for the Bombers.
It's not good news for the Bombers, Kel. Zach Reid has returned from the rooms. He won't come back on the ground. A hamstring.
Here comes Guelphy on his return. Pops it through. And the Bombers lead swells to 11. Back to double digits.
The 2025 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
21st edition of the Dreamtime match. And a 12-point buffer for Essendon at three-quarter time. From Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse in just a moment. But we did set Ben Cameron the task to try and save some time out of the game. So if the umpires just threw the ball up rather than waiting for the ruckman ban, or just spun it in rather than waiting for the ruckman for the boundary throwing, what happens?
Yeah, so a minute 13 saved in that third quarter. So I'm only talking about the time when the umpire is faffing about. So let's say there's a kick from the wing that goes inside 50. It's not paid insufficient intent. So the boundary umpire has themselves set. They're ready to go. But we're faffing about waiting for the rucks to dawdle down from the wing to inside 50 to then work out who are the assigned rucks, when can we spin it in. I've stopped the clock when the boundary umpire starts doing their little stutter step, getting ready to spin the ball back in, because they would do that anyway.
Do that again, Ben. It looks really good.
They're pre-throw routines, but
that's a minute 13 in one quarter.
Yeah, so 5 minutes a game.
5 minutes a game, and I don't even think this is the best example because it hasn't been free-flowing end-to-end. You think if it was a bit more open, last night's game, for instance, and it goes out of bounds on a quick transition of play, you're going to wait longer for them to arrive there, and that time's going to blow out. But even 5 minutes.
5 minutes. But if you look at also, there's 5 points scored. If you do it this quarter, Benny, if you can just go, when the ball goes through, just how long?
Already did it last week, Mick, you'll be pleased to know. So when the ball goes out of bounds or through for a behind, there's a minute after each goal. So the clock's going to stop when that happens. But I did a quarter between Hawthorn and the Gold Coast Suns, and I saved 2 minutes 44 if you left the clock running when the ball goes out of bounds or when it goes through for a behind. Because nowadays they've got the ball ready to go, so they can play on immediately.
Do they stop the clock then?
Yes.
Until he kicks the football, until he runs out of the thing. See, that's where it's a mistake.
So that's 3 minutes I virtually saved in one quarter there. 41% of quarters last round ran over 32 minutes.
There we go.
What about the Giants CEO and the Giants coach, Adam Kingsley and
Dave
Matthews believe it should be 16 minutes.
No, you're getting away from the fabric of the game. Leave it at 20. Just take out the rubbish.
Too long, Mick.
Thanks to Ben Cameron too. He came to the footy tonight. He didn't know he'd be sitting there with the timer, but
he's
great little exercise.
Well, he's getting paid by ABC, so I mean, he's got to do something. He just sits up there eating all the scone.
Essendon by 12 points. And final term upon us. Dreamtime at the G in this game feels still very much live with 8 lead changes through the first 3 quarters. A ruck Sherritt at the restart for this final term as Caldwell gets a handball away to Martin. Hurried kick inside 50. Caddy traps it on the half volley. Hand pass over his shoulder, trying to feed it to Guelphy. Guelphy skids in, gets it out to Dersma. Hand pass to centre half forward for Kako. Along the 50 to Roberts. Short kick. Just got it to Clark, and a sprawling mark right on the 50.
Have a shot.
Well,
pick your fourth.
All the figures just point to Essendon winning this game. The clearances were 3 to 11. Inside 50s were dominant. Contested football was all Essendon. So really, if it goes that way, this quarter will be...
Angus Clark In the end, he decides to pull the kick in the right direction. Leaping up, Dersma, no mark, spills down. He shoots hurriedly, but misses. Out to the right, behind for Xavier Dersma. 13-point lead for the Bombers. Early stages, final turn. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Saved a lot of time by Mercy Rule, couldn't you? 10 goals in front to stop.
Gloston hips up Gray, Campbell Gray. Coming in for his second AFL game, his second game of the year.
There's no movement by the Tigers. They look, I don't know if they look exhausted or what, but they're just going to go up and down this line. It's going to keep coming back to them.
That's exactly what he does. Off hands, Ralph Smith. Handballs over the top to Mansell. He's caught. He couldn't even take a step before Merritt. And Martin swallowed him up.
Essendon will want to get this in quick. Is that Miller who's limping badly?
Really limping, yeah.
He's on Peter Wright. They should isolate right now.
Goldstein just with a little dab to his teammate Dersma, who's tackled. Stop-start stoppage-a-rama in this one. Essendon by 13 points, early stages of the first term. There's a high, kicked out in the ruck contest, and it's going to Ryan against Goldstein.
Yeah, we grabbed hold of his arm. That's well done by the umpire. Well done by Ryan, too.
So Steely Green, Banks rather it is, that peels round behind and gets the kick away. Oh, he's looking for fall, but he's given it straight to Mackay, who uses Caldwell and then kicks wide to Roberts, bearing down his trainer. He's going to get his kick away, the lefty, to a one-on-one, wide out on the wing. And it's a real tussle there between Lawler and, or rather, it's Ross and Clark.
That's well done by Ross.
Yeah, it was a good spoil, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. He didn't no front on, just spoiled the ball, stopped Essendon's march.
Problems for the Bombers on the bench with already their sub being made. Cole Langford a quad injury, and now Zach Reid with another hammy. His 10th consecutive game, the longest stretch of his career.
Can I recall back to the first quarter, Corbs, when I said that these are two bottom four teams playing, and you whipped around in shock, and I said on current form.
Probably 6-4 if they win this game, isn't it?
This is. I would like to see Essendon completely break Richmond in this last quarter if I'm going to be sold on that.
From the boundary throw in, Martin long kick inside the forward 50, and Brown takes the intercept mark. They have been, as a Essendon person, it feels like they have been quite admirable. At least they've had a red hot crack. They've won games against the teams below them. They haven't beaten any side above them. So, but yeah, I don't think they're fooling anyone as a top 8 contender, are they?
No.
What they've got. In development mode by their own admission as Banks goes long down the wing and Mackay takes the intercept mark.
See, Mackay turns and goes backwards for safety. He's got to learn to go forward with that football. Richmond are on there. They're really on the deck at the moment because they're chasing tails. They're just starting to show tiredness. Young boys can't get right through matches.
Mackay to Merritt to Laverty, back to Merritt, and he pulls the trigger into the corridor. Hands on it from Taranto, no mark, skids through to Durham. Hand pass to centre half forward for Guelphy, gives it to Kako, back to Guelphy, got an option short, hands it away to Perkins, goal coming up, kicks it. Essendon with a new game high advantage. The Dons are out by 19, and they lay down one hell of a challenge for the young Tigers. 19 the lead for the Bombers, 5 gone final term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Richmond 7-8-50, the Bombers move to 10-9-69.
So for Essendon's evolution and step forward for this season, and you're right, Corbs, it's a good point you make. They are finding ways to win the games they probably should win, the teams that are below them or just around them. But a team like this, playing Richmond, there's no Bolter, there's no Nankervis, there's no Lynch. Richmond have been really admirable in this game. But from now, they should put the foot down completely, the Bombers, and take this game apart and end up winning it by 40 or 50 points. They should really go away from the Tigers from here.
Well, it's 23 possessions to 8 right now.
Biggest lead of the night, the Bombers by 19 points. Trying to break out of the centre was Taranto, but he's caught by Caldwell. Ball up on the edge of the centre circle. Ryan and Goldstein tangle. Goldstein straight down to Banks, had a fresh airy. Taranto picks it up and Durran rats him up. Essendon by 5 at quarter time, by 9 at half time, by 12 at three-quarter time. First goal here, and the lead is 19 points. McIntosh tries to get out of a little pickle. He gets it the way of Mansell, got his hand down to it, but it's all Essendon. It's been picked up by Pryor. His kick doesn't hit the target. It's going to ricochet back to him in front of the Tigers bench. Swung around in a 360, and the umpire says it was touched out of bounds. Boundary throw in.
It was 360.
Yeah, but again, Mick, I was watching the umpires. Two of them looked at each other.
Yeah.
And
you
one
can,
thought...
You can actually do a 360 these days and it not be holding the ball.
No, I agree with that. I can, but I reckon they looked at each other with that look.
One wanted to blow the whistle.
I thought you were going to pay it.
Yeah.
And then the moment's gone.
Yeah. Dons by 19, 7 gone final term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. Goldstein wins it down, but straight to Hopper. Kicks Richmond a half forward. Mackay in a tangle with Fall. Mackay eventually wins it on the way down after the initial spoil. Hand pass away to Redmond. Kicks down to half forward, turns it over. And Gray takes the intercept mark for Richmond.
Yeah, he's calling slow it down. I don't know why. You 3 goals. I don't know if he's worked it out. There's 3 goals down.
They need at least 4 scores to draw level. A 19-point deficit. Short kick to Broad. Got it on the half volley. Now down to half forward, and there's Pryor. Reaching overhead, takes the intercept mark for the Dons.
Long high kicks like that, though, it's Trainer and it's Fall down there. They're just lighter bodies.
4v2.
Yeah.
Well.
And Mackay and those sorts of stronger bodies like Laverty are just going to pick those off easily.
Merritt, Caldwell, Martin all share it in the defensive 50. Martin running it out of defence. Hand pass to Merritt. Back to Martin. Morris gives up on the chase. Short kick to Caddy, who marks on the wing. He plays on immediately, heads up front for the Dons, and Peter Wright in that leading lane at right half forward takes the mark.
Yeah, they're starting to play with them now.
Yeah.
And they look tired. They're young fellas that just look tired. Their forward line is nondescript. You're 2v4. You're not going to win that unless you've got Wayne Carey and his twin brother.
So Peter Wright, we're about to have a look at them here. He's kicked 1 already today. It's his only goal, which he grabbed out of the ruck in the third quarter. This is the key forwards goal, the drop punt from 45-degree angle, 50 out. He just misses to the left. 20-point lead for the Bombers, 8 gone final turn. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
It's been a busy night down here for injuries and not good ones. Sammy Lawler's just come to the bench clutching a left hamstring. Spoken to the doctor. He's had to be helped down the stairs, so it looked like a pretty bad one, to be honest with you, so not good news at all.
It wasn't a great kick in by Brown either, and he's put his teammate Smith under the pump. Brown goes and takes responsibility, gets it back and gets a kick away. Had to trap it on the bounce Trainer, and then he rang smack bang into trouble. And
that is holding the ball. That's going to be a free kick to Essendon anyway.
Yes.
Nick Martin will take it. Trainer, I think, carrying on with a bit at the bottom of the pack.
So Luke Trainer's he's been good across half-back, but he's playing mainly forward tonight. Yet to kick a goal, of course, his grandfather knew how to kick them. Yeah. Luke Trainer. Pop Doug Wade, kicked more than 1,000. Long ball inside 50. Wright was the target. Here's a chance for Durham. Can't quite dribble it through. And it's another behind. So Bombers have kicked the last 3, bracketed by three-quarter time, and they lead it by 21 points. 10-11-71. Richmond 7-8-50. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Just cannot get any possession going, Richmond. Only 16 touches this quarter to 39.
Floston, long contest kick to half-back, broken up by Ralph Smith. He knocks it down. There's a free for a high tackle. It's going Essendon's way again. And Dursma will take it. Arcs out to his right. And this kicks it. It's a high ball to centre half forward. Caddy camped underneath it. They all run underneath it. Ball sits up for Broad. Grabs the footy. Tackled front on by Durham, taking the ground. Ball up. Centre half forward for the Bombers. So 21-point lead. That is a game-high advantage for Essendon. They've kicked the last 3 in the game after falling behind in the third term. The match with 8 lead changes so far. Essendon win it at the stoppage. Kako hands it out to Angus Clark. Hits the post. The young man, he kicked 3 in the first half, and the debutant adds another behind there. It would have brought the house down.
He struck that beautifully too, off a couple of steps.
22-point advantage for the Bombers. 11 gone final term. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
So Vlosten's able to hit up a team. Oh, it was McAuliffe waiting, and closing late was Dersma. And he wins a free.
No, it was a free to the plot.
He's paid the free kick to Smith, not McAuliffe. Smith's in a bit of a pickle. He's kicked across the face. Miller sat up, and he was able to just dab it down to Brown. Brown gets it to the outer wing. Marking uncontested. Here is Ross for the Tigers. Can they build? Can they launch some sort of comeback here with nothing to lose? Ross. He's a long kick.
Mackay.
He goes long. He drives it over the head of a couple of teammates, and going out was Fall. He got it, couldn't keep it in play.
Sorry to jump in, Cal, but the kick forward is just the wrong one to take. It's Ryan Mansell versus Ben Mackay. Why kick it long and high? Yeah. So Mackay, in the end, he didn't mark it. Well done by Mansell, but it's just a poor decision going inside forward 50. Mansell's no chance in that situation.
76,051 the final attendance, so under the 80,000 mark. The weather, I'm sure, playing a role in that as the Bombers another stoppage win from the boundary throw-in. Setterfield gives it to Pryor, kick smothered. Took a little while to get rid of it. In the end, it's forced out of bounds. Steely Green with the 1%er.
Oh, yeah, brilliant, because he could have easily dropped off there, but he just kept at him. It was a very good smother, which now has kept the ball in the forward line. There's only can score two ways, Richmond. They're not going to mark big ones in the forward line. It's running through the centre or stoppages like this.
Twirling ball back in play. Peter Ryder in the front position. Gives it to Green. He's tackled as he goes to the turf. It was a great tackle, holding the ball, and it'll be Setterfield that will be rewarded. Steely Green trying to break Setterfield and get clear so he could maybe snap a goal from the pocket. He snapped a miraculous one at the Barossa the Tigers played, going back
downfield. That's
gather round.
really...
So now another free, and it is downfield, and they're going to go on with it here. Steely Green and Setterfield a little bit, and the Bombers have got it. Wright gets the kick away. Gives it off to Dersma, uses Merritt, hard in against the boundary. Kako has to be quick with hands. McGrath, quick to Dersma, fumble, regather. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Who's there? They spoiled each other. Perkins was one target. Smith's been dumped in a tackle. It's flicked out to Broad. He's under the pump. He gets it to Trainer. Looks for the safety of the boundary line. Did he kick that out of bounds on the full? He did.
Oh, he was already out.
He was already out.
He was in the second tier.
He absolutely was, umpire. But the boundary umpire says it was out of bounds on the full, and that's a clear error. And the free kick goes to Hobbs, who started as the sub.
Way out. Yeah, he would have been paying to get in.
And he's gone for home, but he's gone right across the face. And they're just looking to add the finishing touches here, Essendon, but they can't quite find a major or two. They lead it by 22 points. There's 11 minutes to go in this game. 76,051 in the house. And plenty of injuries. Langford with a quad. Dow's out with a knee. And Sammy Lawless looks like he's injured a hamstring.
Carnage for both teams. Down to 3 rotations. There's a long kick up towards the wing. Zach Reid, the other one as well, with the hammy done in the third quarter. The Bombers win it at half forward. A huge clash of bodies in all of that. And the body laid in there by Setterfield. Hurt Trainer in all of it. The Bombers send it back inside 50. Vlosten had it, got it out to Smith, and now to Ralph Smith. Kicks out of defence. There's the injured player, Trainer.
Yeah, so this is the reaction, obviously, to what happened with Lockie Schultz. Immediately the umpire and stopping the game.
Yeah, I reckon. Is it Brett Roseberry stopping that?
Yeah.
Hodgie, that's the right call of the card. The 4 injuries, 2 for each team.
Brett Wallace.
That's right. Yes, it is. And just looking at Luke Trainer, I think that's the worst thing the umpire wanted. He went to the trouble of stopping play, and then Trainer shrugged both the doctor and the physio off and went back to his position.
Yeah. But that's good, though, for the umpires.
The Bombers by 23 points. Ball up now, high half forward for the Dons. Essendon win it. Martin to Hobbs to Dersma to Setterfield. Now back to Merritt, all by hand. Kicks inside 50. Caddy to target. Vlosten spoils, can't kill it. Picked up by Perkins. Handball away towards Kako. Hand pass back to Perkins. He left it behind. And Vlosten able to kick it out of defence. Oh, straight to the throat of Steely Green, who marks it half back for Richmond.
And he goes, and his kick's got to be spot on, and it is to Mansell. Mansell came in, he was taken high by Pryor. He wanted 50. He didn't get it, but he's able to hit up McAuliffe. taking the uncontested mark just inside 50. He thought about going on with it, didn't he, Mick?
Well, he did, but he's a left footer.
He is a left footer.
I reckon he's thought, I don't know if I can get him a left footer. That was
in
pretty
time.
Smart in time. Smart.
Yeah, good call.
And he is a good. Well, I'll say this now. He is a good kick, so he should kick this.
Well, he hasn't kicked a goal yet in his AFL career. From Port Augusta came McAuliffe, and he still hasn't kicked one. He hangs that out to the left. It's a little misfire from 50.
Yeah, no momentum and poked at it, which is unusual because he has kicked the ball very well tonight.
Yeah. Margin is 22 points. The Bombers lead it with 9.5 minutes to go.
Amazing how things work out. He was the sub 2 weeks ago against the Eagles with Jaden Short, the late out. So he went from being the sub to starting and had 15 centre bounce attendances, and all of a sudden this opportunity opened up for him in the midfield, and now he's a regular.
Yeah, that's how you grow.
That's
get an opportunity.
Right. Mick, I want to put one thing on the record from before when Trainer got hurt and they stopped the play. As long as we do not see players adjusting and being as clever as they are and
stopping the play,
getting hurt and the play gets stopped when there's not genuine danger.
No, I totally agree with you.
He did grab his head straight away.
No, I'm not saying Trainer did. Absolutely. I just don't want it to happen. We're going to be...
Surely players won't do that.
Oh, Kel. It means that this game was 2 points the difference and they were out. Maybe it would slip into some players' minds. It's certainly not Trainer, but I'm just saying in the future, if we're going to be more on to stopping the game, I hope we don't see an example of that.
Ryan Mansell shooting for goal here after the boundary throw-in. McAuliffe kicked it to him, and the kick from Mansell lands in the goal square. It's going to be an intercept mark for Redmond.
Exactly where it was kicked to, and I don't know who... unless the Tooth Fairy's down there, I have no idea how anyone's going to jump over Redmond and mark that with that Richmond side.
I haven't seen her as Redmond in front of the behind post, back out to half-back, flying through Dersma, no mark, spills to Mansell. Hand pass away towards Miller, who's locked up, taken the ground, and we'll have a ball up high half forward here for the Tigers. So Essendon by 22 points, crowd of over 76,000, 18 minutes gone, final term, Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
The storyline has been the debutant Angus Clark kicking 3 goals tonight. 3 goals, 1.
And that was a poster.
It was. And there's still plenty of time in this game. Who win the award tonight for best on ground. Nick Martin's got the Sherrin in his hands. He'd have to be up there. He kicked a couple, including the first of the evening. And he goes short from half back to Dersma. Setterfield, rather. Short, sharp kick. Durham. He's got it at true wing on the northern side of the Melbourne cricket ground, looking for Caddy. Couldn't quite find him. Quick hands from Hobbs over to Gresham. Gives it to Wright. Snaps on the right. Snaps the goal. Peter Wright comes in for 2. And they just about slammed the door shut in the face of the Tigers. A lead of 28 points. 11-13-79, Richmond 7-9-51. It's taken to the last quarter with 10 minutes or so left on the clock for them to finally shake the young Tigers.
Yeah, Tigers have been brave, haven't they, Cal? The way that how hard they've worked, they certainly haven't had the polish to capitalise on their hard work. And now Essendon, through a few of their more experienced senior players and sheer weight of numbers, just taking total control of the game. There's 7 minutes, 53 seconds to go. For the ability to train and play with good habits and to improve their game, I still want to see Essendon keep the foot down. They're not a good enough team to be able to just coast this one through now. Keep playing the way you want to play to start next week's game.
8 lead changes in the first 3 quarters. Now the Bombers with the last 4 goals. A high fend-off here from Goldstein, trying to push away the would-be tackler in Hopper.
Next week is Brisbane at the Gabba on Thursday night.
Hopper runs straight around Goldstein on the mark. Sends Richmond to full forward. Laverty stands in front. Oh, intercept mark not paid. Ball hits the deck. Fall got it out for Richmond. Handball though straight to McGrath to Clark. He's covered some metres tonight. Handball away to Merritt, and he gives it off. The short kick to Martin, plays on immediately, pokes it down the wing to Hobbs. Kicks it further afield. Kick broken up. McAuliffe wins it back for Richmond. Handball away to Brown. He gives it to Taranto. Sends it back down to half forward and turns it over as Mackay with the intercept mark.
Just a blind kick.
yeah.
Turner just kicked it. Essendon had 5 players in the back 50 to Richmond's 3.
I reckon Mackay's taken 4 intercept marks this quarter and he's had to do nothing for them.
The Bombers switch it out to the broadcast wing. Roberts with it. To answer Kel's question, the Yayukin Award, player adjudged Besterfield. Which direction are you guys looking tonight?
I'm looking fairly fair and square at Nick Martin at the moment.
Okay.
But
he's been pretty good.
I want to give it to Angus Clark.
Kako getting involved with a little kick to Durham. And he's able to find Martin gathering the possessions off to McGrath. They're building. Like the look of this build-up as the captain, Zach Merrick, could go long, but instead he goes to the top of the square where Dersma marks uncontested. He could have gone for goal, the skipper, but instead unselfishly gives it to Dersma. Marks uncontested. 45-degree angle, 15 metres out.
Merritt's a chance as well. He's had 33 disposals.
Yeah, 600 metres, 7 tackles.
It's been very good. They've left him with a lot of room.
Yeah, except for the first bounce.
Cameron Lang called for the Bombers to run away with it in this final term. They've kicked the last 4. Make that 5. No, he's hit the post. Dersma from directly in front. And he has really hit that at speed. It's wobbling in the breeze.
The arrow just stays in the holster.
Yeah, there is no arrow yet. 11-14, 80. Essendon, Richmond 7-9, 51. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport.
Thanks for the exiting kick. Turned over. Martin pokes it back inside 50. Peter Wright takes the mark. Contested grab against the boundary line. Right half forward for the Dons.
And what do they say, Corby? You don't get any shorter as the game goes on. And that's exactly what's happened here. The Bombers in the air are now taking over, and they're getting a lot of supply.
Peter Wright has got 2 goals, both in the second half. The Bombers were the only 2 goals, by the way, in this final term. And this is from wide out. Right half forward. He'll kick from about 48 metres out. Tight angle. Drop punt misses near side. The Bombers kick a boatload of behinds in this final term. So 11-15 to 7-9, 23 gone final quarter. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport. They've kicked 6 behinds and only 2 goals in this final term, the Dons.
Kicked 2 goals, 7, haven't they? In this final term, the Bombers.
You're right, sorry, Kel, you're right. 2-7. Jeez.
So Richmond now looking to build, but the kick has gone straight down the throat there of Merritt. Pressure being applied on the kick from Hopper.
You mentioned the
turnover.
Yayukin Award. He's the only man on the ground to have won it previously, so there's only been one dual winner. That was Dustin Martin, who's won a couple. Merritt's won 1. And then a lot of the previous winners are guys like Ridley, Prestia, Parrish, Bolton, Hawley, Shane Edwards, so all not playing tonight. There's a fair chance we could have a first-time winner if it's not Merritt.
Why am I not surprised Dusty won a couple?
Yes.
So the Bombers just sharing it around casually with short kicks before Setterfield goes along towards right. There's a loose ball on the northern wing and a tackle applied. Campbell was tackled to the turf and the Tigers running out of huff and puff. Let's get down to Tim Hodges.
Sam, just an update on Sam Lawler back from the rooms. A big bag of ice on that left hamstring, just the way he had to be helped down the stairs to the rooms. Makes you think that's a really big, a decent-sized hamstring strain. And Tom Dow will have scans tomorrow on that knee injury that forced him subbed out at half-time. So this has been a costly night for the Tigers.
As when you consider Harry Armstrong, their other top draftee, is out with a hammy for about 7 to 9 weeks. Just having no luck, these youngsters. But the Tigers here are on the build-up. Broad handballs it over to Mansell, gets his kick away, looking for Jonty Fall, but it was touched by Merritt and the more experienced players. Zach Merritt down there, making sure Fall doesn't take the mark. And he flicked it over for a rush behind minor score.
There's a party at centre half forward.
Yeah, nice little wrestle. What's that about, Mick?
Well,
but after the kick,
yeah,
maybe?
It must have been after the kick, I reckon.
Mansell, Setterfield, McGrath, Green, 4 involved in the little melee.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can go that far. It's a bit of push and shove. Roberts marks the kick out and then goes long down the line. Guelphy fighting from the back, close to the boundary line, and Vlosten professionally fumbles it out of play.
Yeah, there's no question this young Richmond team, and they've done it all year, Mick, you alluded to it earlier, they have a crack.
Yeah.
They have a serious crack. They're all trying to learn the work rate required, the contested ball, the pressure that's required to play at AFL. They just lack that polish and composure, and unfortunately they're starting to lose a couple of players as well. And no Lynch, no Bolter, no Nankervis, especially tonight. They've been smashed in clearances.
Jaden Short.
Yeah.
He's the best and fairest winner, of course, in the premiership year, so they're the bigger names out. The better news is they get Prestia back through the VFL. And then two of the ACL 5. They had 5 guys last year going down to the ACL. So Tyler Young and McKelty Lafau both playing on the weekend in the twos. So that's better news. And they're trying to get a couple back as the ball worked from half back to half forward for the Bombers, but it went out of play. So boundary throw in. McAuliffe. Hand pass back inboard. Hopper's handball. Turned over. A bit of junk time here. Perkins away towards Roberts to Hobbs. Series of handballs. Mackay feeds it to Martin. And now the switch is on. He goes all the way back to McGrath, who marks centre-half back for the Dons.
And he can find Redmond, who has a dash and then delivers wide. And that's a better mark by Broad in a one-on-one contest with the debutant Clark.
Essendon are up to 433 disposals in this game.
It's amazing.
That's a lot of possessions.
Mollstone still on the build-up here. The Tigers found his premiership teammate in Broad. Kicks it out to Rioli. Got it on the bounce, and then he's caught by Caldwell. Morris Rioli can't break clear. Eventually pops out. McGrath's got it. Roberts. And then squares the kick wide to Martin, who's picking up another disposal here.
It's over 100 more than Richmond.
Yeah.
34 disposals, 2 goals for Nick Martin.
And it's only 11 goals, though. That's the biggest worry. 400 and... See, it's 11 into 4. What's that? 11 into 44.
So Merritt just winding down the clock here. We've just hit the final minute to go.
40 possessions per goal.
It's a match that hasn't reached any great heights. Been a little error-riddled. And it's taken until the final turn for Essendon break clear. Kako, burst of speed. Durham takes it on the bounce, tries to break a tackle, can't. Handballs into space. Trapping it down there was Trainer. And now Banks gets involved. Vlosten. Rioli overruns it in the centre of the ground, and the kick comes back to the Tigers, marking it in that defensive 50.
McAuliffe goes in the middle of the ground for Brown. Hand pass away to Hopper. Short kick to centre half forward, finds Fall. Collects the half volley. Hand pass away to Ross. He gives it to Ralph Smith, who can just settle on the kick and ensures Richmond get a final quarter goal. But it's a Bomber bounce back in the dream time. And the Dons get up tonight. 11-15-81. Richmond 8-10-58. And they walk away with what is their 6th victory of the season. Time to play the song.
See the Bombers fly up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up the other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
It's 3 straight wins in the Dreamtime fixture for Essendon, so 23-point win tonight. They won every quarter, 5 points at quarter time, 9 points at the half, 12 at three-quarter time, and 23 points in the finish. In front of 76,051, the Bombers 11-15-81, Richmond 8-10-58. Injuries for both teams are plenty. Langford a quad, Reid the hammy, Dow the knee, and now Lawler a hammy.
See the Bombers fly up to win the premiership flag. Our boys who play this grand old game are always striving for glory and fame. See the Bombers fly up the other teams they don't fear. They all try their best, but they can't get near as the Bombers fly up.
It wasn't a prettiest game, must be said, but a huge occasion, big-time main event footy, and the Bombers get out of it with a win. They go to 6-4 on the season. The Bombers are 6-4. They bounce back from that drubbing in the hands of the Western Bulldogs last week, and if you extend it back a little further, this is now a team that has won 6 of their last 8 starts on the year. Essendon, and I'm not sure they're fooling too many yet that they are a team in top 8 contention. Richmond fall to 3-8 on the season. It was a depleted lineup today, missing their fullback, their full forward, and their ruckman. The goal kickers, before our initial thoughts from Nick and Lingy, 3 for Angus Clark, who's a great human interest story. Funded his footy dream himself by chopping and delivering wood in Tantanoola. And the lad out of regional South Australia kicked 3 goals, all in the first half. 2 for Martin, 2 for Peter Wright. They came in the second half. 1 each for Perkins, Durham, Caddy and Guelphy. Meanwhile for Richmond, 2 each for Taranto and for Lawler before his hamstring injury. And then singles for Mansell and Fall. And I've robbed Ralph Smith of a goal. Put him down for 2 as well. The last one coming, of course, on the bell. So 2 for Ralph Smith, Taranto and Lawler. And then singles for Mansell and Fall. All right, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, make sense of all of that for us. Your initial thoughts on ABC Sport.
I want to give you some good time, Corby.
Yep.
The ladder right now has the Bombers in the 8.
Look out.
How do you feel? Because it is a, have a look, we haven't had an even ladder until round 24.
Yeah, and they're the main reason for that. They got the game in hand.
They have.
They do have a game in hand.
If they win that, they could be a game in the 8.
Could be the difference between top 4 and top 6.
Well, there you go. So for those Essendon supporters, you never know with this ladder.
The Yayukin Award about to be presented. The player who judged Besterfield. Here's Megan Waters.
The Wurrung language of the Wurundjeri people, meaning dreaming. To announce this year's winner, please welcome Ani Pam Pedersen, OAN.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of my family, the Nichols family, for coming here this evening for the 10-year anniversary of the Sir Doug Nichols Dreamtime game. It's been a wonderful evening for everyone, and for myself, it's been such a pleasure. And I would also like to thank the honorary people who were also here this week enjoying themselves. So this evening, I'm going to present the award, the Yayukin Award, to Nick Martin from Essendon.
35 disposals, 12 contested, 8 tackles, 6 clearances, and a couple of goals for Nick Martin. He wins his first Yayukin Award.
Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge the occasion. Both clubs are extremely privileged to play in this special round, in this special game. To the Richmond Tigers, it was a well-fought game, hard battle. Good luck for the rest of the year. And to our boys, way to respond. Thank you.
That's certainly what it was, a response for the Bombers. It had to be after a 91-point drubbing last week at the hands of the Western Bulldogs. They met a depleted Richmond team, but ultimately Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, they won every quarter. And as you say, Mick, they are in the 8 as of now with a 6-4 record.
It's always good, I won't give away the votes too much for the ABC Player of the Year, but it's good when you write down your votes and you get it right.
I was going to say, we did ask you in the last quarter, Cameron Ling, who you thought would be on top in this particular department. We follow your votes closely every week, and you had Nick Martin on top.
I did. Certainly for influence, broke the game open at times, used the ball well, hit the scoreboard himself. You talk about Essendon being inside the top 8. There are some football scholars out there who believe percentage is a really good indicator of exactly where the teams are at.
Does it have a 9 in front of it still?
No, it has an 8 in front of it. It currently has Essendon 14th on the ladder. Corbin?
14.
But they are 8th on the ladder based on their points. So I don't want to be a smart aleck about it. But
I think you're probably right. I think that 14th is about where, if you were stacking them in power rankings, where about they sit. But the fact that
it's on the day, though, too, Corbin.
The fact they beat teams like Sydney and Port Adelaide is almost a credit to them.
Yes.
That it's what they've been able to do this year.
I agree with you.
And they got Brisbane, Carlton and Geelong to come, and then Freo over in Perth.
It's a month.
I actually feel if you were a supporter of Essendon, you would look at their season so far and it makes complete sense. The teams above them
Yep.
They
are better
than them, and they've beaten them. And then the teams below them, they've beaten. So there's 6 wins,
and they have
against all teams below them. And really, with apart from the Bulldogs game and the Adelaide game, they've been competitive in every match. They ran Hawthorn close early in the season on a Friday
26.
night, and they were pretty good against the Pies. I think 40 points in the end. I mean, Collingwood were the better team all day, but the Bombers hung around most of the day on Anzac Day. So
the interest is really what you've just said is spot on. Is at the end of the year, if they've beaten the sides under them, are we looking at a tussle for that 8th spot with the last game against Gold? Because I'm just looking at the lap. You don't reckon that they'll...
Not the Bombers. I haven't got them anywhere near the 8.
No, nor have I. But outside of, let's say, Fremantle, at the moment, looking up the ladder, on the ladder I've got without Essendon, but they're in 10th at the moment without me putting this game on. So you're looking at 8th is GWS, who are totally out of form outside the fact they beat Geelong recently.
Mm-hmm.
The Fremantle got probably the worst loss I've seen in football for a number of years against St Kilda, where they just turn up. But their performance against Collingwood was, they on the scoreboard, that's the only thing they lost. They won inside, they won everything.
And the Giants.
Then they won last week.
Yeah.
Now, Carlton iffy, Sydney are iffy.
I think the wheels of the Swans is turning.
Yeah, but it needs to turn.
With the players coming back.
Yeah, they've got to scramble a little bit.
Yeah.
The point you're making is the fact that it's either the Giants, Fremantle or Carlton who are going to tip them out. Right now, you can't trust those three.
No, so what I'm saying is this last game, where everyone will be sitting back thinking, well why are Essendon playing Gold Coast? If things work out, it could be
for 8th spot.
For a 4th, in the top 4 for Gold Coast.
Suns.
Yeah.
And maybe, I mean, stranger things have happened, but the only thing is, and I know we've got a little bit of time, but the attrition rate at this time of the year is really worrying, and I reckon it's on the back of a pre-season that no longer exists. We're seeing so many hamstrings, so many quaddies, calves, sore Achilles. They're all muscular. Yeah, we had the knees. Well, we have knees on every year. But the worrying sign to me is that we're having so many hamstrings.
Well, so they lose Langford tonight with what we think is
probably
quad,
4 to 6.
and Zach Reid, who's been playing
4 to 6.
really good football.
Yeah,
and finally getting a bit of continuity. So he comes out,
and that's on top of
Jones
and Ridley and Bryan and Draper.
Ridley's a hammy. He's still 7 weeks away. And
7 weeks.
Jones an ankle.
That
TBC,
ankle.
so they haven't even declared.
Gruesome as.
Yep.
Well, that could be the year. Because if he comes back and can't quite get the balance right, they'll probably operate.
And Draper's the year, Bryan's the year.
Yep.
Yeah.
It starts to become really difficult when you're not deep to start with.
No.
When you lose those types of players.
Well, two tonight.
Yeah.
There will be 2 tonight, won't there?
I guess to reframe the conversation, so I don't think too many people had them in their top 8 at the start of the year.
No.
They're a 6-win team now.
Yeah.
How many wins did you think they would possibly be winning? Are they an 8 to 10 win team? And if they are there, it's a pretty good
I would have thought 10.
Yep.
I would have thought 10 with the competition, because they would have got the supposedly easier draw. I haven't seen who they play twice, because that's a fallacy for what the AFL do with that.
They got 13 to go and they won 6 already.
Yeah. So let's say they go half.
Yep.
That's on the cusp of the 8, because 12 to 13 will get you in the 8. Bit of luck, who knows?
Gives you something to believe in.
Well,
bit of hope.
They've gained a play today. Young Clark, who knows where this might lead to? He might be that forward pocket half forward that can kick goals for them.
He's a great pitch as he's found some of his mates in the front row as he's taken a few photos, and the Bombers are just waiting for him to say, come on, mate, lead us off. And in a few moments' time, they'll be meeting Tim Hodges down in the winner's room. So a 23-point win for Essendon. Now, they won every quarter by 5 at quarter time, 9 at the half, 12 at three-quarter time, and 23 in the finish. Let's go inside the victorious Essendon rooms as the boys are about to make their way in. And Tim Hodges, Hodgie.
They're about 5 or 6 seconds away. You'll hear them. The crowd in here is enormous. There we go. Not quite as loud as I thought. Zach Merritt is the first to lead them in, with the rookie Angus Clark, who goes straight for his couple of his mates. Some big bear hugs as the rest of the Bombers come in. We'll speak to Andrew McGrath after the song. But the youngster Clark is in the middle. He cops the sports drinks already. Oh, he's pounded by them now. And we're right beside the song as they join arm in arm. 6 and 4. The Bombers will bang this one. What a night, Angus Clark, living the absolute dream. As I said, Andrew McGrath will join us on ABC Sport very soon. Right in front of Zach Reed, who's had the ice on that hamstring, so that will be a story, as well as Kyle Langford with the quad. So plenty of carnage at both clubs this evening as I head back to you, Corbin.
And the Richmond side of it, Hodgie?
The Richmond side is not good at all. As Sam Lawler, who I spoke to you before about, that was a really nasty left hamstring as well. He had to be helped down the stairs when he went to the room. So you just sort of hold your breath on just how severe that strain is. And Tom Dow was subbed out at half-time. He's got heavy strapping on the left knee after he was subbed out. So he'll have scans tomorrow, which will determine just how bad that knee is. So hopefully not too bad, as these are great photos now. Angus Clark with all of his mates that will be on probably the back page of the paper tomorrow. But that's a really cool moment. What a cool night for him.
It's a great story. Thanks, Hodgie.
I'll tell you what, Corbin, if you just want to stick with me, I've got Andrew McGrath coming up now.
Beautiful.
Andrew, we're live on ABC Sport. I'll give you those cans. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling upstairs. Thanks for joining us. It was a hard slog, but a really impressive win by your club tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, guys. It's always a tough slog here at the MCG, especially with a bit of water on the ground, and we knew Richmond would be fired up after a good performance last week, so it was good to get the job done.
At the end of the day, I think you probably would have taken a 6 and 4 start. I know you've still got a game to go. You're inside the top 8. There's a lot to be positive about with this footy club right now.
Yeah, I think we try not to look at the ladder too much and disconnect from results at this time of the year. We know that it's a long season, but we're putting ourselves in a good position. We feel like we've got a lot of levels to go in our game where we're not executing things to the best of our ability at the moment, and we think we're just scratching the surface of what this young group can do.
We were just talking about injuries before you joined us. You must shake your head and think, God, what's going wrong? Where Zach's got a hamstring and Kyle a quad, which saw him subbed out of the game. You can't take a trick with your injuries this season, can you?
No, we've been really unlucky. I think you always feel for those guys, especially recurring injuries. We don't know the extent of those two guys yet, but fingers crossed it's pretty minor. And it's happened to a lot of our experienced guys, which is unfortunate, and guys that are playing really good footy for us. But I think the benefit, we've had some really young guys come in and play their role. I thought Angus Clark tonight was awesome. He brought a lot of energy, and I think he's one of 6 this year. So it's been really exciting to blood some young guys, and it looks like we might have to again.
It's great to have you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Andy's got the cans on.
Andy, congratulations on the win. Can we start with Angus Clark, if that's okay? We heard before the game that back home he used to chop up the firewood and deliver it to the locals in order to raise some money so he could catch the train or be able to get to training, things like that, almost fund his footy dream and a shot at the big time. What's he like? What's he been like around the club?
Yeah, he's a beauty. I remember pretty early on we were sitting in the sauna together and he was telling me all about dairy farms and how hard he works back home, and I think he offered a few of the boys to do their gardening early on to get some cash, which was quite funny. I said, mate, let's focus on footy first and then we can think about that later. But he's an absolute beauty. He's our best runner at the club. He's come in and he's just put his head down and worked, and he deserves this opportunity, and we were so happy to see him get on the end of a couple off some really hard work.
He showed a bit of that strength too from the work ethic to be able to hold off, I think it was Ralph Smith in those marking contests and take the grab. So he must be a strong kid.
Yeah, he's lean. He's eating a lot right now. We're trying to beef him up a little bit, but you want to keep that balance of being pretty rangy and a good runner, but also some strength in there too. But I think he definitely has the farm strength.
He certainly does. Hey, I wonder, Andy, if you can explain to us. So you guys ended up with 442 disposals, which is a lot of possessions in a game of football. Was that your intention to control and possess the ball that much, or did Richmond force you into that a little bit with the way they set up their numbers deep and behind the ball?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't our intention to overuse the footy. Obviously, night games at the MCG can become pretty greasy pretty quickly. Their setup was challenging us early. We were going forward into their outnumber and probably not using the ball as well as we would have liked, and turning it over in some pretty bad spots. So we have a big focus on giving the ball to the best player in the best situation and trying to get the best look. Unfortunately, that wasn't working for us early, but that probably resulted in a few extra possessions.
Yeah, so when that's happening, Andy, and a team that you probably feel like you're on top of and getting on top of, but you haven't quite broken the game yet, and the scoreboard hasn't translated. Was the frustration building, or was it pretty calm? What was the communication like with that?
It was pretty calm. We feel like we've had a few teams in that situation. We played a forward half game, and we probably had a lot of time in possession tonight. And over time, that builds pressure. We know what that feels like on the other side. Collingwood did it to us. Our first couple of rounds against Hawthorn and Adelaide, they really owned the ball inside our back 50, and it compiles over time and puts our backs under a lot of pressure. So we were confident we could break them if we kept to our system, and we knew it wasn't looking perfect, but over time, over 125 minutes, we thought we had the better of them.
Andrew, the year itself has been, a lot of teams have fluctuated so much in their week-to-week performances. Yours, not you personally, but the club last week compared to probably the previous week, and then we bounced up to this week. What happens at training? What does Brad sort of focus on?
Yeah, we're obviously beaten pretty badly in every area last week, and it was a really disappointing week for our footy club. I think the most important thing that we focused on was our intent around the ball and our intent in contest, both forward and behind it. The Bulldogs really taught us a lesson in, I guess, ball security and how strong they were in tight. We wanted to bring that tonight and really test Richmond in the contest and try and break open off the back of that. But it was a really focused week. I think the benefit of having a poor performance, you never want to have it, but you have some really hard conversations. You train really hard off the back of it. And now I guess we have a different challenge coming off a pretty good result. We've got to keep that steely resolve.
And what about the footage of last week? Does Brad show you a lot of that, or was it more the case that you know what's happened and then you just say, well, okay, the individual line coaches probably take the players away and work through your lines, or was it orchestrated mainly by Brad?
Yeah, it's a mixture of both. We have a pretty consistent review process run by Brad, and he gives us the answers as to what happened, and then we go into further detail with our line coaches and really dive down into the why individually certain things went down. But,
sure.
But yeah, there was a lot of vision, there was a lot of learning, but at the end of the day, we just wanted to get out there and train and put all the vision into practice and then put it all on show tonight. So I feel like there was a lot of areas in our game that we improved on from last week, but far from perfect.
And Zach Reid, unfortunately, Andy, picking up another injury along with Cole Langford, two guys that have known the pain of injuries in the past. Have you checked in on either of them?
Yeah, they're both obviously a little bit down. They don't know the extent of the injuries yet, but two guys that have had recurring issues. It's not positive for us, but fingers crossed that the results come back in our favour and we can have those guys back pretty soon.
You've spoken a bit about your Canadian heritage in the past. Are you watching the hockey?
I have been tuning in a little bit. My dad and my brother are diehard Leaf fans, and they unfortunately went out a few days ago, which was shattering for the whole of Canada. But yeah, I'm tuning in a little bit at the moment.
Have you got a team you want to win it from here?
I don't know. I like McDavid from Edmonton, so I think they might be my tip.
We'll see how he goes, McJesus. See if he can get the Oilers home. Well done tonight, Andy. Appreciate your time.
No worries, guys. Take care.
Andy McGrath with us in the victorious Essendon rooms. The Bombers home by 23 points. Dreamtime at the G on ABC Sport, and your thoughts as well coming through on 0437 774 774. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse up in the box, and Tim Hodges and Ben Cameron in the rooms.
McGrath was good tonight, I thought.
Too. He had one bad kick.
Yeah, one bad kick.
Run through the corridor.
He's very reliable now as a defender. He can win one-on-ones. But when he starts running through the middle and using that incredible athleticism, why he was the number one draft pick, that's when he can become that extra element of damaging.
I just wonder whether, every now and again, a little bit of a go in the middle, maybe to sit on someone. I know Durham does a lot of that, Durham does a lot of that, but I'd just like to think that if you've got a Clark who can run, and he can run all day, that you can split that difference between, just working with another teammate. It just adds another string to his bow, because if you come up against a couple of sides and you think, well, like what we're talking about, they can't quite get to the sides above them, but if they can reduce the effectiveness of why the sides above them are any good, mainly it's because of midfield, let's face it. Maybe, we might have to have two players there that brings the score line down from 15 to 10, maybe to 10 to 8, and then you get a chance. 10 to 8, you've got a chance of being 9 and 9. Yep. And I'm not talking wins here, I'm talking about goals. So there are methods.
We got a fast and furious program tomorrow, given the 12:35 start. So early footy on a Saturday, given the doubleheader at Dockland. So we're on air from 12 noon. We won't have Mick with us, unfortunately, tomorrow, but we do have a pretty big feature guest. One man who's widely regarded as the premier coach in the game, Chris Scott. He's going to join us from just after 12 o'clock tomorrow as part of our build-up. So we'll have him on our airwaves on ABC Sports. So looking forward to that on AFL Saturday tomorrow. And then the first game actually starts at 12:35 p.m, which is Carlton and GWS. So if you're a little late, perhaps changing your dream team or whatever it turns out to be, getting in front of the TV and you realise you've missed it, I'm warning you now, 12:35 is the start Eastern time tomorrow. Of course, Sports Talk from 10 o'clock in the West, and for those of you in South Australia, it'll be SA Grandstand from 10:30. All right, that's the Essendon side of things taken care of. We might just duck inside the Richmond rooms. The Bombers home by 23 points, and Ben Cameron is down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here in the rooms with Nathan Broad, the Richmond captain for the first time. We'll start broad and narrow in, but what are your overarching reflections on tonight?
Obviously disappointing when you get that close. You want to win, and we're here to win games of footy. And I thought the first quarter and that we probably didn't make the most of our opportunities. You know, I spoke about it at the halftime break. I reckon the first half we just having shots from unpredictable spots. We weren't making it predictable for our forwards. It just makes it hard to get your 6 points there, and you're having shots from very hard angles.
A little bit of carnage throughout the game. Sammy Lawler in particular with that hamstring injury. We can see him with the ice on it. Had a bad hamstring last year in his draft year. How is he?
Your guess is as good as mine. I didn't even know until you said it. So, it's disappointing if it is a hammy, but fingers crossed he can have a scan and get back quick.
I love this quote from you. I think in the off-season that if it wasn't for the Richmond Football Club, I'd still be on the tools plumbing. So I'm not leaving Richmond. Today you got to lead the side. How special was that?
Yeah, no, it's obviously an extreme honour, and something that I was very grateful to do. But obviously, with like our big captain Nank out there, he's an absolute warrior. But to lead the yellow and black was an extreme honour, and I'm disappointed we couldn't get the win, but hopefully we can bounce back.
We were looking at the team today, and you arrive at the ground and you say no Noah Bolter, you're missing Tom Lynch, Nank Curvis in the ruck. So you sort of immediately look down the spine, don't you, and go, gee whiz, it's going to be really tough for Richmond. How did you guys approach it, and how did you get ready to take on Richmond tonight, considering all of that?
Yeah, well, we don't make excuses at this footy club, and to put on this jersey it's an absolute honour, and it's not taken lightly. So you put it on, there's an expectation that you play your role and you get it done. So yeah, 3 blokes went out, but now 3 blokes came in and out, and you come in and you play your role. So we don't make excuses, and we're not going to make excuses. We want to win, and it was disappointing that we didn't win.
One of my favourite players at the footy club is Ryan Mansell. I see him at golf from time to time, and he's a good young man, and I love seeing him work with his dad Brett, his grandfather Clyde, who we chatted to post-game, how they put this jumper together. What did you learn, I guess, in the lead-up to this Dreamtime game about the Mansells, about our First Nations people as well?
Yeah, no, it was incredible. Mansell and his family, Brett and Clyde, like you said, they've done an incredible job. And the thing I love the most is the 2 handprints on the back. It means you've got your teammates back. And in Mansell's culture, it's the same thing. You've got each other's back. And I try to lean on that tonight to the boys, just to look at the 2 hands on the back and make sure we've got everyone's back, because obviously we're missing a couple of key leaders out there, but that's no excuses. So, no, Mansell and his family have done an incredible job, and it's disappointing we couldn't get the win for him.
I think some people have been surprised by this, I'll say, young Richmond group this year. How does what you guys have produced, which has been very competitive in pretty much every game, you've won 3 of them as well, compare to your expectations coming in?
I think the most important thing is we don't see that, and we make sure the messaging's not that. We're here to win football games as an organisation, and the AFL industry is to win games of footy. So that's exactly what we're trying to do every time we go out. And people might say, yeah, we've got a young list and we've got the youngest list in the competition, but it doesn't matter. We have a crack and we're here to win, and we're going to keep getting better and better, and the more games we get into them, the better. But hopefully we can bounce back.
I'm old enough to remember heading out to Essendon Oval. Sometimes you're out there in the reserves for Swan Districts playing for the Black Ducks, and you've just captained Richmond at the MCG. That's pretty cool, Broady.
Yeah, no, it's been a story that I'm probably really proud of, to be honest. I played a lot of reserves football on the Waffle, and hung the boots up at the end of the 21 season and thought that was the end. And then, got the twisted arm to come back for one more year. And, thank God I came back for that 1 year, and the rest is kind of history. But I owe it to this footy club. They gave me a lifeline, and they've been incredible to me and my family. And now it's trying to give back to them. And, I'm extremely grateful.
That's so cool. Enjoy the night. Go and see your family.
No, thank you. Cheers.
It's a great story. Thanks, Ben Cameron, with Nathan Broad. A mature age pickup, 3 premierships later, and now captains Richmond tonight. And as I touched on in the interview, there were offers to go to other clubs and finish his career somewhere else, try and collect a few more medallions. And he said, nope, this team gave me my chance. I was here during the glory years. I'm going to put in some hard yards here as they try and rebuild. So good on him, Nathan Broad.
No, it's brilliant.
And still playing very good football.
Yeah.
Along with Nick Floston, those two.
Yeah.
Just shore them up so much in a really young team. And I remember so often the guys I had experienced at Geelong, it was about, you wanted success and we were lucky enough to keep having it for a little bit. But even the guys who went beyond, it was about leaving a legacy of the next generation, of being able to be retired one day and sit back and go, oh, yeah, I kind of helped that kid on his journey. Or, I taught him some good training habits early on, or a little bit of advice for him. And that's the opportunity that Nathan Broad is having. He's not going to be part of the next Richmond Premiership, Nathan Broad, but he can
be playing
you'll
7 or 8 guys.
Yeah.
But I've actually called quite a few of their games so far this season. They're just fun. They're energetic. I mean, they run out of puff here tonight, and I think their bye, Corbin, is still a while away. So you wonder how much they will tire during the season. But they're young and they're fun and they're enthusiastic, and they, like you said, Lingy, they really have a crack, and you can see the direction they're going in. The fact that they're starting again, they're bringing these talented 18-year-olds in. You can see in 5-6 years what these players are going to be doing.
And we can't lose sight of that. So pick a random number, 18 this year, they're going to get smacked off the park. They're going to lose a big one because that's what young teams do. They will get so exhausted by the length of the season, the rigours of a season, they will get destroyed. We shouldn't forget how much of a crack they've had through here and how well they've played and how well they've accounted themselves, and not overreact to, this team got smashed and then directionless or anything like that. They're on a journey that is multiple years in the making.
Yeah, and you can say, and pat on the back to Adamuze. I mean, they won the wooden spoon last year, just the 2 wins. Remember, they beat Sydney at the MCG early, and then I think they beat the Crows over at Adelaide Oval. But 3 wins he had after his first 9 rounds. We're now, 3 out of 11. So all credit to him. But I love with this team that you can see where it's going.
Yep.
It's obvious. Whereas with Essendon, I don't know, can you see it, Mick? Can you see what Brad Scott's trying to do?
Yeah, I can see what Brad's trying to do. There's no doubt, but I don't think he's got the players at this stage. And when you look at some of those clubs, from 9th down, they've got too many players missing. It's very hard to put a game style in place if some of the players that you need to be generating that game style are not there. So even tonight, let's flip this and not this is Richmond. Say Bolter. We already said about Voston and Broad. You put Bolter down there. All of a sudden you've got 3 solid citizens, really solid citizens.
Yep.
Then you put Lynch up there, so he's contesting you in the air because they were never going to mark anything up in the air. So and then in the middle,
Nankervis was a massive loss.
What did we say? It was 45 to 23
clearances.
So you swing that around, and Nankervis, you don't know. So, but then flip that and say, well, how many Essendon players are out that could make them better? There's a dearth of good players in clubs that are outside the 8 cal. And I'm saying the bottom 6 in any side at the moment outside the top 6 are just going. They're not great players. They're probably really good people, don't get me wrong. They're not good players. And that's the main difference between final 8 sides and the next 10.
Well, and we could not have had a more stark example of that from last night to tonight.
Right.
And
2 players kick 10 between or 11 between?
11 between them. And high quality, high scores, high skill last night. And then tonight, not so much. We still get 2 good contests in both of them. Tonight was a good contest. Tonight was a scrap and hard work.
11 goals for 400 possessions. So if Geelong get 400 possessions, Cameron's kicked 10.
Yeah.
The rest of the round obviously continues tomorrow. So Carlton played GWS at Docklands. That's a 12:30 start. It forms part of what they're calling a double dipper. They're not calling it a double header. 2 different sets of ticketing to get in and out in the late game tomorrow night, North Melbourne and Collingwood. And the twilight game in between is Hawthorn and Brisbane, while Fremantle play Port Adelaide in the other night game tomorrow night over in the West. Interestingly, I think we all agree there are probably 6 or 7 teams that we have in the mix to form the nucleus of the top 8, and then there's probably one spot that's still up for grabs.
I'd say 2.
2 spots?
Yeah, I reckon.
Who else is in doubt?
Well, GWS for certain.
Yep.
And I just look.
Are you a Crows?
I'd like to think Adelaide
no,
will stand up.
They're in there,
but I listened to Matthew Nicks the other day before the Collingwood game. And I think we spoke to him about it. And he just said, we've had a few things. They've got to let go with those umpire decisions that happened last year or the year before. Let go of that. It's what's in front of you that's going to count from now on in. It's almost like they build an excuse before the game. I'd like to think Adelaide make it. But if there's going to be a vulnerability, it could very well be there.
They haven't grabbed a
have they knocked off the top side
big
yet?
name? No, scalp's the word I'm after.
Yeah.
No, they haven't been able to do that. So
if Sydney are coming,
yeah,
and or see, I'm not convinced.
I think the Giants can get rolling again.
Well, they should get rolling.
They better hurry up. They're leaving it late, aren't they?
But I believe in the Crows.
So just on,
I reckon there's only one spot up for grabs.
I guess the broader point I was looking to make, so say those 6 or 7 teams, I reckon we've had very few matchups of those teams playing each other so far.
Yeah.
And so tomorrow we get one. We get Hawthorn and Brisbane.
Yeah.
Next Friday night we're here for Collingwood Hawthorn.
Yes.
It feels like we're due for a whole lot of these games with the really good teams that are playing each other. And it feels like the start to the season we've had about one game every week that's kind of helped us get through. We had one really good round where it was close.
Last night was a good game.
But apart from that, it's been a bit hit and miss, and it feels like we are stewie due for some really good games in the next few weeks.
Can I just flip this to Lingy? Fremantle. Where do you rate them?
That I seriously don't know, Mick.
Yeah.
Because
you saw them against St Kilda.
Yeah, that's it. That is just sitting in my mind, saying I cannot believe in them because I watched them 3 weeks ago do that against.
And they did everything against Collingwood right, except
and then I saw them last week against the Giants, and with no Darcy.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and they were fantastic
and
with Jackson in the ruck.
Yeah, and Sarong and Brayshaw are lighting it up to the middle of the ground.
We keep saying Sarong and Brayshaw. We don't say a 3rd, 4th and 5th. And that's where they're breaking down because Young's out of the side.
Yeah.
That's where they want Bolton to jump.
Absolutely, they've got
his last 2 weeks have been good.
Yeah.
Out of the midfield.
Yep. But then I remember
they're cameos, though. They're only cameos. They're only in and out.
Footy tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern, so we're on air for AFL Saturday, rapid show, and then the footy will follow that, the Blues and the Giants. 10 o'clock for Sports Talk in WA and 10:30 in SA for SA Grandstand. Chris Scott is going to be our feature guest as part of AFL Saturday tomorrow. I know you thought I forgot the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Cameron Ling after the Bombers' 23-point win.
I don't mind this one, Corbs. This is a nice, simple one. 1 vote to Zach Merritt, the skipper. 37 disposals, worked his way throughout the night. Just really solid performance, solid return to form. 2 votes to Sammy Durham. I thought he was excellent. Kicked a goal, had 26 disposals, had the most score involvements of any player on the field, 12 of those. He just influences the play so often. But as we saw, Nick Martin, I think everybody at the ground agreed that he was the best player on the ground. 35 disposals, 8 tackles, hard running, 8 inside 50s, 10 score involvements, 2 goals himself. A complete performance by Nick Martin.
That is a night out. I like it, Lingy. 3 for Martin, 2 for Durham, 1 for Merritt. Last word off the SMS from Foss. I have a story about Stephen Michael. He was an idol of mine. I played in a match with him while he was a player coach at 2J in WA. Also in the game was Don Langsford, who I had to tag as a young 19-year-old kid. Knowing Stephen's hit zones, I managed to have a few clearances in a row. Stephen, as the coach, made a change and sent Langsford to the forward line. I started to follow Langsford, but then dropped off, thinking I could run into Reed Michael's tap and get another clearance. Michael tapped to the same spot. I tried to get to the ball, but he got there before I did. I thought maybe I could shoot front him then. Nope. Stiff arm into the chest, winded me, ran over the top, kicked a goal from 60 metres out. He picked me up by the scruff of the neck and said, "Don't you think I've seen that move before, Junior?" I replied, "Mr. Michael, thank you for not knocking me out." He was certainly in WA's top 5 all players. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, Foss, for sharing that story. Thanks to you, Lingy. Thanks, Mick. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks to you, Kel. To Hodgie on the boundary, to Ben Cameron, to Stu Hollywood Baker and the cult figure Adam Jones. Signing off from the G, the Dons.